Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Austin by Jeannine, Colette, and Lauren Renaud. Narrated by Alex Kidd and Amelie Griffin. Chapter 1. Austin. The crowd parts like the Red Sea as my '69 Chevy Camaro rumbles its way through the abandoned lot. Guys stare at the sleek lines and dual exhaust, while the girls stare at me. Everyone wants a piece of one or the other, and my place as the god of this racetrack is evident the second I show up. A blonde in a tight leather skirt mouths something to her friend. The way her teeth skim across her bottom lip lets me know she's saying my name. Falcon. She's just like every other girl here, waiting for a chance to bet a driver. There are 6 of us tonight, and there's no doubt I would get first pick. Too bad I don't sleep with pit girls. They're not worth risking my anonymity. I rub my thumb over the angel charm that sits on my gear shift. It might be superstitious, but I have a routine I run through before every race. Closing my eyes, I say a silent prayer to, "It's about time you showed up." Greg's loud voice interrupts my thoughts as he swings my driver's side door open. I glare in his direction. Nobody fucks with me until I get out of the car. Greg doesn't seem fazed. "Get over your goddamn ritual and get out here. Beckett Smith is talking mad shit. I can handle this crowd by myself for only so long." Beckett's a joke. He's only here to cause trouble and shake things up so people don't realize how small his dick is. We should just kick his sorry ass out. Greg and I have been orchestrating these races for the past 18 months. How he manages to secure prime locations in the outskirts of the city without getting cuffed and bagged amazes me. He gives me a devilish grin. "And miss the chance to watch you run him off the road? Now, what would be the fun in that?" I ignore his comment as I kiss my thumb and touch it to the angel. "To the moon and back," I whisper to the bronze charm. After I make sure my sweatshirt hood is covering my snapback hat with the word lunatic written across it, I exit the car. I know no one actually sees the hat, but I love knowing I have it on. It fits how I feel when I'm behind the wheel. Everyone here knows me as Falcon, the undefeated street racer, and not Austin Sexton, middle son of one of the most prominent families in San Francisco. That's why I always have a hat pulled low over my brow with a hood covering the sides. Luckily, the headlights of surrounding cars are the only lights in the area as Greg and I walk toward the pit. "What got you all riled up tonight?" Greg asks. "Did Bryce not kiss your ass like you'd hoped?" I clenched my jaw at the reminder of the fight I had with my older brother, the great and powerful Bryce Sexton, at the gala I was forced to attend earlier tonight. "Fucker thinks I'm not doing my part. Says I act like I don't want to be there." He shrugs. "You don't. You hate working for your father." I shake my head and crack my knuckles before turning to Greg. "You know why I'm there, especially since my gold-digging stepmother entered the picture. That bitch can't wait to push me and my brothers out." "Missy?" He lets out a sharp laugh. "When did Sex and Stilettos start selling papers?" "When she became a 25% shareholder of Sexton Media." Just the thought of my father giving half of his shares to that woman has me tightening my fist harder. It's all a disgusting insult to my late mother's memory. Maybe racing Beckett and winning will calm this firestorm about to blow inside me. We're approaching the pit, where Beckett is standing with a group of guys around his Mustang. I cross my arms and appraise his bravado. He's flapping his arms in a wild gesture while making a crying face. My blood was already boiling, but seeing him just lit it on fire. I stop and turn to Greg. What's Beckett been saying? He says Falcon can't handle him, and that's why he's not slated to race you. That you're... He makes a quivering gesture. Scared to lose. This isn't the place for that shit, and everyone here knows it. This is an invite-only event. Anyone who wants to race their car has to prove themselves at smaller venues around the area. When I find them worthy, an invitation is placed inside their car, along with an untraceable phone with only one number programmed to another untraceable phone. Mine. Greg might run this event, but I decide who's here, who races, and who has to go, never to come back. And Beckett Smith is about to get beaten and banned. I cross the dirt, get right up in his face, and point into his ugly mug, making everyone instantly shut up. You want to run your mouth tonight, or race? He turns in my direction and doesn't miss a beat. I'm here to race. Just wish you weren't chicken shit enough to go up against me. You're racing me tonight, I spit. Beckett stares at me, trying to act like he's tough, but I know he's not. Not so talkative now, are you? You're on, Falcon, he says in a mocking tone. It's about time someone showed you who's really boss around here. His little entourage surrounds his car as he hops in. I look around to see who's left. With the shakeup in tonight's lineup, they all wait for me to tell them who's racing who. You and you. I point to Tyler and Zach, well-known drivers I've raced before. Then you and you. I nod toward Chad and Kyle. Get ready, first race is in 5. Everyone scatters, and within minutes, the sounds of engines roar to life, filling the night air of an abandoned warehouse parking lot. The cars move to the pavement and line up to start the show. 15 minutes, Greg says as he looks down at his phone. That's the amount of time we have to get 3 races in and out before the cops arrive. My pulse beats at the rush from the thrill of racing and the risk of getting caught. These events are illegal, so we get in and out, with 3 being the maximum number. Greg scopes out each location and tips off a cop friend to keep the rest of his patrol units away from us. We only have a half-hour total. Then, it's free game, and it's every man for themselves. Greg walks between the cars and stands before them with a flashlight pointed at the ground. Once it's raised and lit, it's pedals to the metal. Tyler and Zach take off, and the mob goes crazy as we watch the cars drift in the pitch of midnight. We walk up to a chain-link fence and look out. All you see are taillights and the rumbling of a twin turbocharged big block reverberating from every direction. It's the sexiest thing you'll ever hear. Fuck me, Greg grumbles as he looks at his phone, his hand knuckle deep in his hair. Julie's here. I told her to stay at the apartment. You let your girl drive here? Where the hell is she? He's looking down at his phone, thumbing his texts. I don't know. She says she's by a freight container. Where the hell is there a fucking freight container? I gotta go find her before she ends up getting us all arrested. I curse under my breath. Go. Greg slams the flashlight into the chest of Tyler, who was coming out of his car after getting his ass handed to him by Zach. He looks like he wants to fight anyone who says a word, but thankfully, his gaze finds me first. I stand up a little straighter, nodding my head toward the second race, and make sure he knows it's not up for discussion. While Tyler acts as the race starter for Chad and Kyle, I make my way back to my Camaro and put on my helmet. This isn't just any muscle car. It's over 700 cubic inches of massive twin turbo muscle. I'll be hitting 100 miles per hour in seconds. When the race is over, I ready myself for the match with Beckett, who creeps up to the starting line inches at a time to make sure our front ends are perfectly aligned. I run my finger over the angel charm one last time, closing my eyes and taking a deep, calming breath. When I open them, I turn my head to see Beckett make the sign of the cross down his forehead and over his chest. After we're both in place, Tyler steps back to stand directly in the middle of us as we wait for the moment when he returns with the flashlight, signifying our start of the race. Adrenaline soars through my body. This is why I do this. This is my high. Not drugs or alcohol. Hell, not even women can make me feel like this. It's speed. The rush of flying down the road and racing through the gears. I grip the shifter in my hand, my fingers tingling and my body vibrating in excitement. Come on, I whisper under my breath. Tyler nods to me and then to Beckett before checking out the crowd around us. The moment arrives and I watch as his hand rises up to his face. I stare, waiting for the light to shine back at me. When brightness fills my vision, I instantly release the clutch. My car jolts forward, and my head slams against the headrest. It takes a second to realize Beckett's not racing. Confusion stumbles my mind as I question what I saw. I know I saw a fucking light. I know it. I slam on my brakes. My eyes drift to the rearview mirror to see Beckett still at the starting line, and everyone else is frozen in place. I throw my car door open. What the fuck? Tyler's eyes are big when Beckett hops out of his car. You jumped. I win. Beckett yells while pointing at me. I did not jump. That light turned on and I went. Are you saying it didn't go on, Tyler? It did, but... He lowers the light toward a group of people, the same way he did at the start of our race. Why the hell did you point the light toward the crowd? I stomp my feet to the pavement with each step I take, trying to relieve my frustrations so that I don't kill him with my bare hands. I've had a shitty day, and I'll be damned if I lose a race due to a fucking technicality. Tyler frantically looks around. I mean... Spit it the fuck out before I get really pissed. I growl. I wasn't thinking. I saw someone cross the line over there, so I shined the light on them to tell them to back up. You shined the light? The one thing that signifies the start of the race, and you shine it on someone because they were over the fucking line? You couldn't have used your hand or yelled at them? Tyler's rubbing his palm across his head. He looks like he's about to puke. I'm sorry, I really am. He's pleading for his life because he knows I'm about to end it. Does someone want to come forward and save this pathetic soul? I yell toward the mob of people watching the drama unfold. Who crossed onto the track before my race was about to start? The crowd moves back, except for one girl who looks like a deer in headlights. So it was you. I stalk in her direction.
I didn't mean to, I promise.
Her hands go up in surrender. For a second, I get caught up in the sight of her pink polo shirt and khaki pants. She's not like the usual girls who hang out at our races. She's with me. Leave her alone, Beckett calls out. I turn to him and bite out at the irony of this situation. Oh, really? She's with you. Now, isn't that convenient? Was this little stunt planned? The girl launches forward, speaking as fast as humanly possible.
No, I swear it wasn't. This is my first time here. I didn't know there was a line.
Just drop it, Falcon. Beckett pulls my attention away from the girl. It was Tyler who shined the light. Leave her alone. We'll have a redo. There's no doubt about that. Kyle. I yell into the air until he steps out of the crowd and up to the line. You start us off. Tyler, get the fuck out of my face. Beckett nods to the girl and motions for her to get back into the crowd. One change, though. I reach out for her. She rides with me. The crowd lets out a gasp as I grab the girl's hand and pull her toward my car. Leave her out of this, Beckett shouts. I'm sorry. I hold my hand up to my ears as if I couldn't hear him and then drop it. You don't have a say in this. You want to continue to race here? You do as I say. I can see Beckett's mouth open to argue just as Greg walks onto the line with Julie by his side. Beckett looks at Greg to see if what I'm saying holds ground. Greg gives a nod, which causes Beckett to let out a series of expletives.
You're not really going to let him do this, are you?
The girl yells out to Beckett. And just like the douche I know he is, he throws up his hands and hops into his car. Her jaw drops as her milky complexion turns red in a nanosecond. Guess your knight in shining armor isn't going to help you tonight. Now get in. Let me show you what a real man can do. I guide her to the front seat. I'm not a total asshole. If she put up a fight, I would stop. I just wanted to get under Beckett's skin. But there's something about the way she opens the door with determination and falls into the passenger seat of my car that makes me wonder if she's secretly thirsty for this race. You might want to buckle up for this. I slam the door once she's secure. After I enter on my side and close the door, I take my helmet off and quickly put my hat and hood back over my head. I hold the helmet out to her, trying to ignore the way she smells like a sweet peach. Put this on. She looks at it like I just handed her a tablet of acid.
So now you care about my safety?
Put it on and shut up. I drop the car into reverse and back up to the line. Oh, and I'd hold on if I were you. After putting the car into neutral, I rev the engine, causing the metal to shake, sending vibrations up my spine. She lets out a little squeak as she slides the helmet on. I try to ignore how adorable it sounds and get back in the zone. I briefly close my eyes, clearing my mind and preparing for the race. With my hands tightly gripping the shifter, my right foot hovers over the brakes while the other presses the clutch. Seconds tick away as Kyle walks to his place in front of us. After nodding to each of us, his hand rises, and it's on. The light shines bright, and I slam on the gas. My tires spin for only a second before I speed down the quarter-mile to where another flashlight lies on the ground. My body becomes dense in my seat. My heart and lungs feel light as air when the speedometer hits 120 miles per hour. It's a blast of euphoria as I cross the finish line. One I can only assume is synonymous with taking a hit of your favorite drug. 11 seconds are all it takes for me to win the race with not just one, but 2 car lengths ahead of him, even with his girl as added weight in my vehicle. There's a thumping sound as I slow the car down. It takes a second too long to realize it's the girl's helmet as it hits the passenger window. I'm glad as hell I made her put that thing on. I fist pump my hand as I scream out my release, only to hear the sirens in the distance.
"What's that?"
Beckett's girl asks. I drop the car back in gear. That's our cue to leave.
"Don't you dare."
She starts to argue, but there's no time. I take the back road around the warehouse and onto the side streets that lead away from the highway where the police would be coming in. My foot is lead on the gas as I move us through the Lower Bottoms neighborhood in Oakland.
"Stop the car!"
she shouts as she grasps the oh shit handle above her window. I run through a red light. No can do, sweetheart. This is a do not pass go, do not collect $200 moment.
Great, so I'm gonna die at the hands of a guy who makes Monopoly references.
A speed camera flashes, causing her head to swivel to the right so fast that her dark hair whips from the base of the helmet.
You just got caught. They'll run your plates off that picture and see the car is registered to... Who the hell are you?
Dirk Diggler, I state calmly, as I whip the Camaro so hard to the right that her tires burn on the pavement. She lets out a sound of disgust.
You registered your car in the name of the porn star from Boogie Nights?
I pat the steering wheel of my baby. This beauty is void of any identifying marks. Notice the DMV big number 5 sticker in the back window? That stops me from getting pulled over for no plates. I can do whatever I want, wherever I want, and no one will know who did it. Something about my comment must really tick her off because she starts kicking her feet, banging them on the dash while her fists pound the roof. She's screaming as loud as she can, which is really fucking loud.
Stop the car! Stop the car! Let me out!
I can't just pull over. She yanks on the handle, trying to open the locked door. When her hand moves to unlock it, I jerk to the curb and step on the brakes, causing us to lurch to a stop. Are you crazy? I yell. She flings her door open, making my dome light beam bright in the otherwise darkness. We're in a shit part of town, and if I were a total prick, I'd tell her to walk home. But I'm not, so I can't. I open my door and turn to her, resting my hands on the roof of the Camaro. Get back in the car. I'll drive you back to your prick of a boyfriend.
No, thank you. I don't want to be in this car for one more second.
She removes the helmet and tosses it on the seat. When she rises, the light of the overhead street lamp flickers on, illuminating down on her. I was going to say something, but my mind has gone completely blank. She's looking at me with these hazel eyes that are wild and vibrant, glowing in stark contrast to her long, dark hair. we're having a virtual standoff across the roof of a car. Me staring at her, and her glaring directly back at me. Fuck.
Chapter 2. Jeannine. I wish I could laugh at the ridiculousness of this guy as I watch him fumble with his hat and the hood of his oversized sweatshirt. This whole Eminem 8-mile routine has got to end because his need for being incognito is freaking me out. Either he just got a bad haircut or he's on America's Most Wanted list. And I'm not gonna stick around to find out. Pushing myself away from the car, I walk as fast as I can down the sidewalk. My heart is beating 1,000,000 miles a minute as my breath desperately tries to keep up with its erratic pace. "Get back in the car," he shouts. I quicken my pace. I'm not getting back into that death trap. How the hell did I get into this mess? Oh, that's right. Beckett. How dare he not fight for me? He gave up and allowed this guy to practically throw me in his car. I pull my phone out of my back pocket and tap on the Uber app. I don't know where I am, but thankfully GPS does. Based on the amount of graffiti on the sides of the buildings and the man I just passed, smoking from a questionable-looking pipe, I can only assume we're in the ghetto. And, as it turns out, I'm not getting reception in the outskirts of Oakland. Damn it, I curse, as the little icon roams in a circle, trying to connect me to a driver. I raise my hand in the air, as if that will miraculously connect me to a signal. Heavy footsteps jog after me, followed by Falcon's deep voice in my ear. "I'll bring you home. I'll drive the speed limit. Just get in the goddamn car." He's gritting his teeth through his words, but they don't scare me. I grew up hearing anger from a man every day, and his seemingly aggressive tone doesn't do shit to persuade me in his direction. "With you?" I adamantly shake my head and continue my pace. "I don't even know who you are. All I know is you go by the name Falcon." I hear him snicker beside me. "Did you just use air quotes?" My feet halt on the ground. When I turn to him, he stops too. His body is stern, except for the smirk he has on his lips, the only portion of his face I can clearly see. I cross my arms and lean back. "Are you laughing at me?" He lifts his fingers and makes air quotes as he says, "Maybe." Ugh. I throw my hands up and continue walking, my legs trembling as I wrap my arms around my body to control the blast of coldness rushing through me. I jump when he charges forward, blocking my path. "You're coming down from the adrenaline rush. That's why you're shaking." I look up at his tall, 6'2" figure. I'm no slouch, but his presence is the type that would make most people feel small. Most people. Not me. I'm just cold. "Sweetheart, it might be the Bay Area, but look around. There's no fog tonight." The deep baritone of his voice sends a chill up my spine. Says the guy wearing a sweatshirt, I counter. He takes a step closer. "I bet your fingers are tingling in a way you've never felt." His words make me stretch them out in defiance. And you have to keep straightening your posture because you feel like, if you don't, you might trip and fall from the shakes. He leans in even further. His breath is hot on my skin. You keep rubbing your arms like you're cold, but really, it's the blood flow rushing back in. I hold up my hands in protest. You can just stop right there. Because you know I'm right. He grins, and it makes me want to smack him. No, because I don't want to hear your voice anymore. But I want to see your face. No. He takes 2 steps back. Are you a felon? Only serial killers hide their faces as much as you do. And don't tell me it's because of the street racing, because no one else was being so secretive. I point to his car that's sitting on the dirty gray street, like it has a neon sign above it that says, "Steal me." Oh my God. Did you steal that car? His jaw twitches. Baby, I don't need to steal a thing. His use of the word baby is purely condescending and laced with a cockiness that can only come from having money. If you're so well off, then you can afford to wear something that fits. I nod to his black sweatshirt. You look ridiculous. You wore khakis to a street race. Let's not discuss fashion choices right now. Oh, so you'd prefer the bimbos in leather? As a matter of fact, yes, I do. Instead, I'm stuck here with you. So you will get back in the fucking car, because, regardless of what you're wearing, you're live bait out here. You think you're scared of me? Sweetheart, I'm a hero compared to the nightmares you'd encounter out here. He holds his hand out to me. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was genuinely concerned for my safety. Damn it, he's right. And I hate it. I can't give in that easily, though. I stand my ground, leaning back on my heels and crossing my arms in defiance. Show me your face. He lets out a long groan and punches into the air while turning around and yelling under his breath. You exasperating woman. I tap my foot as I wait for him to do as he was told. A car playing obnoxiously loud music slows down at the sight of the Camaro. It inches by before taking off. After staring at it drive away, he turns his attention back to me, probably wondering when I'll give up this game of chicken. Little does he know, I never lose. Seeing he's not going to oblige me, I continue my walk away from him, holding up my phone again in search of some damn reception. Fine, I hear him call out behind me. I turn as he places a hand on his hood. I don't know why I'm doing this. I should just leave you here, alone. He bows his head as he pulls the fabric back, removing his hat and shaking out his brown hair. It's sticking up a bit, where he has a cowlick, and the way it falls on his forehead is kind of endearing. It's not long, per se, but it has just enough length to become unruly when not styled. He straightens his back and squarely looks at me, showing me his face. And damn if it's not one of the best-looking faces I've ever seen. A square jaw with a 5 o'clock shadow, accenting sharp cheekbones and a straight nose. His brows are dark and arched to follow the curve of almond-shaped eyes. And When he looks back at me through thick lashes, it's the dark blue eyes that make my breath hitch. He must notice my reaction because he squints at me, questioning my thoughts. I clear my throat and straighten my shoulders back at him before giving them a shrug and saying in my most nonchalant voice, "If I had a face like yours, I'd cover it up too." Instead of being insulted, he just stares. His head tilts a touch, as if appraising me. It's like he thinks I'm lying. About what? I don't know. As I make my way back to his car, a group of men turn a corner behind him. They're a full block away, and by the way they're looking at his car, I don't think they'll be stopping to simply chat about the gas mileage. I open the door and secure myself in the passenger seat. "About time," he says out loud as he struts back to his side and gets in. He cranks the engine and quickly releases the clutch, roaring the exhaust as we drive away. The sound vibrates through my body. When I get a good look at the guys who are glaring back at us, my stomach turns. That wasn't my smartest moment, and I'm glad he gave in so fast. "What's your address?" he asks bluntly. "Take me back to the race." "Beckett's not there. Fucker took off as soon as the sirens blared. And if he stayed, the cops took him in. Wouldn't matter either way because he's never coming back. I won the race. Besides, what do you care? He gave you up, remember?" He tisks, and then shows me a devilish smirk. "Here's a thought. Let's go back to his place." I clench my jaw at the thought. "Oh, so now you want to look like the big badass who not only beat him, but also stole his girl?" "No, I like the term knight in shining armor better. You know, the guy who swoops in to save the girl from the big bad wolf." "I think you're getting your fairy tales and nursery rhymes mixed up. Your mouth is as big as your ego." "Better to eat you with, my dear." He's toying with me, and I can't decipher if he's always like this or just trying to make me squirm, which I am, but not in the frightened way. Whatever the case might be, I need to get home. I live in the Mission, on the corner of 16th and Valencia. He seems to know where it is, because he just nods and slightly sits back. We drive in silence. His eyes are focused on the road, as if he's appreciating every curve, like that of a beautiful woman's body. We're on the side streets of a seedy part of town, yet his eyes widen in anticipation as he makes each turn. When he hops onto the freeway toward the Bay Bridge, it's like his soul had been set free, and he leans back fully, enjoying the freedom of the open road. He must feel my stare, because he turns his head and raises a questioning brow. "Did you expect me to recognize you?" I ask. He swallows as he considers my question. "Well, yeah. I'm kind of famous." Okay, so he's not a serial killer, but he can't be that famous because I'm looking right at him and I still have no clue who he is. Like Justin Bieber famous? "I should have left you with the fucking meth heads." He pulls at the collar of his sweatshirt. I'm warm, and I'm in a short-sleeved shirt. He must be stifling. "Just take it off," Clearly you don't need it anymore. I've already seen your famous face. I don't use air quotes, but I say it as if I did. He lets out a long groan and then concedes. With one hand on the steering wheel, he holds the other arm out toward me. It takes a second too long for me to see that he wants me to help him get undressed. Mentally noting the oddness of the situation, I tug on his sleeve and he pulls his arm in toward himself. He switches hands, and we repeat the process before he lifts the sweatshirt over his head and tosses it into the back seat. A sigh of comfort escapes his lips, while I choke back a gasp at some seriously strong arms. Great. I'm turned on by the jerk. Just what I need in my life. Like what you see, he says. I have to clench my jaw to fight my body's reaction. I give my head a little shake as my eyes fall to the Foo Fighters t-shirt he's wearing. I'm a huge Dave Grohl fan, I say, trying to find some type of normalcy for the remainder of the drive. He leans forward and taps his iPhone. His speakers roar to life with the opening chords of Everlong by the Foo Fighters. This is one of my favorite songs, but only when it's played acoustically, which is what he just happened to put on. Figures. You have good taste in music, I say nonchalantly as I sit back in my seat. His lips tilt up in a slight grin. Only this version, though. Did you hear it when they played it on Howard Stern? I hate that he knows that. I don't want him to be someone I have common interests with. He's the asshole who pushed me into his car. I need to remember that. But I've never met someone who knew the history of the acoustic version. In any other situation, I would be totally turned on and excited to open the conversation about other music trivia. But I bite my lip and only respond with, yeah. As it turns out, we have a lot of the same music tastes. Our iTunes accounts could be synonymous, and we listen in ease as we sail toward the city. The bright lights of San Francisco against the blackness of the bay draw closer with every song. We pull up to a stoplight, my house just blocks away. I look out the passenger window as I drum my fingers along my thigh, feeling the measured beats echo through me. The darkness of the night outside my window, mixed with the interior lights of the car, makes it easy to see my reflection. And not just mine. I can see him chancing casual glances my way. His gaze focuses on my fingers tapping my skin, and then moves straight up to the side of my face. He's looking at me, taking me in. It's unnerving to know someone is watching you when you don't want to turn to acknowledge it. Do I at least get your name? I ask as a way to break the spell. In the glass, I watch as his mouth opens and then closes. Do I get yours? I turn to him in surprise, realizing I never gave him my name either. He drops his gaze and refocuses back on the road. I guess we'll just leave it at that. Names don't matter because I never plan on seeing you again, he says. I fight the unwelcome sting his words leave in my eyes and point to the corner nearest my building. Here is fine. I'm not leaving you on some street corner. And I'm not showing you where I really live. He forcefully breathes out his nose and shakes his head. Okay then. Here you are. I'll see you around, Pile. Pile? What's that supposed to mean?
Seems pretty fitting, considering how you got into my car in the first place.
I take in a sharp, insulted breath. With a clench of my jaw and a grunt, I swing my door open and jolt out on wobbly feet. Thanks for the ride, Falcon. You can sure as shit believe I threw in some air quotes. Wait. Eva dramatically holds out two hands as she takes in the story I just told her. My purse and keys are in Beckett's car, so I had to wake her up in order to get into our apartment. You raced in Falcon's car? No one, and I mean no one, has ever been in that car, let alone for a race. Now it's my turn to act completely shocked. How do you know about Falcon? Eva and I have been friends for years and roommates for the last 2. While her ability to know everything about everyone astonishes me, I wasn't quite prepared for her to be well-versed in the world of underground street racing. Remember that guy, Russell, I dated for like 6 weeks last summer? He used to go to those races. That Falcon guy is a legend. My eyes roll so far up into my head, I think they might freeze there. Ugh, I'm so sick of hearing about how he's some god. That's all Beckett kept talking about on the ride to that stupid race. Why is everyone obsessed with some douche in a Camaro? She climbs on my bed and sits on her knees, excited to tell me what she knows. He's so secretive about everything. Only a few people even know who he really is. I hear talk that he might be a famous actor or a politician's son or something. He's not anyone I recognized. You saw him? She yells in disbelief. No one has ever fully seen him. He hides under that hat and hood, so you can only get glimpses of his face. I pull my eyebrows together at how absurd that sounds. Yeah, I demanded he take his ridiculous lunatic hat off, and I saw him as clear as day. The bed shakes as she bounces up and down, eager for the info. So, who is he? I don't know. Some prick who demanded I get in his car and then threatened my life with his driving. Stop it. She hits my shoulder and then tosses her long black hair over her own. You needed to be manhandled like that. Don't deny it. I let out a little groan at her. She's right. I might have been scared while it was happening, but no matter how much I try to fight it, tonight was definitely the most exciting night of my life. I close my eyes, only to relish the rush of sitting in that car, waiting for the flick of a flashlight to determine my fate. When it went off, it was wild, terrifying, and awakening. My stomach dropped as Falcon took us from 0 to 60 in what felt like a second, making my body ripple with fear. I gripped the seat, digging my fingernails into the worn leather. Every second had me praying for my life. Yet, when it was over, I had an odd sensation of loss. I've never been so terrified with so much adrenaline rushing through me. Everything in my body was on fire. Yet, when he stopped, all I could think of was how to get out as soon as possible. I'm a walking contradiction, but I blame Falcon. My phone vibrates from my back pocket, making me open my eyes and pull it out. Beckett's face fills the screen. Eva is staring at me with raised brows, pulling her hair back in a ponytail as I answer the call. Seriously, Beckett? I could be dead in a ditch by now, I say, as soon as I hit accept.
Where are you?
His voice is laced with concern. Too bad he's about an hour too late. Not in a ditch. His breath is ragged on the other end.
I shouldn't have let him take you.
That's the understatement of the year.
He only pulled that shit to prove a point. If I fought for you, it would have gotten ugly. Better for him to think you're just some girl I hook up with, 'cause if he knew who you really were, he might have done much more than make you go for a drive. It was the right thing to do.
No, Beckett. Making sure I was safe with you would have been the right thing to do.
It was probably for the best. If you were on the sidelines, I wouldn't have been able to get to you when the cops came.
I should have been with you, I yell, pulling my hair at the base of my scalp. God, why did you let that prick boss you around like that? The way you had talked shit about him behind his back had me believing that he was your bitch, not the other way around.
Way to kick a man when he's down, Shay.
Way to bail on me, Beck. Eva whistles through her teeth at my tone. Even though I'm royally pissed at him, I know he doesn't need my grief right now. Beckett has so much going on in his life, and these races give him a reprieve. After the spectacle that happened tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcon dismissed him from ever racing again. I can hear Beckett breathing loudly on the other end.
I fucked up. I know, I make the wrong decisions.
His downtrodden attitude hits me right in the gut. It's from the way he grew up, always being told he wasn't enough. Beckett goes from being on top of the world to beating himself up in seconds. You're just trying to find your way. We all are. I sigh, slumping on my bed in defeat. He lets out a sarcastic laugh.
Easy for you to say. You're on the road to success. Are you ready for your new job tomorrow?
No. I let out a soft laugh. I only got the call on the way to tonight's race that I was hired for an executive assistant position. That's what you get when you work with a temp agency. Jobs in print media are hard to come by these days, and I'll take whatever I can get. I'm not ready, but I will be. You should know that about me by now.
That a girl. So, you're okay?
His question sounds more like, are we okay? Yeah. Eva was home, so she let me in. I need my bag, so you owe me breakfast tomorrow. Early. I don't want to be late on my first day, I demand.
Deal,
he says.
And kiss the Latina princess for me. I owe her for taking care of you tonight.
I wink at Eva, who is listening in on the conversation. The three of us say our goodnights before I hang up the phone and plug it into the charger on my nightstand. Eva slides off the bed as I pull down my covers. He leaves you in the hands of a stranger, and you forgive him on the first apology? I have to. I sigh as I start to remove my pants, getting my pajamas on. You know the hell our dad put him through. I'm all he's got. She gives a nod in understanding. You're too good. She walks to the door and leans on the frame, her head tilted to the side. Do you think you'll see Falcon again? I tuck my shirt over my head. Most definitely not. Too bad. I bet he's a great lover. I pause, confused. Now, why in the world would you think that? Her lips spread wide as her brows rise and fall wickedly. Don't lie. You think so too. I pick up a pillow and throw it toward the doorframe as she walks away. It's easier than telling her she's most likely right.
Chapter 3. Austin. Good morning, Mr. Sexton. Martin, a security guard, greets me as I walk through the 2-story lobby of marble and granite. The word Sexton is in bold black letters on the wall behind the security desk, letting anyone who enters know who owns this place. I pass through the turnstile without having to swipe a badge, and when I get to the elevator bank, an attendant waits to push the call button. Once the elevator doors open to the 22nd floor, and Stephanie, my assistant, is waiting with a portfolio in one hand and a large coffee in the other. It's our Friday tradition. She's a smart one, so she hands me the coffee first.
Good morning, Mr. Sexton.
Have I ever told you you're the best assistant in the world? I ask as I start to take a sip.
Daily, and I know it.
She pushes her glasses up her nose and follows me down the hallway toward the main workspace, where desk after desk is filled with people scurrying to write tomorrow's news when today has barely started. We continue down the hall to my corner office. The room is decorated with mahogany wood paneling and a cream-colored rug. The floor-to-ceiling windows at the far end have a fantastic view of the Golden Gate Bridge and, my favorite, Alcatraz. When I look at it, I hear Sean Connery's deep brogue in my head. Alcatraz, I mutter to myself in my best imitation. There's a button on my desk that moves a large bookcase and swings it around to make a bar appear. It's my madman office. Makes me feel like Don Draper. Stephanie stops at the door while I proceed to the bar. It's lined with mirrors, glass shelves, and these gaudy crystal canisters to house my whiskey collection. It's cheesy, but cool as fuck. It was a gift to myself when I was summoned to work as president of digital media within Sexton Media. I take out a glass and hold it up to Stephanie in offering. She shakes her short brown hair and raises a palm, as if to say, no thanks. I pour a shot into my coffee and then take a sip before I walk around my desk and sit in my leather, Aeron chair. I prop my feet on the desk and listen while Stephanie gives me the rundown of my day.
You have a 9 o'clock call with the sales team at Under Armour to talk about the digital sponsorship for the web series on Stephen Curry.
I roll my eyes at the project my editorial team conjured up. Everyone has done interviews with the Golden State Warrior already. That's not the type of thing that sets you apart from the competition. But everyone keeps saying I don't know what I'm talking about. Stephanie continues.
Missy called a 10 o'clock board meeting.
I take another drink and try to taper my disgust at the mention of my step-monster.
And Stephen Miller called you back.
I pop up in my seat, my feet hitting the ground with a thud. He called back? What did he say? Her face lights up bigger than her 5'5" stature.
He said he's been waiting for your call, and he agreed to talk today at 4.
I slap my hand down on my desk in excitement. This is a meeting I've been preparing a long time for, and knowing it's finally going to happen brings a nervous feeling rushing through me. While I might hate what my father and his new wife are trying to do to this place with their sensationalized news and pop culture, only headlines Stories like the one Sergeant Miller has to tell make it more than worth it. Every media outlet has been after an interview with him since he was awarded the Medal of Honor. He barely survived his heroism and has asked for his privacy while he heals. I had a feeling the time was right, and I'm glad I listened to my gut to reach out to him. Confirm that call, and then get me a list of the top 10 producers my father hasn't royally pissed off. I tap my finger on the desk as the wheels in my head set in motion. Doing an actual human interest story, like the ones we used to do, back when the smartest woman I ever knew was in charge.
Oh, and Bryce wants to see you in his office,
Stephanie says tentatively, making my high immediately disappear. I wave off the notion. He already ruined the event last night with his speech about how I needed to pull my weight around here. It's why my phone's been off all morning, avoiding his calls. Tell him I'll stop by for another heart-to-heart before I leave for the day. Stephanie clutches the portfolio to her chest and looks up over the rim of her glasses.
Actually, he wants to see you now.
I shouldn't be surprised. The guy harasses me 75 times a day. I do a great job of ignoring his emails, calls, and texts. Unfortunately, it's more difficult to avoid him when we work on the same floor. Running my fingers through my hair, I weigh the odds. If I don't go, he'll just march his moody self over here and lecture me for as long as he wants from the comfort of my leather sofa. If I go to him, I can listen and then leave when I feel the conversation is finished. Going for the latter, I grab my coffee and make my way toward the opposite corner of the building, where my dear brother's office is located. It's not a coincidence that I chose the office farthest away from him. I swear the guy never sleeps. The word workaholic in the dictionary should have his picture next to it. He's constantly giving me shit that I don't do my part, which I do. I wish he would open his eyes and see that for a change. I turn the corner to his office, and surprise, surprise, the secretary desk is empty. No knickknacks or pictures, not even a notepad. The glass and metal desk is sitting here with a lone Mac computer and a sad-looking black and red Sexton media pen. Looks like Big Brother pissed off yet another assistant. That's his third assistant in 18 months I've worked here. The last one was a hardcore hockey fan named Christine who had a desire for my brother's, stick. Every secretary has fallen head over heels for Bryce Sexton. They come in here and fall for his good looks and take charge attitude. One girl used our company holiday party to run up to the microphone of the 8-piece band and publicly profess her love for him, only to quit the next day. The guy isn't exactly the sweet-talking type. He's the give you strict orders, and if you don't follow them, he'll reprimand you for an hour kind of guy. He isn't an asshole, but he does act like he carries the world on his shoulders and makes sure everyone around him knows it too. Even though his life is 100% work 100% of the time, women fall for his steel demeanor and want to be the one to crack him open. That's why he has, on more than one occasion, arrived at the office to a naked secretary on his desk. One of these days, he's going to get a lawsuit thrown at him. Bryce's office is the mirror image of mine in layout, except his is all white walls and glass furniture. He doesn't have a bar, but I know for a fact that he has a couple bottles of Johnny Walker Black hidden in his bottom drawer on the right side of his desk. I was half expecting you to avoid me today, he says, without taking his focus off his computer screen. If I'm one thing, it's accountable. Bryce looks up at me with those dark, cold eyes he inherited from our father, and shrugs in agreement. That's about as much of a compliment as I'll ever get from him. I walk over to the conference table and take a seat at one of the swivel chairs. The wheels roll back as I fall into it. I see him give me his signature look of disagreement, chin down as he glares at me over the rim of his glasses. You can always tell when he's had a shitty night by the way he can't get his contacts into his dry eyes the next morning. Adjusting my tie, I say with a snicker, "I see your assistant list today." New one starts this morning. She's down in human resources getting an ID card. We need to talk about something important. Please tell me it has something to do with you needing a new assistant, because I love to hear when you make a mistake. Funny how you like to make jokes about my sex life when you've been with women I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. I squint my eyes at him, hating that he knows so much about me, including who I lost my virginity to. His office phone rings, and he answers without caring that I'm sitting here, waiting for the one-on-one meeting he summoned me here for. Frustrated, he's putting me off when he demanded I be here. I lean as far back in the chair as it will allow, testing it to see just how low it will go before I fall back. "Yes, Missy," he grimaces, taking his glasses off and rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand. "Austin is here. We'll both be at the meeting." He sighs into his phone. When I push further with my feet, the front wheels of the chair lift slightly off the ground. "We'll discuss your new plan then." He's rubbing his forehead with his thumb and pointer finger, the aggravation palpable. I don't know why he entertains her as much as he does. Between me, him, and our younger brother Tanner, we have an equal share in half of this company. 16.67% each, to be exact, while she and Dad share the other half. With my arms up, I try to free fall back, but the damn chair doesn't budge. Instead, it catapults me straight up, interfering with my desire to cause havoc in any way I can. He hangs up the phone, and I know he's going to discuss Missy, but I don't have the patience for that this morning. Instead, I point toward the door where the assistant will sit. Is she hot? Bryce growls at me. It's her first day. So? He rises from his desk and gives me a pointed glare. I just met her an hour ago. The temp agency hired her. He walks away from his desk and into his private bathroom, leaving the door open as he adjusts his tie. He looks so much like our father did at his age. Dark hair over a serious brow and square jawline. He never misses a shave or a morning at the gym. And at 6'3", he looks like he can conquer the fucking world. Except for me, of course. I call dibs on banging your new assistant, I shout out. I'm fucking with him. He knows I don't date women who work for us, but I'm trying to point out that he shouldn't either. His deep voice booms from the bathroom. You can't call dibs on my secretary. Why? You want to crack at her first? I hear that didn't go so well for you in the past. Bryce walks out of the bathroom, his jaw clenched and his fists balled tight. Can we please discuss the issues at hand and not what your actual hand will be doing when you don't get in her pants? I grin. It's on. You know I love a challenge. Bryce shakes his head as he reaches for a folder off his desk and slams it on the table in front of me. Bolton Energy is shopping for ad space. They're the biggest residential solar energy company in the world, and everyone from NBC to Amazon is pitching them for placement. I lift the colorful file off the glass table and thumb through it. I've seen their ads before. They usually feature a family of 4 having dinner in their home that's completely run on green energy. I notice an article about water recycling and how they've developed a cost-effective machine that can be installed on any home boiler. It's an amazing company, but I don't see how the content we're providing is something they'd want to invest in. I don't even try to hide my dismay for where the company our mother built is heading. Since Dad gave Missy a position in the company, our content has been a far cry from the down-home roots we used to have. Now that she's part owner, I can't even imagine what she'll do. Bryce runs a hand through his dark hair, my comment aggravating him, to say the least. No shit. That's why we need to restructure and get the content back on track. If you didn't dick around so much and actually helped run this company, I wouldn't be going head-to-head with Missy on a daily basis and losing every fucking time. Here we go. The conversation we keep on coming back to. I jolt up from the seat and get eye to eye with him. Tell me how you really feel, I spit out. It's time you grew the fuck up and started pulling weight around here. I can feel my jaw protruding through my skin with how hard I'm clenching my teeth. We are one wrong move away from losing this company. Dad and Missy are going to sell it piece by piece to the highest bidder unless you get your shit together and fucking help me. The notion of our family business being sold shocks me. Not that I don't think my father and stepmother would try. Neither of them cares about Sexton Media. All they see are dollar signs, and this company is worth a pretty penny. My brow furrows as I try to figure out what in the world Bryce is talking about. They can't do that. Without a majority share in the company, you, Tanner, and I have 50% between the 3 of us. Bryce does an abrupt about-face and walks to his desk. You have no idea, do you? No idea about what? He picks up an email that's already printed out. You're way too you this morning to know just how close you are to losing your shares. With a confused frown, I take the paper from him and look down at the subject line. Racing to the grave. I peer up at Bryce for a second before reading the next line. 1 dead after underground street racing stunt. My mouth is dry as I read through the email from one of our editors. It seems that, after the police showed up last night and the mob dissipated, a driver plowed his car headfirst into a freeway underpass as he tried to get away. I look at the name of the victim. Tyler Renshaw. My stomach drops, and I feel like I'm going to be sick. Last time I saw the guy, I was screaming at him for shining the light and giving us a false start race. Now, he's fucking dead because he was just trying to get home. I try to control my emotions as I look back at Bryce. He doesn't seem to be affected by my reaction to the article. Turn your phone on. I bet Greg's been trying to get a hold of you all morning. He stands behind his desk, resting his palms on the table, towering over me. Our own newspaper is running with that as their lead story tomorrow. They just sent that to me from their morning rundown meeting. You gonna try telling me that you had nothing to do with what happened last night? It takes me a minute to gather my thoughts, but I finally choke out. I'll make an anonymous donation to his family and make sure they're taken care of. They shouldn't have to be financially burdened in their time of grief. I told you, the racing has to stop. He paces his office. This is the kind of thing that's going to cause us to lose our company. Mom was a smart woman when she willed her shares to us and not Father. Her only mistake was stipulating that If we were convicted of a crime before we turned 35, those shares would be given to our father for him to decide our future in the company. We were teenagers when she had her will rewritten. She knew the troubles young men with money could find themselves in and wanted a way to keep us on the straight and narrow should we ever find ourselves in positions of power at a young age. What she didn't know was that her good-for-nothing husband would remarry, and to a vindictive woman who held no pride or heritage in this company. It will never happen. He leans forward, his hands splayed on the desk, dramatically holding his weight up as he seethes. Stop teetering on the edge of losing everything she worked for, everything I'm working to keep. I slam my fist onto the desk, seriously wishing it were Bryce's face. There are a million fucking things I want to say. About racing, about my own love for this company that I don't even want to work at, about how much I miss her, but he doesn't want to hear any of it. I point to the paper. That crash happened on the way to the freeway. It had nothing to do with the race. That's not how the mayor of Oakland sees it. He's calling for a citywide manhunt for the men who orchestrate these races. That's you, Austin. You and Greg are in deep shit. I can't help Greg, but I sure as shit have to make sure you stay out of this. The mayor wants the street racing to stop, and so do I. Who knows you were there last night? No one, I say quickly, and then halt. The vision of a beautiful brunette with hazel eyes and a quick mouth comes into memory. She knows I was there. He must see my hesitation because he growls. Who? I said no one. I grind my teeth. The last thing I need is him tracking down this girl just to prove his point that I'm careless. Plus, I don't want her involved. It's bad enough that Dick Beckett brought her to the race and gave her up like a chump. If she's brought into this, she'll only be ensnared in Sexton family drama, full of hush money payouts. Not that I should care about her. She was a royal pain in my ass. I had to beg multiple times to get back in the damn car when she'd rather walk up and down the crime-ridden streets of Oakland by herself at night. She might have seen my face, but judging from her reaction, she had no idea who I was. She's probably forgotten what I look like already anyway. I'm about to open my mouth and tell Bryce he has to mind his own goddamn business when his office door opens and the room suddenly fills with the overpowering aroma of peaches. Normally, the smell stems bad memories through my body, but for the first time, other things are coming to mind. A woman's voice says from behind me,
"Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize you had company."
Bryce waves the woman in. "Come in. Now's as good a time as any. Just please knock next time. I was finishing up a conversation with my brother. Austin, meet my new assistant. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name." I let out a laugh at the level of pompousness my brother has reached. "Well, my brother might not have the decency to remember your name, but I turn around to shake hands with his new assistant and come face to face with her. I hit the proverbial brakes. Hard. My words fail as my heart slams right into my chest. Not only do I know this woman, but I also just convinced myself that she had already forgotten my face. Unfortunately, from the way she's staring at me right now, she knows exactly who I am.
Chapter 4. Jalen. There is no way I'm seeing this. I blink a few times in utter disbelief. How is the guy who forced me on a wild ride last night standing in front of me right now? He looks the same, yet so different. His dark, wavy hair is styled back, And instead of jeans and a hoodie, he's wearing a navy blue suit that was obviously tailored to mold his muscular shoulders and wrap around his tapered waist. Last night, he smelled like motor oil and grease, but right now, the clean smell of aftershave and fine Italian threads is pouring off of him. "Pyle," he says. I slightly fall back in confusion. At first, I think he's telling me his name, but then I realize that's what he's calling me. "Excuse me?" I blanch. Bryce calls out from his desk. "Austin, leave." He pauses for a brief moment. "Her alone. I'd like to keep her longer than the end of the day." Austin. The memory of last night plays in my brain. The oversized hooded sweatshirt, the need to conceal who he was. He's a sexton, a part of this media empire I was just hired to work at. It shouldn't surprise me. Rich asshole with the world on a string who lives on the wild side. He probably can't find enough of a thrill in his silver spoon lifestyle, so he has to race to live on the edge. I shake my head a little and avoid his cobalt blue eyes, which are boring right into me. "I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll be at my desk." I spin on my heel and march out of the office. I should be insulted that Bryce doesn't remember my name, but for right now, I'm glad he doesn't. A moment to get my bearings will be helpful. As soon as I'm back at my desk, my first thought is to pick up my phone and type a text to Eva. But before I do, a metaphorical angel appears on my shoulder, telling me to hold off. "He went through an awful lot of trouble to hide who he really is," she says. "Usually, guys with money don't care about consequences. They can buy themselves out of anything. That's not the case with Austin. Or shall I say, Falcon." At the same moment, a little devil appears on the opposite shoulder. Last night's race ended tragically. Falcon's carelessness with these races puts innocent people in jeopardy. The angel hits me in the head with her wand. People like Beckett, who willingly go there. And shall I remind you, Jalen, that you begged him to take you last night so you could see what these races were all about? I stare at my phone and chew on my lip. The little angel wins. I hate that little angel sometimes. I turn on my computer, familiarizing myself with Bryce's schedule and going over the reading human resources asked me to complete by lunch. Of course, I can't concentrate on a damn thing because I'm dying to know what is being said behind that door. Does Bryce know his brother races? Is Austin telling my new boss that I was at the race? Beckett was distraught when he showed up to breakfast this morning to give me my bag. Someone died last night, and they're looking for anyone with intel on who coordinates the races. From what Beckett told me, the group is tight-knit, and the love of racing will keep anyone from opening up their mouth. Still, money talks. When the door to Bryce's office opens, I freeze and close my eyes, not sure if I'm praying Austin will walk on by or stop and talk to me. Sometimes being a girl can be so frustrating. "You, follow me, now," Austin says as he walks up to my desk with a pointed finger. "Are you kidding me?" I ask as he enters my space, gripping me by the forearm and lifting me up. He's not forceful enough to hurt me, but serious enough that I don't put up too much of a fight or cause a scene. He leads me down the hall and then stops as a group of people turn the corridor, walking toward us. He moves us to the side and down another hallway, mumbling under his breath and pulling me with him. He makes a series of turns down the halls I have yet to familiarize myself with, until he finds a door handle, opens it, flicks the light on, and shoves me inside. He follows and closes the door behind him. "The janitor's closet?" I ask, exasperated, as I look around at the small room of mops, brooms, buckets, and cleaning supplies. It stinks of wet rags and bleach. He runs a hand on the back of his neck as he looks down at his brown leather shoes and kicks the wall. "Of all the girls in San Francisco, you have to be here." I cross my arms in front of my body. "And you would have preferred I were—" "Anyone but you, Pyle." "Okay, seriously, what is up with that stupid fucking name?" "You got a better one?" I clench my teeth and feel the tension radiate up my spine. "Yeah, Falcon." His eyes widen at the sound of his street name. He inches closer, and I fall back into the wall behind me. It's cold and hard against my back, but nothing compared to the searing heat that is radiating off his body. "No one can know who I am. Do you understand me? You are the only person who knows. Got it?" I half laugh. "I doubt I'm the only one who knows who you are. I mean, you are." I lift my fingers to make air quotes. "Kinda famous." His hands fly to the back of his head as he looks up to the heavens and tries to tame his annoyance at my mocking him. I push on. "I mean, you're no Justin Bieber, but I get it. You're Bryce Sexton's little brother." This definitely ticks him off. "I own this company, so you'd better watch your tongue. If anyone finds out that I was at that race, then it won't be just my job on the line." His words are filled with a sense of urgency. "Did you hear someone died last night? Or do you even care?" His breathing suspends. "His name was Tyler, and he was a good guy. He worked at his family's deli and was helping his mom pay her mortgage. Last time I saw him, I yelled in his face because he'd flashed a light when you crossed a line. So yeah, I fucking care. Don't ever use his memory to try to one-up me." My brows pinch in at his reaction. His eyes have a glass-like quality, which makes me wonder. "Why do you race if it's so risky?" "Because I love it more than anything else in this world." His serious tone affects me more than I was prepared for. He holds up 3 fingers. "Bryce and my best friend, Greg, are the only people who know that I'm Falcon, and I know they'd rather go to the grave than rat a brother out. You, I'm not so sure of." My jaw falls as I get closer to him, making sure he knows the insult he just slung my way will not be tolerated. Not that I give a flying fuck who you are or what you do, but I'm not hard-pressed to sell anyone out. That's not my style, I say. His hand palms my cheek, and I flinch back, my body hitting the wall behind me once again. I shake my head, confused by his actions. "What is your style?" His strong, lean body presses against mine. If I wasn't so damn mad, I might notice the way his heart is beating wildly out of his chest, or how his Adam's apple bobs as he swallows, hard. But I'm mad, so I don't notice any of those things. At all. Oh, who the fuck am I kidding? There's an overwhelming sensation arousing through my body, one that is pulling me toward him, eager for the connection. I can feel him, not just his body, but also his energy. He's like the engine of his Camaro, vibrating within me. I don't know what he's thinking, but I can feel his thoughts, and they're magnetic. When my eyes meet his, the intense pull of those blue orbs bore into mine. His pupils are wide and dark, as if he feels it too. It's enough to make me lose my breath. I try to fight it, but it's like my hands have a mind of their own when they rise and skim his chest, feeling the sculpted muscles beneath his shirt. His body jolts at the contact, and that only makes me want to travel down the front of his body, feeling every ridge. I make my way down to his waist, to the defined abs he's concealing with his clothes. Way too many clothes. His hands are strong and callous, yet one moves softly from my cheek to under my chin, slightly lifting my face. Our lips align as his other hand wraps around my waist, bringing my body into his. I feel drunk, dazed, as I breathe in the intoxicating scent of Austin Sexton. Where is that damn angel from before? I shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening. I need to stop this. Yet all I can think about is what those lips might feel like when pressed against mine. I grip the sides of his waist and pull him those few extra centimeters toward me, desperate to get as close to him as possible. He must feel the need as well, because he laces his fingers through my hair, holding me even tighter. Our mouths are so close, I can feel his hot breath on my lips. An electrical current soars through my body when his lips crash into mine. It's fiery and passionate. His thumbs run circles on my cheek. It's a sweet gesture to match his visceral kisses. I've never been kissed like this, taken like this, owned like this. Austin pulls back and leans his forehead against mine. We're still holding on to one another as we try to catch our ragged breaths. You like to live on the wild side, don't you? He asks. I can't help but laugh, despite my shallow gasps. I'm rewarded with a gorgeous grin that makes my stomach flutter. I run a thumb over his lips, needing to feel them one more time. Last night, I didn't know his name, but now I feel like my world just exploded. What was a girl like you doing at a street race last night with a dirtbag like Beckett? He whispers. And just like that, the moment is broken. Anger radiates up my spine as I push Austin away. Go to hell. If the lighting was better, I might have seen a flash of hurt on his face. Whatever that reaction was, it quickly morphs into that cocky, arrogant stance that he wears so well. He doesn't fight back as he falls to the other side of the closet. Looks like I've found your weakness, he says. And I've found yours, I counter, glaring at him. His mouth drops, and his eyes widen as he looks back at me with concern. I decide to put him at ease. Kind of. I won't tell anyone that I saw you at the race, as long as you protect Beckett. I can see his mouth ready to spew insults, but I shut him down by opening the door and slamming it behind me. When I'm out in the hall, I'm beyond thankful to see it's empty. I don't need any of my new coworkers watching me emerge from a closet with the boss. I hurry back to my desk and take a seat as the rush of what just happened has my pulse quickening. It's not more than 10 seconds before my hand subconsciously rises to my lips. Because even though I don't want anyone to know what just happened between us, I can't help but feel his kiss. I've never been kissed like that. It also looks like I won't ever be again.
Chapter 5. Austin. I slam my palm on the closed door and curse under my breath. Fuck. My back falls hard against the wall as I take a few seconds to gain my composure. With my dick solid as a rock and my heart revved up, my brain is having a hard time telling both to calm the fuck down. I rub a hand over my eyes and pinch the bridge of my nose. This day has turned out to be the opposite of what it should have been, and it's not even 9 o'clock. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I power it up and tap on Greg's name. Before he finishes saying, "Hello?" I'm shouting, "What the hell happened last night?" "Tyler's dead," Greg says with a raspy voice. I spit into the phone. I know. There'd better be a good reason I found out from Bryce and not you. "Try answering your phone, asshole." His breathing is heavy. I know he doesn't need my shit right now. He knew Tyler too, and his ass is on the line just as much as mine, but he doesn't have a facade to hide behind. "What happened last night, Greg?" "I don't know, man. We all left when the sirens came through. I was with Julie. We were home asleep. It wasn't until my phone started blowing up this morning that I heard Tyler had gotten into an accident. He was getting on the freeway on his way back to Richmond. Car lost control and slammed into a barricade. The police are looking for us. They know he came from a race." Greg lets out a sigh. "Yeah, he was in the car with friends. One was taken to the hospital, but everyone else is okay. They were shaken up and told the cops where they had been. They can't put this on us, right?" "They can't. It's just politics. No one is coming after us. It didn't happen during an actual race. You have any info on the funeral?" "No. I'll keep you posted. You're gonna pay for it, right?" Greg asks. My fingers massage the back of my neck, feeling the clamminess of my skin beneath the collar. I can't leave a mother to bury her son like that. Just get me the info and I'll take care of it. "Will do," he says, with a slight bit of hesitation in his voice. "You okay? I know this is a bit unnerving, but you sound off." Clearing my throat, I lift my head and get my shit back in order. "I'm fine. Make sure the next race is still on. We'll make it a tribute to Tyler." "Next race? Austin, are you sure you want to have another race with the police breathing down our necks?" I give a light laugh. Can't think of a greater rush. With my hand on the door, I open it and step out into the hallway. We race for Tyler. Now that Beckett's out, I want to scout some new talent. He lets out a heavy sigh. "Whatever you say." I end the conversation and let the phone slide back into my pocket. I might be a world-class idiot to want to race right now, but I seriously can't think of a better way to get all this negative energy off my skin. It's the only way I know how to blow off steam. Racing cars might seem reckless, but the last time I felt out of control, I went and joined the Marines. I don't regret it one bit, but the dangers were just the same. I still have nightmares about the things I've seen.
Mr. Sexton, you have your morning meeting in the boardroom,
Stephanie says, rising from her desk as soon as she sees me. I want to tell Missy to fuck off, but I won't do that to Steph. She's too sweet, and Missy would eat her alive. Without a word, I do an about-face and head toward the boardroom. Stephanie is in tow with her notepad in hand. As my assistant, she has the responsibility to take notes and be by my side for any requests I have. This might be a board member meeting, but Bryce, Missy, and I have always brought our assistants with us, which means pile. She's already in the room when I enter. Bryce is in one of the large brown executive chairs surrounding the conference table. She's in a black chair against the wall behind him. Her head is down, and she has a notebook on her lap. She glances up at me out of the corner of her eye and then darts right back to fidgeting with the damn thing. When her hand slowly moves to her mouth, I know she's remembering the way my lips felt against hers. And fuck me, my cock remembers too. Her eyes meet mine, and she flinches, dropping her notebook on the ground. I try to hide my smirk as I take a seat on the opposite side of the table, placing my arms on the armrests of the chair and leaning back in my seat. I'm swiveling from side to side, watching as Bryce is hunched over, thumbing a text into his phone. Stephanie is behind me, nervously tapping her pencil. These meetings always make her jittery, but she's been with me since the day I started, so I'm used to it. I swivel my chair around to her and raise a brow, teasing her nervousness. She scowls at me, and I let out a small laugh. Turning back toward the desk, I look around the room. The long mahogany table that seats up to 16, the beige walls with photos of San Francisco cityscapes, a large television screen on the back wall that's on with the Sexton logo as a screensaver. No matter how many things there might be in this room, I can't help but notice Jeannine. She's put on a tacky argyle cardigan over her navy blue dress, which is sexy in the way it hugs her curves, but her sweater looks like her grandmother knit it. She's chewing on her pen cap. It's a disgusting habit, yet the way her lips wrap around the cap as her hair cascades down her shoulders in long waves makes me wonder what it would be like to wrap my hand around that hair and take control. If she has an oral fixation, I can think of a few things she can busy that pretty little mouth with. One of them being my,
Sorry I'm late. I was on a call with your father,
Missy says as she enters the room, wearing a skin-tight leather dress that dips low to show off her fake D's, which my father bought for her as a wedding gift. If she were any more than a money-hungry whore who's trying to trample over my mother's memory, I'd think she was hot. But she's a grade-A bitch, so yeah, she's as ugly as sin. Bryce cuts down to the chase. Let's make this fast. I have real business to tend to. Missy takes her seat at the end of the table. Her hair is in a tight bun, pulling her skin taut into her Botoxed forehead.
Bryce Sexton, are you insinuating that this isn't real business?
She asks, snidely. If this were an executive meeting, shouldn't Dad and Tanner be here? Bryce asks, causing Missy to smile. Her assistant, Marcus, walks into the room and closes the door behind him. He hands her a binder and then heads back to stand at the door like a bodyguard. She slowly opens the binder.
Are you sure you want your assistants in the room? This is confidential information.
They stay. Bryce answered before I do. Stephanie has signed a non-disclosure agreement, as I'm sure Pyle has too. Plus, Bryce and I can't trust Missy as far as we can throw her. We decided early on, the more witnesses, the better. Missy doesn't argue with Bryce. Knowing her, she looks down at the girls like ignorant little office wenches when they do more work as executive assistants than she'll ever do. Missy crosses her hands over the binder and begins.
As you know, your father has signed over half of his stake in the company, 25%, to me. With this gift comes great responsibility, and certain changes need to be made in the company. Your father and I have found a buyer for the print and digital properties of Sexton Media.
Bryce looks like he's about to pounce, but I chime in first. Doesn't matter what you want, it's a majority vote.
We've been in discussion with Tanner,
Missy says with a sinister grin.
And he seems like he can be persuaded.
Bullshit, Bryce bellows. I nearly jump out of my seat. Tanner would never sign off on that. He knows what this company meant to our mother, and he'd rather die than let you take it apart.
Austin, honey.
She has a condescending tone.
Your mother has been dead for 8 years. It's time you stopped the charade that she had anything to do with the success of the company. Marina Sexton was the face. Edward Sexton is the brains.
My blood boils, and the simmering rage has just turned into a blistering inferno. Our mother built this company from a local quarterly magazine into a billion-dollar empire, I shout. She drove from door to door making deliveries when no one would invest in her dream. She gave up everything to make a magazine that everyone else said would fail. She drove her damn car off a cliff on her way to make an advertising deal. Don't you dare say she was just a face. Marina Sexton was the smartest, most driven woman to ever walk this earth. I can feel the heat simmering under my skin, and my finger throbs from the way I pounded it against the conference table with each word of my statement. Bryce rises and glares at me. The same terrifying glare our mother used to give us when we were out in public and she wanted us to stop fighting with each other. He might be a replica of our father, but when he tilts his head and raises his brows in that way, he is all Mom. He hates when I lose my cool in front of Missy, and so do I. I run a hand through my hair and push it back. As I take my seat, I look over at Pyle. Those hazel eyes are glassy, and that bowed mouth has slightly dropped, as if she is surprised by my outburst. Welcome to Sexton Media, sweetheart. Bryce sits back down as soon as I'm in my seat. Missy seems pleased with herself for chancing such a rise out of me. She looks my way and gives a closed-mouth smile.
As I was saying, Edward is tired from 2 decades of hard work. He wants to retire.
Bryce makes a mock laughing sound. Retire from what? Daily rounds on the golf course and afternoon naps in the steam room?
You'd better watch how you talk about your father, young man,
Missy states in a steely voice. Young man? Bryce snickers. Missy, you're a year younger than me. She flippantly dismisses the comment.
We've already discussed this, Bryce. Your father and I are selling the company. Here are the financials for the acquisition.
She pulls out 2 booklets from her binder and tosses them down on the conference table toward Bryce and me, like she's slinging a shot across a bar. As I open my booklet, I look at Bryce, who's giving me an "I told you" expression. I clench my jaw and thumb through the pages.
You're looking at those rather quickly, Austin. If you'd like, I can explain the figures to you,
Missy says, causing me to glare at her. Our digital revenue is $350 million. The online revenue from the news operation is $318 million, and our reach across our 50 websites is 41 million unique visitors per month. I quip, making Bryce look at me with a raised brow. I turn to him. I've been reading the financials since I was 13 years old. You just assumed I didn't know basic math. Bryce laughs lightly to himself, but then morphs right back into his pissed-off face. I toss the booklet on the desk and rise. Doesn't matter how good those numbers look. We have enough money to afford anything we want. This company is worth more in memory share and heart than what's in that thing, I say, motioning to the booklet that would make us billionaires. Pyle is staring at me again with these big doe eyes, and I can't fucking take it. Why the hell did we think it was a good idea to have assistants in here again? Missy leans forward, her steady glare beating up at me.
Sit down, Austin, we're not done.
I'm not about to listen to her, but Bryce gives me the nod to sit down. I shake my head, but do as he requested, because we are the only team here, and we have to be a united front. Stephanie leans forward and whispers into my ear.
Would you like me to get you anything? Perhaps a stiff drink?
I look over my shoulder and see her leg bouncing like a basketball. No thanks. If you want to get out of here, though, it's okay.
I'm good,
she says and sits back in her seat.
I got your back.
With a sideways grin, I tell her, that's my girl. When I turn back at the table, I see Bryce is still poring through the financials, and Missy is searching through her binder. Pyle, on the other hand, is looking my way with pinched brows. Her gaze isn't on me. It's focused on Stephanie. Missy leans back in her seat and crosses her legs.
Take the papers home and study them. Your father and I will discuss it with you in greater detail at a later date.
Her arms are draped gracefully on the chair as she continues.
In the meantime, we have to keep this company as sharp and sexy as possible to attract even more buyers. Our first venture is going to stem from San Francisco and go into the heart of Hollywood.
She puts her hands in the air like she's showcasing a marquee as she says,
The secret world of street racing.
My stomach falls with her words, especially when she immediately looks my way. It's been done 1,000 times before, Bryce drawls, as if bored with the idea. But Missy doesn't miss a beat.
Not the way we're going to do it.
She rises from her seat and grabs the remote control from the table. The screen comes alive with raw footage of races.
Drag racing, highway and road racing, cannonball runs,
she says, listing off the different variations of street racing.
Across the country, these races are not sanctioned. They're dangerous, and they have law enforcement cracking down.
That doesn't sound very sexy, I mouth, just in time to see Vin Diesel's and Paul Walker's faces on the screen. I should have known this was going to be her tie-in.
The beautiful Paul Walker died at the hands of a skilled driver as they were taking a drive at a charity event. It woke up the nation. People are more aware than ever about the dangers of racing.
The proposal is more aggressive than anything she's capable of. I raise my brows toward Bryce, who gives me an eye roll. We both know she has zero credit in putting this together. Nevertheless, she continues.
Despite his death, Fast and Furious is a box office goldmine. The franchise has generated over $5 billion worldwide. The story has the sex appeal from the film already built in. It has the audience from the movies, and it has the social concern of the people who are seeing the rise in street racing increase with each film.
The screen continues to play videos from the film and morphs into real-life crashes, deaths, and chaos from the reality of street racing. I turn away from the screen, not because of the street racing, but because of the images of crashing, the death that follows, the memory of the hurt, the pain of loss. It all hits me hard. We get the picture. Bryce grabs the remote off the table and turns the television off. With a huff, he leans back and adjusts the clip on his tie. You did an excellent job on that presentation, Marcus. Thank you, Marcus says quickly before stepping back into the shadow of the doorway. Missy doesn't look too pleased with him acknowledging that he did all the work. With a wave of her hand, she motions for Marcus to approach the table. His head is bowed as he takes 10 steps toward her. When he reaches her, she curls a finger, telling him to move even closer. He bows down to put his ear up to her mouth. Despite the closeness, she practically screams into his eardrum.
Get me a latte.
Marcus jumps back. Coming right up. He scurries out of the room, closing the door behind him. Bryce tries to be the voice of reason. I know you're new as a shareholder, but this isn't the type of thing we do. Our editors and staff put these stories and campaigns together.
This is what I did when your father made me head of sales 4 years ago. Now that I'm an owner in the company, I want to do things this way. Story ideas come from the top and trickle down.
I rub my eyes with both hands and press the heels of my palms into the sockets. I take it you have advertisers lined up.
Not yet,
she says with disdain. Then she proudly adds,
I have already commissioned the newspaper to start on the local scale. We have our best reporters on the scene to uncover the masterminds behind San Francisco's street racing. I hold my hands up in a stop motion. You have no right to do that. Bryce is the president of print publication. I'm the president of digital media. And I'm 25% owner of the entire company,
she says with a gleeful smile. The sour taste of her words burns in my mouth. Austin is right, Bryce chimes in. That is my division. I'll talk to our editors and see who is the best to carry on the story. My eyes widen toward Bryce in a silent plea.
I'll do it,
a voice chimes in. We all turn toward the wall where Pyle is. She looks like she's startled by her own voice. It's reminiscent of how she was acting when she was caught crossing the line the other night, causing the race to have a false start. She seems timid, but I know she's as feisty as a tomcat.
Who are you?
Missy asks. If she wasn't permanently frozen with botulism, she'd be displaying lines across her forehead.
My name is Jeannine.
She looks at me, realizing I finally learned her name.
I might only be Bryce's assistant, but I also have a degree in journalism. I know people in the San Francisco races. I mean, I'm no journalist yet, but I can go and scout the scene, be a first-hand account, kind of undercover. Reporters will never get the name of the guys behind the races.
Missy makes a clicking sound with her tongue.
But will an unsuspecting mouse like you be able to accomplish that?
Jalen's face turns a light red at the insult. This is the girl I remember from the weekend. More like a rat than a mouse. Get this girl riled up, and she'll give up names just to prove she's right. I lean across the desk. I hate to take Missy's side on this one because I hate Missy, but she's right. You don't belong at those races. Jeannine crosses her arms.
Why? Afraid I'll be able to do more than your journalists?
I grind my teeth so tight, I feel my own face growing redder by the second. Bryce is staring at me with squinted eyes, forcing me to look the other way. He speaks up. While that is very ambitious of you, we already have reporters working on the story. Jeannine can assist since she's so knowledgeable on the topic. He rises from his chair, adjusting the button of his jacket. If you'll excuse me, I have a print division I need to be running. I laugh in the back of my throat at the comment and the fact that he is marching his ass out of the room with Jeannine in tow. Missy pushes away from the desk, the unhappiness of being superseded by Bryce written across her face. She stands up and walks out of the room with her binder under her arm and her head tilted up further than it should be. I, on the other hand, am still here.
Would you like a flask?
Stephanie asks. Next time I get called into one of these meetings, remind me to drink the bottle first.
Chapter 6. Jeannine. I can't get to my desk fast enough. My heels shuffle along the padded carpet in the hallway, causing me to almost fall when my stilettos get caught in one of the threads. Working in the plush environment of Executive Row can have its downside.
Are you out of your mind?
Austin's words are heard before he even reaches my desk. I look around to make sure no one sees him addressing me like this. Sure, I should let them think he's a prick who yells at employees, but I don't need anyone knowing we have a history, albeit a short one.
Will you keep your voice down?
I hush him, glancing at Bryce's closed office door. Austin doesn't seem to be intimidated. He comes around my desk and gets right up in my face.
You excited to tell the world that Austin Sexton is the man behind the races?
I step back. Ugh, give me a break.
A big break. Like the one you're gonna get for outing me as Falcon. You're more of a pile than I even thought.
My jaw literally drops at his insinuation.
You self-indulgent asshole.
I'm doing you a favor. He leans in closer, and I cross my arms in an attempt to keep him at a distance.
How so? What's your end game? You want money? Because I got plenty of it, baby.
What you don't have is class. I say too loudly, and then bring my volume down to a shouting whisper. I don't want your money, and right now, I'm thinking twice about helping your sorry ass. I did that so Bryce would put me in charge of the investigation and not someone else. It worked, so you're welcome. His brows rise as he gives a sarcastic laugh.
You think Bryce fell for your little scheme? I already told you. He knows I race cars. He hates it, but he knows. He only gave in to save me from one of Missy's cronies doing the work.
I slap him upside the head. Exactly. God, it's a good thing you're good-looking, because sometimes you act like a real idiot. He blinks at me a few times and rubs a hand on his head where I hit him.
You think I'm good-looking?
Oh, shut up. I step away and around the desk, just in time for Bryce's door to open. His dark eyes are aimed right at Austin.
In,
he says. Austin rolls his head from side to side before following Bryce in. I can hear their muffled voices on the other side. I know I should be at my desk to get back to itemizing the notes from the meeting, but it's way too tempting. So, instead of doing the right thing, I place my ear against the wood door and listen in. Bryce is talking.
How does she know you race? Don't lie to me, Austin, because I saw the way you were looking at her, and it's not because you want in her pants.
Okay, I'm going to pretend that doesn't oddly lift my ego.
She was at the race this weekend. She made her way into my car, and I drove her home,
Austin replies. I could punch him for making me sound like a pit floozy.
You fucked my assistant? I said I drove her home. That's all that happened.
Austin seems pretty adamant to explain that there is nothing going on between us, until he adds.
I kissed her, though, in the janitor's closet. Jesus Christ, Austin. You're gonna cause us to lose our company. I'm not. I'm good. I have everything under control. This is just like you. Save it. Save your ass, you mean. Now, I have to go tell my editor-in-chief that a temp is going to be working with him on the biggest local story they have coming up. You do whatever that girl wants to keep your name away from this, Bryce states. And no more racing, Austin. I mean it.
I hear feet moving toward the door, so I rush back to my desk and get to my seat just as Austin flings the door open and slams it shut. His blue eyes are glaring wildly at me, like an animal ready to attack his prey. Little does he know, I'm no prey. Take me to your next race, I demand.
I'm not racing anymore.
Bullshit. You and I both know you can't stay away. He swallows as he appraises me to figure out what I'm up to.
Even if I was going to race, I wouldn't bring you.
I nod my chin toward the door. You heard the man. Do whatever the girl wants. I say with a smile. I want to go to the next race, and I want Beckett to drive. Austin curses under his breath.
You're still sticking up for that asshole.
I'm still sticking up for you, so what does that mean? He inches closer to the desk. His large hands are splayed wide on the top of the glass as he leans close. Too close for a boss to be near an employee. Still, I can't help but be drawn by the darkness in his eyes as he stares deep into mine.
You're crazy, he states.
My heart starts racing again. Visions of the last time we were this close run through my mind. Just an hour ago, in a closet, this man was devouring me. And, if I'm correct, my body liked it. My brain, however, is smarter. I know to stay away from him. He might be wealthy and absolutely gorgeous, but he's everything that is wrong with good-looking, wealthy men. He's so arrogant. While my body and brain are at odds at this moment, my heart is singing its own song. One that's in tune with a '69 Chevy Camaro as it whips across the finish line at 125 miles per hour. The rush, the excitement. The thrill of danger is swimming through my veins and pulsing at the tips of every nerve in my body. He was right last night. I might have told him I hated every second, but when I got home, all I could do was replay the moments that passed quickly while racing down the road. I was scared, but God damn it, it was the freest I'd ever felt. I know it's wrong, but now I'm craving that feeling like a drug. That's why, despite knowing that my little angel is telling me no, I finally shoo her off my shoulder and utter the words. One last request. His eyes squint, glaring into mine, daring me to ask for yet one more thing from him. Little does he know, his anger only fuels my fire. I'm riding with you, I say, with no room for negotiation. Bryce hasn't said another word about the racing story I'm supposedly assisting on, which is a good thing. Instead, he shouts orders at me, and I get to work, which I don't mind. I mean, a thank you wouldn't hurt, but I'm not one to argue. At least, not with him. Austin, on the other hand, is someone I would happily give a piece of my mind to. I haven't seen him in 5 days, counting the weekend, which bothers me. What's worse is, it bothers me even more that it bothers me. I need to forget him and do my job. I moved to San Francisco last year with Eva after we graduated from UC Davis. Beckett was already here, and Eva wanted to explore the city lifestyle versus our small-town suburban background. I've only been able to find temp work since the move. This is the first company that could offer an actual future, so the more I stay away from him and keep my nose clean, the better. If Bryce hires me full-time, I can work for him for a year or two, and then apply for a job as a reporter. At least, that was my goal. But after this week, we'll see. With my nerves constantly on end, knowing Austin is near, and how Bryce has me running around, doing errands that have nothing to do with journalism, I'm not so sure. I swear, he has me working on his personal life more than anything else. I've spent more time searching for information on a girl named Tessa than doing my actual job. He says it's work-related, but when I find out this chick works for a salon as a makeup artist, I highly doubt she's making big deals in the advertising world. After work, Eva and I go to a spin class and order a ridiculous amount of Mexican food. She is dating a new guy from her job at a tech support company and gabs my ear off about him over a tray of nachos. When she starts to babble on about how he has a chipped tooth, my mind starts wandering to Austin's smile and how he has this perfect grin that tilts up to the right when he's getting something he wants. I've seen it twice, once in his car and once right before he kissed me. When Eva mentions that her new guy likes to run, I find my brain thinking about how good Austin looked in that Foo Fighters t-shirt and how his arms were corded and strong. And when she says she thinks he's going to ask her out to a new brewery in town, I can't help but wonder what Austin is doing right that minute. After a while, I find holding a conversation with her isn't working with my traveling mind, so I excuse myself, heading to shower before I turn in for the night. Sitting at my desk in my bedroom with a towel wrapped around my head, I click the images link on Google, and picture after picture pops up of Austin. Most are articles where he posed at various events, dressed to the nines, with his hair nice and tidy. At a gala at the San Francisco Museum for Modern Art, he's wearing a black pinstriped suit, gold tie, and that crooked grin. On his business headshot, he looks professional with a stern gaze and a strong stance. And then there's the picture of him with his arm draped around a beautiful woman at the Children's Hospital benefit last year. I scroll quickly until another one catches my eye. This one taken for the cover of Inside Media magazine. Enlarging it to full screen, I take this second to unabashedly stare at him. His royal blue eyes are looking straight in the camera, into my soul. They are so expressive, giving the impression they've seen a lot and lived 1,000 lives. I know he grew up privileged with a silver spoon in his mouth, but there's something deeper in the way he looks straight at you. It's almost like a dare to look beyond. I saw it the first night, on the sidewalk, when he took his hood down and showed me his face. It was there again when he caught my eye in the conference room after he stood up and spoke about his mother. And when he cornered me at my desk, all I could do was wonder what caused that darkness I saw reflecting back at me. "Busted," Eva says from the doorway. I close my laptop and turn to face her. "Did you learn anything interesting?" she pries, sashaying into my room. "Just drop it, please." "Not a chance. You haven't been yourself all week. I know it has everything to do with your new boss." She walks over to my bed and plops down onto the comforter. "Bryce Sexton is my boss. Austin is your other hot boss," she says as she pulls out her phone. "What did you learn about him?" After my first day at Sexton Media, Eva went into super snooper mode and looked up pictures of the Sexton brothers. She was practically drooling at the sight of Bryce. I mean, I totally get it. With his black hair and dark eyes, tan skin and full mouth, he has this sexy businessman demeanor who takes shit from no one. He's gorgeous by most women's standards, but he's no Austin. I slam my palm into my forehead. "Stop it, Jalen." "Dude, I get it. The little brother's hot." She leans over and grabs a pack of Twizzlers off my nightstand. She takes a bite and waves the floppy candy in the air as she speaks. "I just don't understand why he gave you such a hard time on your first day. What's his story? Tell me what you learned by snooping on him." I didn't tell Eva that Austin was Falcon or that he kissed me. I know she wouldn't tell a soul. That's not her style. It just doesn't seem right to share his secret. I pull my feet up onto my desk chair and hug my knees. He graduated from Stanford and then joined the military right out of college. He was in the military? How old is he? 26? Eva does the math in her head. And he's already out? Aren't they normally 4-year terms? So, if he graduated college at 22, he'd just be getting out now. And he's already been working at Sexton Media for a while. Something doesn't add up. Maybe he got kicked out, I guess. Eva takes another bite and talks as she chews. Normally, that would ruin someone's life. But I guess not a Sexton boy. He just went back to working for good old daddy, making millions. I have so many questions, and the internet has only so many answers. I can't imagine Austin in the military. How did this race car driving, fine Italian suit wearing son of a millionaire who owns part of a media empire find himself in the military? What branch was he in? Where was he stationed? Why did he get out early?
Good thing you don't work for him. Sounds like he could be drama.
Eva rises from my bed and heads toward the door. Her lavender robe sways as she walks.
I'm hitting the hay. Sleep tight.
Have a good night, I call out to her as she closes my bedroom door behind her. I grab my brush off the nightstand and start combing out my hair when my cell phone lights up with a text. I don't know the number, but the message makes my heart race 1,000,000 miles an hour. We race tonight. You have 20 minutes, or I'm taking off without you. Holy shit, I say out loud. I look at the time and see it's 11 o'clock at night. I'm sitting here in fuzzy pajamas with a wet head. I pick up my phone and type back. Is Beckett racing? 3 little dots appear and then disappear. They appear again and stall. Either he is typing back a dissertation or he doesn't know what to write. Finally, a message comes in. Be there in 10. If you're not ready, I'm taking off, and he's not racing anymore. Ugh! I shout as I jump up and race to my closet. I grab a pair of skinny jeans and I pull them up my legs so fast I almost tear one of the belt loops off. In my dresser, I pull out a chunky cable knit sweater and toss it over my head. I'm hopping around my room as I put on my socks and then slide on a pair of riding boots because I won't have to waste time lacing them up. In the bathroom, I slather on some BB cream and apply mascara. My hair is still sopping wet, so I quickly run the blow-dryer through it. It's not polished or pretty, but it's dry, so I won't freeze in the San Francisco chill. I stuff my license and cash in my back pocket and grab my phone and keys as I head out the door. As I'm rushing down the staircase of our 3-floor walk-up, I text Eva, telling her I'm heading out with Beckett. She sends back a KK, so I put my phone in my pocket and head out the front door of our building. The black Camaro isn't here, and a pang of disappointment washes over me at the thought of being too late. Waiting, I look up the block and see a car sitting in front of a hydrant. It's idling with the headlights off. As it pulls out of the spot, I try to hide my relief as the engine purrs loudly and the lights turn on. When the Camaro is in front of my building, I open the door and get in. My seatbelt isn't even securely buckled before Austin is pulling away from the curb. I'm not buckled yet, I scold as I snap myself secure. You're late. His deep voice bellows inside the car. The clock reads 11:11, which makes me grimace. I dare you to find another woman who goes from being fresh out of the shower to ready and on the curb in 11 minutes. He doesn't miss a beat. You were in your towel? The way he says it has a little hint of playfulness. It's different from how we left off the other day. And it's unnerving as hell. I don't know how to respond, so I say the first thing that comes to my head. Nice hoodie. Well played, Pyle. Austin smirks as he reaches for the volume on his radio and blasts it, playing You Want a Battle? Here's a War by Bullet for My Valentine. Well played, Austin. Tonight is going to be very interesting.
Chapter 7. Austin. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the road, but her fuck-me boots are distracting as sin. What girl wears an old lady sweater with boots that are made to make you picture them wearing those boots with nothing else on? She crosses her legs, and it has me shifting my own legs and grabbing the gear shift tightly. Plus, she smells like peaches, and it has my mind running straight into the gutter. This was a bad idea. I have a pre-race ritual, and it doesn't include having a girl in my car, giving me a hard-on. I look at the angel charm and say my silent prayer in my head.
That's pretty,
Jeannine says, breaking me out of my mantra. I look over to see her gesturing toward the angel. I nod and go back to my inner thoughts.
Did you get it from a girl?
She asks. I let out a loud grunt. She falls back into her seat and crosses her arms.
Geez, sorry for asking questions.
She's looking down at her knees, a sulk on her face. I try to utter my prayer in my head, but the way she's sitting there, biting her lip, has me looking at the angel and hearing my mother's voice in my head, telling me to stop being such a jerk. I bang my head against the seat and let out a deep breath. It was my mother's. Her head pops up at my words. It was her favorite ornament on our Christmas tree. I don't race without it. Jeannine takes a moment to reply. Her brows are pinched in as she stares at me. Makes me wonder if she plans on looking at me in astonishment the rest of the way to the race. She heard my speech in the conference room last week. She knows my mother died, and now she knows I keep an ornament in my car in her memory. It can't be that big of a deal.
How did she die?
She asks, and I immediately regret telling her anything. Car accident. Don't you remember me shouting the other day that she drove herself off a cliff? When I said that, I meant literally. She lets out a sad sigh at first, only to be followed by an intake of breath at the punchline of my sad story. Serves her right for prying. Surprised you didn't Google our entire family, I say. She looks down, and if it wasn't so damn dark, I would swear her cheeks turn red.
I did Google. First Bryce because he's my boss, and then you.
I know I'm going to regret this, but I ask. Learn anything interesting?
Yeah. You were in the military. What division did you serve in?
You ask too many questions.
I could just look it up.
If it were on the internet, you would have found it already. Stop looking for a story you don't want to read. The conversation is enough to break the boner I had in my pants. I grip the steering wheel tighter, praying we drive the rest of the way in silence.
Then tell me this. Why does a guy whose mother died in a car accident end up risking his own life racing cars for fun?
Jesus Christ, are you trying to fuck with my head before a race? Do you understand how totally fucked up that question is?
Wow, sorry, I wasn't planning on...
She goes back to sulking in her seat. Her face is looking in the opposite direction, so I can't see her. I fix my eyes on the highway in front of me and try to get back into the zone. Weaving from one lane to the other, I drive us over the Bay Bridge and farther away from San Francisco. Lights by Journey comes on the radio, and I grunt to myself. This was always my mom's favorite song, but it's one that's so played, especially living in San Francisco, and I can't stand it. After rubbing my thumb over the angel, silently saying hello to my mom, I reach to change the channel.
Don't you dare change that song,
Jeannine shouts out, pushing my hand away from the dial. I glance over at her. You like this song? The glare she gives me only proves I've hit yet another nerve with her.
Do you have something against people who like this song?
I take a deep breath. If only she knew. I turn my attention back to the road, feeling her anger hitting me straight on. I've never met a woman whose skin I can get under so easily. As fun as it is, there's this tug in my gut that's telling me it's not as much fun as I think it is. Her fingers are playing with the edge of her sweater, which is odd because she's usually a confident, in-your-face type of woman. If I can piss her off this much, I wonder if I can soothe her just as fast. Marines, I say. Her head slowly turns around to face me with those large doe eyes. I served in the Marines for 2 years before I was discharged. Her lips part, as if to ask another question, but she must think better of it because she just nods and sits back. Her chest rises with a heavy breath as she lets out a sigh. We exit off the freeway and go onto a service road that is no longer in use as the city prepares to reconstruct the exit ramps. Cars are parked all along the lane. Tonight's race is going to be faster than ever because we're racing out in the open. I adjust my baseball cap, pull my hood over my head, and rub my thumb on the angel. To the moon and back, I whisper under my breath. Jalen's hand is on the door handle, but I pull her back. We're not getting out, I tell her. Greg walks toward us. I don't miss the bug-eyed expression he's giving me at the sight of Jalen as he approaches. I roll down my window. What's the word? All's agreed and with witnesses. I sprayed a blue line on the ground about 50 yards ahead. Pull up, I'll give the signal, and you're on. Greg puts his fist up, and I give him a pound. Thanks, brother. Have a good race, man. He taps the top of the Camaro and gives another look toward Jalen. He and I will have a discussion about this later. Now is the time to race. I close the window and roll toward the race line. Jalen looks around the car as I grab the helmet from the back seat and hold it out to her. She takes it with both hands and is about to put it on her head when Beckett's car pulls up next to ours.
You're racing Beckett again?
Her voice is loud and annoyed.
I said let him race, not let him race you.
Beggars can't be choosers. I put my car in park and loudly rev the engine. This is not like the normal races we put on. This is just the two of us. Beckett sees Jalen in the car, and while I can't hear him, I can see him having a tantrum. Jalen turns to me. Her nose is scrunched in the way she gets when she is pissed at me. I've seen this look a lot from her.
When Greg said all's agreed, what did he mean?
She is extra angry now. I give her a devilish grin. We're racing for pinks. She drops her forehead and speaks in a low and controlled voice.
What are pinks?
I tap her on the nose. Not what your dirty mind is thinking. Pinks. Pink slips. The winner keeps the opponent's car. Her mouth is pinched shut as her eyes grow big and wide.
That's why you agreed to take me. You want to throw him off his game by having him see me in your car. Austin Sexton, that is the lowest thing you could do.
You don't have much faith. You've already deemed Beckett a loser. She squints her eyes at me.
You think he could win?
Not a chance. I just think it's interesting that you don't either. Jalen turns her body toward the door, but I drop the car into gear. Too late, honey, race is starting, I say, at the sight of Greg standing in front of my and Beckett's cars with the flashlight pointed down. Get that thing on, now, I demand to her, making her place the helmet on her head just as Greg raises the flashlight. He lights it up, and we're off. The car roars to life like a bomb detonated and explodes down the straight and narrow. I drop the gear down to third as I relish in the feeling of my spine hitting the back of my seat. Beckett's nose is in my peripheral vision as I pop it into fourth and rush past the finish line. There's no time to stick around and revel in the victory because this race was a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I turn onto a dirt road. Greg said it would take me to an abandoned piece of interstate that wraps around to a straightaway and out of this part of town. Jalen rips off the helmet and tosses it into the back seat.
You're an asshole.
I wish you would stop calling me names. My words come out harsh. You're the one who demanded I let him race. Racing for pinks isn't something new to the racing circuit. He's a big boy. He knows what he bought into.
You're a millionaire, Austin. You don't need to race guys for their cars. You do it for your pride.
Fuck yeah, it's a win.
A win for you. And if you lost, you could just go and buy another car. Ordinary people don't have the means. That loss not only hurt his pride, but it also hurt his entire life. How is he supposed to go to work in the morning?
Calm down, Debbie Downer. He can keep his car. It's a heap of junk anyway. I grip the steering wheel tight. Her desperate need to protect this asshole really boils my skin. What is up with you and that jerk anyway? You act more like his mother than his girlfriend.
I'm not his girlfriend, you prick. Do you really think I'd have let you kiss me if I were in a relationship? Beckett's my brother.
She adjusts her position and slams back into the seat with a huff. His sister? Why did you tell me you were his girlfriend? She leans toward me with a glare.
You assumed. That's what you do, Austin. You assumed I was his girlfriend. You assumed I was a rat, and now I can see the wheels spinning in your head as you're trying to assume something else about me. This is it. My name's Jalen Smith. I'm from Sacramento. My mom died when I was 10. My dad is a grade A douche. And my brother is the only living family I have who doesn't make me want to pull my hair out. I didn't know who you were until I met you in Bryce's office. I'd never heard of...
She raises her hands to make air quotes.
The Falcon. And up until last weekend, I hated street racing. This is me. So stop trying to make me out to be some malicious force sent to ruin your life.
Just like that, for the first time in my 26 years on this planet, I'm rendered speechless. This girl, with her smart mouth and sassy attitude, just floored me with her words. We drive in silence. I don't know what to say, and she doesn't seem to want to say anything. Every so often, she raises a hand to the spot just under her eye. A whisper of a whimper can be heard. She doesn't want me to know she's crying. If she did, she'd face me. I met her less than a week ago, yet somehow, I know that about her. I turn onto the highway, and we cross the bridge. The bright lights of San Francisco are lit up around us. When I pull up in front of her building, she doesn't say a word as she unbuckles her seatbelt and closes the door behind her. I wait until she is safely through her front entrance. I know from looking up her file that she lives on the 3rd floor. When a bedroom light illuminates, I can only assume it's hers and that she is safe in her room. This is my cue to leave.
Chapter 8. Jalen. Beckett? Not now. I yell into the phone before I hang up. He called multiple times last night, and again this morning. I'm not ready to deal with him yet. After everything our father put us through, with his drinking and gambling, I can't believe he raced for pink slips. How stupid can he be? I shake my head, trying to push everything about last night out of my mind. I've spent my entire life protecting him, my older brother, but I'm done. He got himself into this stupid mess. Now he needs to lie in the bed he made. Was that him again? Eva asks, standing in my doorway. She knows something horrible happened last night with Beckett, but I'm not in the right frame of mind to talk about it, for fear I'll explode and tell her every detail, right down to how I wound up in Falcon's car. Even though I'm pissed at Austin, that damn angel on my shoulder is making me keep his secret. I nod, walking around my room with one shoe on, grabbing the last of my things so that I can leave for work. Do you want to talk about it? She asks, securing a large gold hoop in her ear, and then moving on to the next. I look under my bed from my other heel. I'm sorry, I just can't right now, I say, reaching along the carpet to pull my shoe from under the bed. Okay. Her tone is low and filled with defeat. Just know, I'm here for you if you need me. My eyes meet hers, and I sag. It's not like me to not tell her what's going on in my life. From bad breakups to my mother's death and my father's abuse, Eva has been along for the ride from the beginning. I think the reason I'm more secure in my life than Beckett is because, unlike him, I can talk about my life, and Eva's always been there to listen. I'm an open book, having learned a long time ago that secrets never provide happiness to anyone. When will Austin learn that? I rise from the floor. With outstretched arms and a shoe in one hand, I tell her the one part of the story that is mine to tell. Beckett raced last night and lost his car in a wager. She sways her head to the side and looks out the window, giving a disappointed shake. Is this another one of his messes you'll have to clean up? I tug on my shoe a little too firmly at the thought. Yes. He's a big boy, Jeannine. If you don't start letting him pick up the pieces to his own life, he'll never learn. Too late for that. Her hand rests on my shoulder as she looks me straight in the eye. I've known you since we were teenagers and watched you plan your life around Beckett. You were supposed to move to Boston and go to Emerson. Instead, you stayed here and studied at Davis. It's a good school. It's not what you wanted. It's what you decided was your destiny. She narrows her eyes. At 23, you're supposed to be reckless and making bad decisions. Instead, you're playing mother to your brother. What happens when you fall? Who's gonna pick you up? I raise my brows and give her a sarcastic answer. You, obviously. Then fall. Let Beckett fall too. You won't know how strong you are unless you risk cracking a bit. Her ethereal Erykah Badu tone makes me feel like I can do just that. And maybe, just maybe, you'll let a handsome young sexton catch you on the way down. This has nothing to do with Austin. She looks at me with a knowing grin. Honey, this has everything to do with Austin. I leave our apartment and head down the long staircase to the main entrance. When I open the door, Beckett's standing out front, leaning against a pole. His eyes are red-rimmed and bloodshot. Obviously, he hasn't gotten a wink of sleep. Not right now. I'm running late for work. I shoulder past him. He steps in front of me. His tone is accusatory.
Why were you there last night?
I look at his hand that is now on my bicep, and rage fills me.
Why was I there? I got you that damn race, and you went and did something so stupid.
With force, I pull my arm from him.
You what? You got me that race?
I watch as his arms cross in front of his body, his feet parting in a protective stance, proving he's not letting me leave without answers. How? Shit. This is exactly why I didn't want to talk to anyone right now. My brain and emotions are not in the right place.
I said, not now. You need to leave.
I step around him, my eyes shooting to the street and the row of cars lining the block, and I realize I don't see his anywhere. Please tell me you still have your car. The exchange tilts in my favor. He stuffs his hands in his pockets and looks down. He doesn't need to say anything more. My anger, both for him and Austin, just hit DEFCON 5, and I need to leave before I say or do something I regret.
You go and lose the one thing you actually own, and you're here to yell at me for being at the race? Put the blame where it belongs, Beckett. You're mad at yourself, not me. You know who he is. Help me get it back.
I can't always be there to pick up the pieces. You got yourself in this predicament. Leave me out of it. I turn to leave, needing out of this conversation.
I'll fix this, Beckett yells after me. I'll find out who that fucker is myself. I'll get it back. I promise you that. You know I don't stop until I get what I want.
My body freezes. I know Beckett. If there's one thing about him, it's that he's persistent. I get up close to him, pushing my finger into his chest. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. You will not go after him. You will not try to find him. You will take your loss and move on. You hear me? To my surprise, he lets me storm off down the street. I'm sure I just surprised the hell out of him, as I did myself. I've never raised my voice to my brother, and I'm not sure what came over me, but it felt so good to finally say exactly what was on my mind. My entire bus ride to work, I focus on bringing down my emotions that have gone from anger to guilt and are now morphing into a sad kind of hurt. I was 10 years old when my mom died of cancer. The day of her funeral, Beckett went out and set fire to our treehouse. It was a dilapidated old thing, but it was our safe haven. I still don't understand why he chose to take his anger out on it. Was it the memory of happy times he wanted to destroy? Or did he secretly hope to get burned in the flames? The fire was put out quickly, but the after effects lasted for years. My father gave Beckett his first beating that night. I can still hear his cries and the slap of leather on his bare skin. You'd think that'd have been enough to make Beckett run the straight and narrow. It had the opposite effect. It was almost like he wanted to be punished. For 13 years, I've been following in his shadow, trailing behind to make sure he doesn't veer too far off course of what I think is the right path he needs to be on. That's why I begged him to take me to the race that first night. He didn't want me to go, but I stole his keys and bullied my way into the passenger seat. I had to see with my own eyes just how he was going to self-destruct next. Him losing his car is not a surprise. Hell, I half expected it. I can't blame Austin for something Beckett did willingly. If it wasn't Austin, it would have been some other driver. As I enter the lobby of Sexton Media, I pray Austin keeps his distance from me today. I'm still mad at him. I'm still hurt. I don't know. Bryce's office door is closed when I get in, so I take the time to put my lunch in the refrigerator in the break room and grab Bryce's mail from the postal center. Before heading back, I run to the restroom to look myself over, making sure my face isn't an open book of emotions. At my desk, I busy myself with reading the dailies and printing a cross-line comparison of all the papers Sexton Media owns in the fashion that Bryce likes the information to be presented. My mind is laser-focused on the task, but when the door to Bryce's office opens, I don't have to look up to know that the person who is exiting is Austin. All my attention is fixated on those steely blue eyes as he slowly closes the door behind him. His look is disarming, so different from when he's Falcon. When he's in disguise, I feel more empowered, knowing that I have him at his most vulnerable. But when he's in his corporate stance, in his dark gray suit and blue tie, standing like a man of power and promise, I could easily let myself be the vulnerable one. Especially when he gazes down at me through dark lashes and lifts that square jaw, like he is right now, as if appraising me, searching my soul to decipher my every sin and solace. It's bewitching, to say the least. He stands there with a vague expression. His eyes look like he wants to speak, but his mouth is unmoving. Whatever it is he must want to say will go untold because he releases the doorknob and turns toward his own office. My heart sinks a bit, and I bite my bottom lip, wondering why his retreat bothers me so. I'm watching him walk down the hall, when suddenly his feet halt on the carpet. Since he's not facing me, he can't see the confused expression all over my face. He asks over his shoulder, "Can you keep a secret?" It only takes a second for me to reply. "I already have so many of yours. So the question is, do you trust me?" His head lowers, and I can see his shoulders tense with his fists clenched at his sides. He takes a deep inhale, making his back rise. When he exhales, he turns to face me, and I'm floored by what I'm seeing. I might have only known him a short time, but his gaze is laced with remorse. "Take a walk with me," he demands. Yes, it's a demand, not a request. Any nerves I thought I had when I saw him fly out the window, and frustration sets right back in. "I'm not going anywhere with you." "I have something I want to show you." He looks away and then back at me. "Somewhere, actually." "Here at Sexton?" I swirl my finger in the air. HR showed me everything I needed to see. He takes a step forward. "They didn't show you everything." "What? Like your office?" "No thanks. I'll pass." I look back at my computer and focus on the screen, even though it's the least interesting thing to me right now. "I have no doubt you'll see it one day soon. But no, that's not what I meant. Come with me." He holds out his hand, and I stare at it. "Look, I'm not really wanting to start my new job as the office slut. So if you don't mind, I'd rather just focus on what I have to do here and stick to myself. You've already caused enough drama in my life. He steps forward and places 2 hands on my desk. I do mind. He smells amazing, and the way his words tickle my ear sends chills down my spine. And don't worry, Kristen on the 5th floor is the office slut. At the rate she's going, you'll have to be here a while to gain that title. His mouth quirks up to the side with a little joke. I laugh, even though I know I shouldn't. I don't know anything about this girl, and a part of me is sad to hear she's gained such a reputation. But I can't help but be surprised by this lighter side of him. Let's take a walk, he says. And, like the fool I am for getting into his car that night, I take his hand and allow him to lead me on another adventure. Really? I pause, folding my arms over my chest and shaking my head. If you think something's going to happen in the stairwell, you have surely lost your mind. After leaving my desk and following Austin down Executive Row, he leads me through a corridor and into the back stairwell. When the steel door closes behind me, I find the space cold and eerie. An odd place to find yourself alone with your boss. And, being that we're on the top floor, I can easily assume that we're not walking down 22 floors. He laughs at my comment, and I make a mental note that I have to stop making him do that because my stomach flutters every time. Don't worry, I won't touch you until you want me to. I'm your boss, remember? He smirks and heads toward the staircase that leads up. To where? I have no idea. We're already on the top floor. Where are you going? You trust me with your life in my car. Don't you trust me here? It's not exactly trust that drives me when it comes to you. Besides, that first night, I was forced into your Camaro. You don't take no for an answer. He turns around and backs me up into the door, not forcibly, but rather protectively. He's so close. I feel his heart beating through his shirt, and his warmth penetrates all over my body. Last night, you asked me to stop making assumptions about you. I think it's time that you abide by the same rules. I have never, and would never, force a woman to do anything she didn't want willingly. My eyes open wide, and I swallow. His knuckle grazes my cheek. All you had to say was no, and I would have left you safely with Greg. But you wanted to be in my car, just like you want to be in my pants right now. My eyes narrow as I do a double take at the words he just uttered. You mean you want to be in my pants? Way to deflect. I like this about you, Pyle. He steps away from me and turns toward the stairs. Why do you keep calling me Pyle? We start ascending. That's what happened when you decided not to give me your name. He's already 10 steps up and about to turn the corner. You know it now, so you can stop. He pauses his steps, glances down at me over the railing, and winks. Where's the fun in that? I huff and continue, shaking my head in frustration at this man. We reach the top of the staircase, only to realize there's no door. Just a small room of 3 walls, with the only light coming from the stairwell we just walked up. How is there a staircase that leads to nowhere? What is this place? The Winchester Mystery House? I ask. He points at a ladder that's up against the wall, with a shit-eating grin covering his face. Yeah. That ain't happening. I look down to my pencil skirt and high heels. I can't climb that in this. You can't, or you won't. He cocks his head to the side, crossing his arms over his chest. I shake my finger back and forth at him. Oh, no. I don't fall for that shit. The whole, if I dare her, she will crap isn't working on me. You'll do just fine. Here, hand me your shoes. You can climb barefoot. You must have taken a lot of girls up here to know I'd do better without shoes. Quite the opposite, he says, causing me to raise a brow. I figured, if you're going to know my secrets, you might as well see my hideaway. My head twitches in contemplation, but I try to recover quickly. I've realized that it's best not to overanalyze anything Austin says or does. So, are you going to come or not? He asks. I look around the dark room. Behind me is the staircase going back to our floor. In front of me are cylinder blocks of a 4x4-foot room with a ladder hanging on a wall. The little devil appears on my shoulder and urges me on. He's not going to kill you on the roof. He knows he's too pretty to go to jail. For once, I listen to the red lady. I lean down to remove my shoes, handing them one at a time to him. Fine, but I go after you. No looking up my skirt. I glare at him, making sure he knows I mean business. And damn it, it makes him laugh again. He begins his ascent with my shoes in hand, and I follow behind him. I can't help but wonder how it's possible that this man keeps getting me out of my comfort zone. Every time I'm with him, I'm doing things that would normally terrify me. Driving in race cars, stepping up to take on an investigative journalism assignment, climbing a ladder to my possible death. He stops, and I hear him fiddling with the lock of a hatch on the ceiling. Once it pops open, he swings it up, and I hear it slam against the roof. Light floods the area around us, and I feel a swoosh of cool air swirl down. He continues his climb, and within a few more rungs, I'm making my way over a railing and stepping onto a gravel roof. After handing me back my shoes, he waits as I slide them back on. His hand reaches for mine, and he walks me to a corner of the building. What is this? I ask as we approach an outdoor living room set under a fabric portico. The drapery is swaying in the gentle breeze that we're awarded with from being this high up. Under the portico is a curved couch with cushions plusher than my bed, which wraps around a gas-lit fire pit next to an inviting chaise lounge that I'd love to take a nap on. Several accent tables and plants are placed around, including some candles enclosed in glass lanterns of various sizes. The only thing that's missing is a cocktail bar, and then this would officially be a nicer setup than I'd ever seen on any vacation I'd been on. Want a drink? He asks as he reaches under the seats and slides out a drawer that's actually a mini fridge. You have got to be kidding me. What? I have water in here if you don't want alcohol. I mean, you are on the clock. He playfully tilts his head. I point toward the water and catch it when he throws it to me. Untwisting the cap, I take a sip and walk around the furnished area that sits on the center of the large rooftop. There are sand-colored rocks on the floor, which looks to be imported, and a black rail around the perimeter of the building. Up here, we have a 360-degree view of San Francisco, and it's breathtaking. How in the world did you get this up here? I ask, noting there is only that one ladder as a point of entry. Come on, I'm a sexton. I want it, I make it happen. He takes a seat on the sofa and crosses his feet on the wide edge of the fire pit. It's just that easy, huh? You snap your fingers and people run? Well, no, it's not that easy. I make sure I pay them well first. I place my water on the table and take a seat on the chaise, opposite of where he is. It's like that, huh? You pick the farthest chair away from me? I give a nod while taking him in. The slight breeze is ruffling through his light brown hair, making the perfectly styled do become messy. More like the way it is when he's racing cars. He's looking out at the city's skyline. I do the same and take in the scene. Even though we're 23 floors up, there are still skyscrapers all around us, and the view is different than one I've ever seen. There's something so freeing and peaceful being away from the hustle and bustle of the city below us. It's silent up here. We're the only two people at the top of the world, yet we have nothing to say to one another. All we need is to exist in the fog and breeze and try to keep it from carrying us away. Resting my head against the back of the chair, I can't deny that it's a comfortable silence. Still, it has me wondering. So, why did you bring me up here? I ask after a few minutes of silence between us. To call a truce. He lowers his legs to the ground, so now he's sitting straight up. He pauses for a moment before stating, I was wrong, and I'm not too proud to say when I've made a mistake. An apology from him is not something I was prepared for. I was wrong too. I had you pegged as an egomaniac who has little regard for anyone's feelings. He lets out a laugh. No, you're right about that. I'm not laughing. You're a decent guy, Austin. Why would you say that? Why would I say that? It's something that's been sitting with me for days. A connection I feel to him, despite wanting to run the other way. The way you spoke out about your mother, defending her to Missy. I look away and swallow down the emotions threatening to creep up into my eyes. I lost my mom when I was a child. I know how hard it is to grow up without one. When I turn my head toward him, it's to see his serious gaze and nod of understanding. He stands up, reaches in his pocket, and produces a key. This is for you. He hands me what I can only assume is Beckett's car key. I told you I wouldn't keep the car, but I thought you might have your own plans for it. Thank you, I whisper, grabbing onto his hand. He stills. His body, which was turned back toward where he was sitting, is now angling toward me. I look up at him. Austin, if you really want a truce, I want one of your secrets. One more, I mean. His brows are furrowed as he stares out toward the bay. The sun beats brightly on his face as he looks back at me with honesty.
I'm terrified we're going to lose our company to Dad and Missy.
I shake my head. Not if I have anything to say about it. He smiles.
So, the temp is going to save the company?
I'm gonna try to keep your name out of the races. I don't understand how that works, but I already have my notes written up, and there's no mention of Falcon. He raises my hand to his mouth and gives it a soft kiss. While I'm trying not to decode what that means, he carefully lowers it and takes a seat next to me on the chaise.
Missy's already figured out that I race. That was her way of threatening me with her knowledge. Thank you for offering your soul to the devil, but my grave has already been marked.
I hate that she can hold this over your head.
Me too. That's why this place is so special. I feel calm up here.
It's beautiful, I say about the rooftop, even though my attention is fixed on him.
I'm glad you're here. I wanted to give you that key, and this was the perfect place to do it.
I blink at his comment. Why didn't you just give me the key as soon as we got up here?
I wanted to see how long we could sit in silence. I'd say we're off to a good start.
He winks, and my heart pounds out of my chest. This is not what I need in my life right now.
Chapter 9. Austin. Being on friendly terms with Jeannine is both a blessing and a curse. While it's nice to not have her scowl at me all the time, having her smile is worse. Mostly because she's so damn pretty when she smiles. She also has to stop biting that damn lip. The way her teeth graze her plump lower lip has me thinking about how bad I want to suck on it. And then I have to adjust myself in the middle of a meeting. She was doing it this morning when I passed her in the copy room. I was on my way to a meeting and couldn't stop to chat, which was a good thing because I might have decided to skip the meeting altogether just to talk to her and stare at that lip. Yesterday, on the roof, the wind swept her hair to the side, exposing her long neck. When she looked at me with those hazel eyes and Cupid's bow mouth, saying how beautiful she thought it was up there, I almost replied, "So are you." Thank God I didn't. She's an employee and I have a strict rule against that, but I'm starting to think some rules are meant to be broken. It's rare for a girl to work her way into my thoughts the way she has. I think it's her sass. Being a sexton sometimes has its drawbacks, and hooking up with a woman can be sometimes too easy. Normally, they're willing to drop their pants just to get in my wallet. Not Jeannine. She doesn't want a thing from me, which makes me want to show her the world. Getting in her pants would be worth opening my wallet for. "What's wrong with you?" Bryce asks, interrupting my dirty thoughts about his assistant. "Always good to see you too, brother." He looks at me with a wary eye as he walks behind his desk. "Last week, I couldn't get you to answer my calls. Now you're here, unannounced, for the second morning in a row. I hate when he's right. There's no winning with you." He narrows his eyes, as if he's working through a puzzle in his head. "You're not drinking?" "I don't drink every day," I say, defensively, causing him to accusatorily raise a brow. "You know what your problem is? You need to get laid." His posture stiffens. "What I do on my personal time is none of your business." Did I touch on a soft spot? What's the matter? No assistance to... My words trail off as my attention goes right to the door when Jeannine is seated on the other side. Bryce doesn't seem to notice my distraction. It only happened twice, so stop making it seem like I sleep with all of my assistants. And for the record, I didn't sleep with the last one, so it would do us both a world of good if you stopped spreading rumors. Yeah, I mutter. Just tell me you actually did something today besides think about my damn love life. His love life? I rapidly blink my eyes and try to figure out what the fuck my brother is talking about. When it comes to Bryce, the words love and life aren't synonymous with one another. He's driving on autopilot to becoming the world's first living heart donor. I throw the file I'm holding onto his desk, Frisbee style. Finalized and signed. Yes, that's the Under Armour account. They're taking digital and print ads out on all platforms. You're welcome. We've been working on this account all year, and at one point, Bryce swore it was a waste of time. Maybe now he'll get off my back. He opens the file, verifying what I already told him. Tossing it back to the desk with a nod, he goes back to typing on his computer, like what I just said wasn't a huge deal. That's it? No, hey, good job, little bro. You want me to kiss your ass for doing your job? No, I want you to kiss my ass for saving that account. You could have just emailed it to me. And miss seeing the happiness and joy on your face. Fuck off. As always, nice chatting with you. I exit the room, shaking off the feeling that he tends to leave me with, and am confronted with another awkward feeling. Disappointment. Bryce's quick-tongued assistant is not at her desk. I peer into the newsroom, but don't see her in there either. I could go on a stalking mission, but that would be, well, stalking. Instead, I head to get a cup of coffee. I'm walking down the hall when my cell phone rings. Tanner, with his ridiculous man bun, shows up on my screen. Please tell me you've cut that hair of yours, I say as I answer. Most people start conversations by saying hello, he says with a laugh. Not my style. What's up, little man? Counting down your final days of freedom? Tanner is set to graduate from Columbia in a few months, and once he does, it'll be a lifetime of doom and Sexton media for him. Something like that. You sound like you're on the run. Did I disrupt anything? I'm on my way to get coffee from the break room. You hate coffee, he declares. Are you stalking a chick? No, I am not stalking a chick. I wave off the insinuation. For the record, women stalk me. You know, there are better ways to get a girl's number than following her into the break room. Again, I'm not following anyone. She might not even be in there. I immediately smack my head at my quasi-confession. Tanner laughs out loud. You need to stop watching old spy movies and read some classics. I chuckle to myself. Tanner has always been the most touchy-feely one of the three of us. His artsy ways show through in everything he does, and I wonder sometimes if he's actually related to us at all. But I know he gets every aspect of who he is from our mother. Since he was the baby in the family, she spent the most time cuddled up on the couch with him. She knew he was her last son she could do that with, so it seemed like she took advantage, trying to make up for every moment she'd missed with us. Not all of us read Shakespeare for fun, I deadpan. Obviously. And I was thinking some Jane Austen, not Shakespeare. You were named after her, you know. Were you calling for any other reason than to bust my balls? Not really. I'm on my way to class. Call me when you're done stalking. All right, later, T. Love ya, A. After I place my phone in my pocket, I straighten my tie and try to look casual. When I enter the break room, it's to the sight of the sexiest ass I've ever seen. She's bent over, looking in the refrigerator. I lean against the doorframe to take her in.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Sexton.
Rosie, another employee, bumps into me on her way into the room. Thud.
Ouch, damn it.
Jeannine cries. I turn to see her rubbing her head where it must have smacked against the top of the fridge. You okay there, Pyle? Her eyes narrow, and I grin in response.
Please stop calling me that, and...
She rubs her head.
I'm fine.
Yes, you are, but your head doesn't look okay. I approach her, laying my hands on her head to examine her bump. The skin is pink around her hairline, so I tenderly rub a thumb over it to see if it hurts her. I can feel her body quiver and then stiffen as she pulls away, glaring at me.
Isn't this sexual harassment?
Making sure my employee is okay after she hit her head? No, not at all.
So, you take care of all your employees like this.
Her teeth graze that lip again. I see Rosie making coffee in the Keurig, and I bring her in to have someone on my side. She used to work in my department until she got promoted, and we love to rile each other, so she knows I'm all fun and games at the office. Rosie, how long have you known me? I ask her.
Long enough to know I've never seen you in here,
she says with an expressive grin. Would I ever do something that borders on sexual harassment? She lets out a quick, hearty laugh.
I'm staying out of this one.
With her coffee now made, she reaches out her hand to Jeannine.
I'm Rosie, by the way. You're new here, right?
Jeannine takes her hand.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Jeannine, Bryce's new assistant. Ah.
She pauses, taking a sip of her coffee before glancing over to me with a knowing look.
In that case, Austin is the good brother. It's Bryce you have to worry about.
Jalen's eyes go so big. I sit back on my heels. See? I'm the chivalrous one. Thank you, Rosie.
Now, I didn't say that.
She hits my arm.
By the way, good work on securing the Sergeant Miller interview. I heard that's going to happen.
She gives me a motherly pat on the cheek and opens the door.
Good luck, Jeannine. It was nice to meet you. You too,
she replies, before tilting her head down and suspiciously eyeing me.
You're the good brother?
Apparently, but don't take my word for it. I state with a grin, thumbing toward the door where Rosie just walked out of. But Jaylen's not laughing as she runs her hand across her forehead. Seriously, is your head okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
She offers a small smile.
Just one of those mornings.
I nod and watch as she walks over to the counter and grabs a coffee pod from the drawer. I rub my chest as a nagging thought hits me in the gut. Can I ask something of you? She gives me a wary eye.
Depends.
I lean my hip against the counter and sink my hands into my pockets. Don't sleep with Bryce. She nearly drops the mug she just took out of the cabinet.
Excuse me?
In the past, he's had an assistant or two try to get him in bed. It must be the Sexton's sex appeal. I mean, I get it. We're pretty fucking good looking. I'm making a joke, but she's not laughing. She's just looking at me like I'm the biggest asshole in the world for insinuating that she wants to sleep with my brother, who is also her boss. I lean over and hit the button for the machine to make her coffee. Say something. Her shoulders fall back and her chin rises.
Austin Sexton, I have a million things to say, but while your comment was wildly inappropriate, I will respect the fact that you are my employer, so I will keep it to this. My sex life is none of your business.
Yes, ma'am. She goes to turn, but then thinks twice and points a finger at me.
I don't know what you have against your brother, but he has been nothing but courteous to me. Standoffish and quite frankly stoic at times, but he is a good man. You, on the other hand, just can't seem to keep your damn thoughts to yourself.
Well, Her cheeks redden.
And if I did want to sleep with him, or anyone in this company, it wouldn't matter what you thought about it.
So you do want to sleep with him? She stomps her foot.
No.
But you just said...
Don't say it, or I will pour this hot coffee all over your $1,000 suit,
she threatens, with her mug held high in her hand, and I believe her. I sway to the side. Actually, it's a $5,000 suit. She lets out a harumph.
You're incorrigible.
I watch her leave, and I kick the closest thing next to me, which happens to be the garbage pail. Trash falls all over the floor, and I curse out loud as I take a knee and clean it up. Yes, me, in the suit I just bragged about, picking up other people's garbage. If Jeannine were here, she'd tell me that it serves me right. She'd also get down here with me and lend a hand because she's a decent person. Too decent for a guy like me. I stand up and wash my hands in the sink, noticing she left her purse sitting on the counter, wide open, showing feminine hygiene products lying across the top. I know her reaction to what I said is not because she's hormonal, but I'm sure it didn't help. In all my years as a single guy, I haven't had to deal with a girl during her time of the month. The only experience I have is from my mother explaining it to me when I was 10. I remember coming home from school, dropping my backpack on the ground, and declaring at the top of my lungs that girls were disgusting. When she asked what had brought on this sudden change of heart, I explained what we had learned about in school that day. The look on her face was unforgettable. With a pout, I crossed my arms in front of my chest as I listened to my mother say something I'd never forget.
Don't put down the things you don't understand. A woman's heart and body are far stronger than a man's. That's why God gave her the ability to do something that you cannot. Create a life. And I'll be damned if I let you grow up to be the kind of person who runs away from a girl just because of what is happening with her body.
What am I supposed to do then when this disgusting thing happens?
You buy her candy.
I open the refrigerator door and see a container marked Jeannine. Inside are a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and an apple. I grab her purse and her lunch and decide it's time I do exactly as my mother instructed.
Chapter 10. Jeannine. Let's go over all the ways today sucks, shall we? First, I missed my bus and was late to the office, only to arrive and realize I forgot my security badge and had to go through the process of getting a temporary one before finally getting upstairs. I messed up my morning analytics report for Bryce and accidentally copied my cable bill, which I brought to work to pay on my free time, and had it bound between Bryce's proposal for his 9 o'clock meeting. I've had cramps all morning, and I'm stressed, trying to learn the ins and outs of this place. I reach for my purse and realize I don't have it. Trying not to freak out, I think back to retrace my steps. I enter the break room, and where I'm positive I left my bag is now bare of everything, except for a few plastic cups stacked neatly. Checking the fridge for my lunch, I see a note taped to my Tupperware container. Correction! It's a ransom note, printed in a way to have each letter look like it was cut out of a magazine. I have your purse. Come to lunch with me, or you'll never see me naked. There's only one person who would leave such a ridiculous note. From the high-gloss paper and the way the letters are printed, I know it was made in the advertising department. Still, he's not winning any brownie points with me. I remove the note and open the container, where I see he's dumped my food, leaving it completely empty. Anger fuels my rage, and I storm out, heading straight to his office. Yes, I agree, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich isn't much of a lunch. But I haven't gotten my first paycheck yet, and my budget is paper thin until I do. People have cable bills to pay, you know. Austin's assistant is outside his office and rises from her desk when she sees me coming. Hi, Jalen. She cheerfully greets me, surprising the hell out of me. I'm fuming mad and ready to barge into his office with an epic screech. But my manners get the best of me, so I stop and reply. Hi, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. I'm Stephanie. We never officially met at the meeting your first day. I take it you're here for your purse. She pushes her glasses up her nose with a giggle. How did you know? Austin told me you'd stop by, and when he flung a black purse over his shoulder, I figured it was yours. She gives a little eye roll in jest. Clearly she has a good relationship with Austin and finds him quite charming. Is he always this frustrating? I ask. Coming from the woman who works under Bryce Sexton? I always felt lucky that I got the easy brother. Austin seems one-dimensional, but he's actually really complex. Once he lets you into his self-proclaimed circle of trust, you realize that he's actually amazing to work with. His circle of trust? He has a movie reference for everything. Yep, and he doesn't let many people into it. She sits back in her chair, crossing her arms and assessing me from head to toe. You've caught his attention, though, which is amusing to me. I try to figure out if this is a mean girl situation or if she's being sincere. The look on her face is nice, friendly. Even so, I'm hoping it's the latter, but I'm not one to let things be. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what I think of that. Austin is one of the most eligible bachelors around, but I've never seen him look twice at an employee here. Most of us get his antics on a daily basis, but we've been here for a while and know it's all for fun. I get the feeling it's different with you. Great, I huff out. Yes, it is great. Take advantage. He's a good guy, and pretty much every employee here would love to be in your shoes. Well, except me because I'm married. She holds up her ring finger. Which is why I'm his assistant. He doesn't like to mix business with pleasure. It seems, until you. I stare at her, shocked by how open this conversation turned so quickly. He's expecting you. Go on in." She shoos me off with a tilt of her head and turns back to her computer, effectively ending our little chat. I mutter, "Thanks," under my breath, and open the door to his office. He's sitting at his desk with a pen in hand and an open binder. His eyes glance up to meet with mine. My chest tightens, and my body flushes at the beautiful man staring back at me. I close the door behind me with a thud and fall against the weight of it. We stay locked on each other for a few breaths before he stands to come closer. As he walks toward me, my mind is frozen by the way his large frame fills the room, feeling like it takes up every inch and surrounding my entire view. I imagine him in his military fatigues, all broad-shouldered and strong thighs under a uniform of honor, and I have to clench my legs to stop the sudden ache. I've never been affected by the presence of a man the way I am with him. Fine, I admit it. I'm attracted to him. So damn attracted. His chin rises as he marches over. Authoritative. Every step feels like it's vibrating my very being. I push my back against the door, taking a deep breath as he steps up so close, and I feel his warmth pour all over me. "You have my purse," I say with a swallow when his hand presses against the door, trapping me in. "I also have your apology," he says. His eyes look around my face, taking me in with every pass. His mouth parts, and the tiny pulse of his neck is beating wildly. "I shouldn't have told you not to sleep with Bryce." "No, you shouldn't have." "I'm also going to apologize in advance for telling you that I don't want you dating anyone either." Ugh, this exasperating man. Why do you even care? "I don't care." I pause, feeling my forehead crinkling as I look up at him in confusion. "You like me." "Jeannine," he says as if it's a threat. Lord knows I love a challenge. "You have a crush on me." He steps back while his eyes are trained on mine. "This is not high school." "You want to get in my pants," I tease with a devilish laugh. "Trust me, if I could turn it off, I would." Oh, snap. Did he really just... "You want to turn off the fact that you want to get in my pants?" My words came out barely coherent. "Yes," he answers honestly. "No." I swallow. "No?" "Jeannine." He starts, but stops. His eyes glaze over, laced with remorse. For what, I'm not sure. My hand tentatively stretches out. I place it on his chest and feel it beating. No, pounding against the skin. My lashes flutter as I look up into his clear blue eyes. "What are you thinking about?" His cobalt eyes turn midnight as he stares back at me. His Adam's apple bobs with a swallow. "You." His hand rises to my cheek and rubs a small circle along the skin. "I can't stop thinking about the way your eyes change from green to brown, depending on what color shirt you're wearing, or how you have this tiny vein that pops out of your forehead when you're mad, which is a lot.
I can't stop thinking about how you chew on pen caps, or how you're always biting this lip. His thumb moves to my mouth, pulling my lip out from between my teeth. His hard body steps closer, molding to my soft one. He leans in ever so slowly, his hand now cupping my chin as that deliciously woodsy scent infiltrates my senses. I let my fingers travel up his chest and over his throat, cradling his jaw in my hand. His face is a mixture of rugged and soft, just like him. "Are you going to kiss me, Austin Sexton?" I ask. "No." He leans in even closer. "No." My eyes fall to his mouth, and I'm done for. "Never." His lips lightly touch mine, checking for reassurance. When a slight moan escapes my body and my shoulders drop, he moves in more. Pressing firmly against me and sweeping his tongue out for a taste. His kiss is soft and tender, making my entire body light on fire with a craving for more. I kiss him back, wanting every drop of what he's offering, but he pulls away. My heart is racing like wildfire, and my mind goes blank as I tame the ache swirling within me. His forehead leans against mine as he takes a deep breath in. "Yep, that's what I thought," he whispers. My mind finally decides to make a presence. "That's what you thought?" His mouth tips up with a smirk. "You want me." I push him away and raise a hand to wipe my mouth. He stops me. "Don't wipe it away. A kiss like that doesn't deserve to be wiped away." My mind freezes again. I hate that this frustrating man kisses like a god and leaves me in a puddle of goo. He turns, and once I have my space back, my brain decides to work again. This changes nothing. This changes everything. He gives a full smile, a rare one, which showcases his perfect white teeth. "Are you ready to leave for lunch?" I can't take a lunch today. My stomach disobeys me and says otherwise. "You need to eat." I place a hand on my hip. "I had a lunch prepared, but you tossed it." "I gave it to a homeless man on the street." I stomp my foot. Yes, it's childish. But what other reaction do you have when someone you're mad at says they did an incredibly decent thing? "That was my lunch." "That was barely rabbit food." He grabs his keys and wallet off the desk. "Come on. I know a great burger place right around the corner." My mouth salivates at the thought of wrapping my lips around a greasy burger that I'm sure is to die for if he's recommending it. I haven't had a good burger in a while. Unfortunately, my budget only calls for the fast food variety, and they don't hold a candle to a real, stacked, delicious restaurant version. Damn him. He hands me my purse, opens the door, and gives a gentlemanly gesture as he says, "Ladies first." I'm ordering dessert, too. His eyes light up as if he just remembered something. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a bar of Godiva chocolate. I curve a brow. "What's that for?" "My mother said to always buy a lady candy." I suspiciously eye him, but take the candy anyway. I mean, it is Godiva. His deep laugh vibrates as he closes the door behind us. "Stephanie, I'm taking a long lunch.
I turn to him. Not long. I have to be back at my desk in 30 minutes.
He groans and looks at his assistant. Stephanie, I'm taking a short lunch.
I look at her, and she's grinning from ear to ear. Good luck, she whispers to me. I don't want to tell her that I think I'll need it. We wait for the elevator, and I pray someone will be in there when it opens. To my dismay, it's empty. We enter, and he presses the button for the ground floor without looking at me. My heart pounds as we stand side by side. I look at our reflection in the steel doors. His wavy dark hair and tan skin is similar to my own, but that's where the comparison ends. His features are squared with sharp angles. I'm daintier with soft curves. He's the freeway, jetting through the mountains, and I'm like a scenic drive along the coast. Still, it has me wondering what it would be like to be up against this hard mountain of a man, feeling every ridge of his body and claiming it as my own. I'm not one to have such racy thoughts in the middle of the day, but that kiss has left me feeling insatiable. My hand rises to my mouth as my finger skims my lips at the memory.
I'm not going to kiss you again until you're ready, he says.
My head pops up, and our eyes meet in the reflection of the steel. Why kiss me at all?
I had to see if you were worth the chase.
The elevator dings, and the doors slide open. He turns to me, winking before he exits. I'm stuck in my place, and it's not until the doors start to close that I step out and catch up to him, trying to ignore his statement, but having it on repeat in my head. The extremely fancy restaurant is only a few blocks away. We make our way through the afternoon crowd, and he opens the door, holding it for me to walk through. Hello, Mr. Sexton. Your usual table today? The hostess asks, with the batting of her lashes.
2, please,
he responds, placing his hand on the small of my back to bring me forward. The girl's eyes widen, and her smile falls when she realizes I'm standing here. She recovers quickly and goes back to hostess mode. This way, please. We're led to a corner table covered in a white tablecloth that leaves just enough room for our plates, cups, and nothing else. The hostess hands me a menu, but doesn't hand one to him. I'll be right out with your drink, she says, making sure all her attention is fixed on Austin, while I get her backside. He doesn't watch her walk away, which, from the way she's swaying her hips, I'm pretty sure was the goal. I take it you come here often? I ask, opening my menu.
Yeah, I usually come here alone. It's not exactly the business lunch kind of place.
I think the hostess has the hots for you.
We fucked last week,
he says nonchalantly. I take in a sharp breath, dropping my menu.
I'm kidding. I just wanted to see your reaction.
He smiles, placing his napkin on his lap. Ha ha, very funny. I lean over and pick my menu up off the floor.
Thank you. I thought it was.
The waitress approaches our table with a small glass full of ice and a brown liquid filling only an inch or so. Just as you like it, she says. I'll have an iced tea. I lean forward to get her attention. When her head turns my way with a closed-mouth smile, I give her my own and watch her leave. Austin seems oblivious as he takes a sip of his drink. Do you always drink in the middle of the day?
Yes, and most mornings.
He stops and raises his eyes to the ceiling in contemplation.
Not so much in the last week or so, but yes, I enjoy a cocktail or two. Now, this.
He taps the glass.
This is special. I only have it when I come here. It's Louis XIII cognac.
Is that something special I should know about?
Only if you're into cognac.
And like to throw away money? He laughs.
Yes, I guess you could say that. But why have money if you can't enjoy it?
I lift my eyebrows and shake my head, looking down to my menu again. I have no clue what that feels like. The waitress brings my drink and asks, "Are you ready to order?" She's looking at me, and I'm still clueless over the menu.
She'll have what I'm having.
Austin answers for me. I will? I glare at him.
I seem to know what you like more than you do. Trust me on this.
The waitress grabs my menu and leaves. He eyes me as I sip my iced tea.
Do you want that spiked?
I shake my head. I don't drink. Leaning back, he punches a hand on his heart like I just drove a knife through it.
Why not?
My father's an alcoholic. He stops his mock theatrics and straightens up. His hand goes straight for his glass, but then releases it. It's okay. You can drink. I don't think everyone who drinks has a problem. You may have vices, but addiction doesn't seem to be one.
How can you be so sure?
He asks, looking away. Your eyes. You can see a lot in an addict's eyes. I also don't want to tell him I see other things in his too. Like right now. He's looking at me like I just uncovered a greater truth. Something he has been searching for, but can't seem to find. So, what did you order me for lunch? I don't usually let men order for me, I state, as I fluff my napkin on my lap.
It's chivalrous. Remember, I'm the good brother, he grins.
It's barbaric, I deadpan. I'm only here because you threw away my lunch.
He chuckles. Peanut butter and jelly.
It's a delicious meal. He holds up his hands in retreat.
Not gonna hear me complain. My mom made it for me every day when I was a kid.
Then why wasn't it good enough for me to eat?
Because a beautiful woman deserves a beautiful meal, he says.
And I find I don't have a retort. Damn, I hate when he wins. Tell me about this big interview you got. The one Rosie mentioned in the break room, I say, trying to change the subject.
Do you remember hearing the name Sergeant Miller a few years ago?
I'm sorry. Sergeant who?
Did you ever hear the story of the guy who entered a building in Fallujah after it was bombed and rescued 12 soldiers, with the last one barely escaping death as the building toppled on top of them?
I narrow my eyes while slowly nodding. Actually, I do remember that, when I was interning for Fox 40 in Sacramento. He was awarded the Medal of Honor, right? He reaches for his drink, holding it in his hand, but not taking a sip.
Yes, he was. He saved their lives that day, and we're getting his first official interview.
His first one? That was a few years ago.
Yes, it was. He was severely injured from going back for the 12th guy.
Wow. But he saved him, right? He brings the glass to his lips, but pauses, closing his eyes before taking a sip. He was injured badly too, but they both survived. Sergeant Miller burned over half of his body and broke his back, along with getting some amputations. It's been a long recovery, and he's always asked for his privacy. And he agreed to meet with you now? He did. Man, so this is a big deal. His eyes glaze over for a brief second before he abruptly changes the subject. So, Miss Journalism Major, why did you decide to work at Sexton Media? He asks. I needed a job and you were hiring. The temp agency sent me, remember? It was a huge plus that it was in the media industry. That's it? It's that easy? What did you expect? I stalked you and Bryce, begging for my chance to get close to you guys? He shrugs his shoulders. Most girls do. Oh, that's right. You're famous. I say with air quotes, and he turns red with an embarrassing smile. Get over yourself. I didn't know anything about you until I Googled you. Ah, yes. Let's discuss what you Googled about me. He lifts one eyebrow. I wanted to make sure I wasn't being harassed by a sociopath. Harassed? That's a little harsh. I need to work on my game. He runs a finger along the rim of his glass. What did you find? Just a bunch of posed photos. My friend told me you were kind of a mystery, though. He takes a slow sip of his drink, nodding his head before replying. So, you're talking to your friends about me, too? Get off your high horse. She asked me about my day, that's all. Well, no need for Google. I'm right here. What do you want to ask? Last time we talked, you said I asked too many questions. Well, I'm in a better mood today. Ask away. He holds out his arms in offering. I feel like I've been given the key to a secret vault. I have so many questions, but I know he'll close up if I ask the wrong one. I think for a minute, looking at him in this crisp suit. A stark contrast from the hooded driver called Falcon, who has been haunting my dreams since the day he told me to get into his car. Why do you race? I ask the simple question. Because I like the rush. Sex and fast cars. Those are my things. I close my legs at the mention of sex, and he must notice because a grin creeps up on his face. Then why do you hide who you are? His jaw twitches as he thinks about his answer. My attention is focused on the way his lips pucker and are only drawn away when he answers. It's twofold. You have no idea how much it sucks being known by everyone, except you, of course. Everywhere I go, people want to talk, get to know me, be my friend. But they really only want my wallet or my connections. I like the freedom I get at night when I'm Falcon. I nod in understanding. That's fair. You seem to go a little too far with keeping up with the disguise. Dirk Diggler and all. As you know, it's not exactly legal, and my getting arrested could have a more severe consequence than jail time. He adjusts his cufflinks for no reason. He seems like he just needs something to do with his hands. When he's done, He looks up at me and continues speaking. My family didn't always have money. My mom started a local magazine almost 30 years ago. She used to talk about putting Bryce in the stroller and walking door to door, delivering magazines because she couldn't afford a delivery boy. That magazine grew to be the most successful in our county by the time I was born, and I spent most of my childhood going with her to businesses, getting advertisements for the magazine, and on interviews. She wrote most of the articles on her own, all human interest stories. She said that was what made it so successful, the heart. He takes a deep breath and continues to reminisce. Anyway, my mom was brilliant. She expanded into other states, built a publishing warehouse, had a delivery route, and started taking over failing magazines and newspapers when I was in middle school. Every dollar she had, she poured back into the business. She invested in a digital presence, something my dad thought was a waste of money, and fought her tooth and nail over. She did it anyway, creating an internet magazine. That is how Sexton Media made its first million. By the time she died, we had more money than we knew what to do with. That is why she wrote her will the way she did. He looks up at me and speaks as if he trusts me with his soul. Bryce, Tanner, and I inherited her half of the company. If any of us gets convicted of a felony, we forfeit our shares to our father. I'm taken aback by the idea. Why a mother would put something like that in her will is confusing. Were you bad kids, so she thought you'd do something that would land you in prison? He laughs lightly. The complete opposite, actually. She didn't put it in there because we were bad. She did it because she wanted us to stay good. She knew that, if she died young, we would be way too young to come into this fortune. Too many men have made mistakes at the hands of money. She needed to hold us accountable. That's also why she put in there that we have to work for the company for a minimum of 20 years. Why didn't she just leave her shares to your father? Maybe she knew he'd want to sell it. He's not like her. He was a good dad when we were kids, but the money, it changed him. I slowly nod my head, taking it all in. Is that why you joined the military? That's a conversation for our fourth date. His tone changes, altering the mood from semi-somber to oddly flirty. Fourth date? I ask, just as the waitress is arriving with ketchup for the table and extra napkins. We've been talking for so long, I almost forgot we came here to actually eat. When she walks away, I notice Austin is taking another drink, as if he didn't just declare we'd be going on another date. Fourth date? I ask again. His eyes crinkle at the sides when he sees my slack-jawed expression. He slightly leans in and states clearly, dating is like racing a car. First, you have to see the track, feel it. In this case, taste it, like I already have. My mind drifts back to that kiss, and a tingle runs up my spine. On the second date, you do what's called tracking the curb. You commit every delicate detail to memory. You want to feel every curve so you can ride it with your eyes closed, he says. When it comes to us, I'll make you a deal. I'll give you another one of my secrets, and you'll let me explore every peak and valley of your smooth skin. I let out a tiny gasp as I imagine what it would feel like to have his hands on my breasts. He continues. The final lap is called the cool down because the brakes are hot enough to melt rubber. The key is to use all of your fingers, gripping the wheel to get the best response. That's what happens on the third date. He pauses as he comes even closer to me. Do you want me to tell you what it feels like when you cross the finish line on the fourth date? Yes. I swallow hard and barely whisper. No. I'm sitting here with my nipples hard as rocks and my breaths coming out in tiny pants as the food comes out and I sit back in my chair, needing the breather and distraction from the moment. I've never been so turned on by words, but the way his voice turned deeper, I could feel my body craving the wild rush of the ride he was offering.
Chapter 11. Austin. My suspicions were right. There's something different about this girl. When our lunch came, I watched as her eyes lit up at the sight of her meal. The burger I'd ordered was the biggest, messiest piece of heaven on earth, and I'd wondered how she would react to it. I hate a girl who can't eat in front of a guy, but she didn't seem to care one bit. After cutting it in half, she picked it up and devoured every last bite. The little sounds she made once the grease explosion hit her mouth were some of the sexiest noises I'd ever heard over food. Afterward, I played it cool, and we walked back to the office, saying goodbye in the hallway and heading in our different directions. I wanted to kiss her again. Hell, I wanted to take her back to my place and strip her bare. But I know I'm fucked for going as far as I did. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'd be wise to stop it before it goes any further. Unfortunately, I'm not wise. To blow some steam, I head to my personal auto showroom, attached to the garage of the Sexton building. It was part of the loading dock that I had converted to a sanctuary for my babies. And by babies, I mean cars. Thought I'd find you here, Greg says as he opens the steel door. Wouldn't exactly call you Sherlock Holmes, I say, running a cloth along the red paint of my Corvette ZR1. Even though this beauty is the fastest horsepower you can get in a manual transmission from a production car, actually shooting flames out of the tailpipes, her wheels have never met a race. Greg laughs as he snakes a pack of smokes out of his shirt pocket and pulls a cigarette with his lips. Not the worst thing I've been called today. Fight with Julie? He lights it and takes a deep inhale. She kicked me out. I'm not surprised. Greg and Julie have been going out for 3 years, and they have yet to go 3 months without Greg landing on my couch for a night. What did you do this time? I ask, as I buff out a smudge I see in the taillight. The smoke billows out of his mouth as he answers. Asked her to marry me. I look up at him. You monster. He shrugs. It probably didn't help that I asked after she threw a shoe at me for coming home at 4 a.m. I rise, cross my arms over my chest, and appraise him. You proposed to your girl to win an argument? He takes another drag. No, I was going to do it eventually. She just has this wild look in her eyes when she's mad. I fucking love it. With a laugh, I shake my head at my friend, who is a goner for a girl who is as less likely to be tamed as he is. Kinda reminds me of my own pain in the ass. When Jalen gets mad, she gets this cocky stance with her shoulders back and her chin held high, as if her 5'5" frame is going to measure up to me at 6'2". She's a spitfire, all right. One whose mouth I want to taste over and over again. Greg walks around the car and appraises the detail. Missed a spot? I flick him the finger. What brings you here to the illustrious Sexton building? Greg is the only non-Sexton employee or tenant who can enter the building. I had an ID badge made for him last year so he could have access to my cars. Paying a visit to my best friend. I just got off the phone with some of the guys. They were with Tyler's mom. And would you believe that an anonymous donor paid off her mortgage? His tone is sarcastic, but his face is serious. Good for her. I know Tyler was helping her out. Now she doesn't have to worry about the bills. Greg leans forward, placing his two hands on top of the hood of my car. You don't have to pay a penance, man. I toss him the rag. Wipe your grubby paw prints off my car. He takes it and runs it over the hood, smoothing out the marks his fingers left on the freshly waxed roof. I mean it, Austin. Paying for the funeral was awesome, but this just reads like you're guilty. We ran a race. Tyler was there and crashed on the way home. I hate what happened too, but if this is some sort of personal... I didn't do it because I feel guilty. I stop him before he continues his diatribe. I just happen to know how much it fucking sucks to lose someone suddenly like that. Grieving is hard enough. How she's gonna pay the bills should be the least of her worries right now. He flicks his finished cigarette out of the open garage door. I didn't think about your mom. Yeah, well, it's not your job to. His hands are now in his pockets as he solemnly nods at me. I catch his eyes wandering over to the other 4 cars in the garage. Porsche 911 GT3 RS, McLaren 57 OS, Jeep Grand Cherokee Trackhawk, and Beckett's 1964 Half Mustang, which Jalen still hasn't picked up, and I haven't asked why. Each has been buffed and shown, even though some haven't hit the streets in weeks. You okay, man? I haven't heard from you in a few days. I lean my hip against the car and wipe my hands on the t-shirt I changed into when I first entered the garage. Keeping tabs on me? Usually you get the itch by now. Surprised I didn't see you at Sonoma Raceway last night. Greg's right. Since I got home from the Marines, I found myself as a constant fixture on the racing circuit. If I'm not behind the wheel, I'm at the gate, watching every turn and hard brake, scouting the next recruit for the underground drag races Greg and I have been hosting. Aside from racing Beckett for pinks, I haven't had the desire. A stupid grin crooks his face as he asks, "What's her name?" What are you talking about? The girl who's got you thinking with your cock and not your head. I clench my fist at that statement. Watch your mouth, asshole. He laughs like he's proud of himself for getting me all riled up. Damn, she must be pretty special. There's still a big-ass smile on his face as he points a finger at me. For the record, your head is so messed up. Thinking with your cock is actually a good thing. What's her name? My jaw is still clenched, even though I know he's kidding. None of your business. He stops laughing and stands still, looking back at me like I just told him I sold my Corvette for $1, and then he slightly shakes his head. I never thought I'd see the day you fell hard for a girl. No one's falling over here. The only girl in my life is a pain in the ass who can't keep her mouth shut. What color eyes does she have? Hazel. I answer too quickly. I grab another rag off a nearby shelf and toss it at him to wipe the smug expression off his face. He's laughing now, and I can't help but find myself smiling. This is why no one wants to bet against you. You cheat. His palms go up in defense. I can't help it if I'm clever. I open the door to the car and climb into the driver's seat, wanting to feel the steering wheel in my hands, hoping it will take my mind off what I really want in my hands. If you were so fucking clever, you wouldn't be here with me. Instead, you'd be sucking up to your fiancé. Have you seen the size of my girl's shoes? It was like getting clobbered with a sledgehammer. I'd better have a ring before I go back there. So you gonna tell me what you were doing out last night until 4 a.m? He takes a piece of paper out of his pocket and hands it to me. There's a new driver hitting the circuit. You should check him out. I step out of the car, frustrated, before I look at the license plate number that he jotted down. I will when I've got time. He'll be at the dunes tonight. Shoving the paper into my back pocket, I raise my chin to him. I said I'll check him out when I have time. Greg's grin is still plastered on his face as he walks himself out the steel door and closes it behind him. Usually, when he comes around with the name of a new driver, I get an adrenaline rush. The need to scout out our next race is part of the excitement. The races are always announced in a rush and are over before the night is through. Tonight is different. I don't have that same feeling, and I don't know if I should be relieved or annoyed. I'm putting my supplies away in a locker I keep in the back when I hear the steel door open again. What's the matter? Julie won't let you back in? I ask, as I turn around to bust Greg's balls for returning so soon, but my smile fades when I see the figure who has entered my showroom is not my best friend. It's my archenemy.
Smoking in a public building is against the law,
Missy says as she appears in the doorway in red from head to toe. I'm sure it's meant to make her look classy. To me, she looks like the devil. I slam the locker shut, causing it to ricochet a little off the hinge. What are you doing here?
I was on my way home for the night when I saw Greg leave. It's a shame he hasn't amounted to much since high school.
He's a longshore man. The guy's got better benefits than all of us. She tisks with pity.
A dock worker is hardly something to be envious of.
An honest day's work is quite the turn-off for you, isn't it?
Poor men are a turn-off for me,
she states as her tongue runs along the front of her perfectly white teeth. Yeah, well, gold-digging bitches are a turn-off for most men, so there's no hurt there. She smiles.
So much hostility.
Her heels clack with each controlled step as she walks further into the room and stops a few feet from me.
There was a time when you used to like me.
I clench my jaw. I was 15 and a walking sack of hormones. It's pretty sick if you think about it. An 18-year-old girl sleeping with a child like me. What would my father think? Let this go down in history as my one major regret. I was a sophomore in high school when I slept with Missy once during spring break. I just wanted to get my dick wet, and she was smoking hot. While she was a great lay, it was clear she was only after one thing: betting a sexton. The girl knew from a young age that she wanted to be one of us. It just took her a few beds to figure out who was willing to take her. She lets out a cackle, which has me pinching my eardrums closed.
You think your daddy cares that I slept with you when I was a teenager?
Her laugh dissipates, and she levels her gaze at me as she says seriously,
"It's a big fucking joke in our house."
Her eyes roam over my black t-shirt and down the front of my jeans. I grind my teeth, not liking the way she's appraising me, almost undressing me with her eyes.
"Then again,"
she adds,
"you weren't a man back then. I bet you've put a lot of miles on those tires. I'd be interested in taking a test drive."
"I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole." She inches closer.
"Come on. What better way to piss off your dad than to take his hot young wife to bed?"
"You've got a lot of balls coming in here and talking like that. My father would divorce your ass so fast you'd be right back in Salinas before the prenup was in effect." My threat doesn't seem to thwart her as she steps back with a laugh.
"I already own a quarter of the company, Austin. There isn't an attorney in the world who can take that from me."
I punch the wall at the thought of my fucking father and his stupid goddamn lack of willpower. It's one thing that he had to go out and marry the town slut, but to hand over half of everything he owns? Hand over what my mother worked 20 years to create. He's a fucking disaster. And to think my mother put stipulations on her children's shares to keep us out of trouble. Little did she know that her husband was going to be the one to blow up the entire business. "I'll buy you out," I bite.
"You have money, Austin, but you don't have enough to buy me out. Not with the offers we're getting."
"Then keep the shares and live the high life. You don't even have to work. Bryce, Tanner, and I will make sure you have everything you need. Go to Saint-Tropez or St. Bart's, rent a yacht, and go sail away for a few years. Just leave us the fuck alone."
"I don't want the yacht."
Her tone is deadly.
"I don't want to be some housewife living on $1 million a year. I want my fair share."
"Fair my ass. You've done nothing to deserve a payout."
"I've done plenty,"
she shouts back as her pupils dilate and her cheeks turn ravenous red. She looks wild and unhinged, and it makes me wonder just what exactly she's done to feel she deserves it all. My chest is heaving with anger, but my breaths come out controlled. "Get out of my garage."
"What are you going to do about it?"
She takes a step back and raises her chin.
"Falcon."
I knew it. I knew she was aware of my involvement in the races. How? I have no idea, but Missy has a vendetta against my brothers and I that is far greater than anything I can imagine. I tear my gaze away from hers, knowing that she can see just how fucked I am. She has me by the balls. Why she hasn't tried to get me arrested is beyond me. Maybe she doesn't have anything of substance. Maybe she's waiting for me to fuck up so bad there won't be any way for me to get out of it. Whatever it is, it's unnerving, to say the least. "Good night, Missy." I dismiss her with the simple phrase. She seems disappointed to end the sparring session. If there's one thing about Missy, it's that she's a fighter. Her morals might be fucked up, but she won't back down until she wins. Her mouth curls on the sides as she turns around and heads toward the steel door. When she's gone, I close it behind her and lock the deadbolt. This is why I like to go on the roof. There are no distractions when people don't even know it exists. I run my hand inside my back pocket and pull out the license plate number. Next, I pull up my phone and text the only person I can deal with tonight.
Chapter 12. Jalen. When I see Beckett's name flash across my phone, I drop my head against the couch, not sure if I'm ready to deal with him yet. We haven't spoken since I left him standing on the sidewalk. Feeling guilty about our last interaction, I sigh and swipe the phone to answer. "Hi," I say, trying to act nonchalant.
"Are you still mad at me?"
"I'm not mad at you. I'm disappointed in you. There's a difference."
"Then are you going to help me?"
"Help you what?"
"Tell me who he is, so I can get my car back. I've tried to get a name on my own, but I can't find anything on him." I signed the pink slip over to Greg. He seems to be the only person who knows who he is. I've even followed Greg a few times to see if he might meet with him, but he's only been at work and with his girlfriend.
"Do you understand how psycho you sound right now? You're following him?" I ask in both shock and fear. I have no clue if Greg and Austin hang out outside of the races.
"Only a few times,"
he says, trying to defend himself. "That's a few times too many, Beckett. You lost your car, fair and square. You're not going to get it back." Guilt runs through my stomach. I know I should tell him I have his keys, but I'm not ready to give in yet. He needs to learn his lesson, and if he gets it back right away, I have a feeling he won't.
"I will, Jalen. With or without your help."
To my surprise, he ends our conversation, and I'm shocked when I look at my screen to see "Call ended" written across the top before my homepage comes into view. I drop my phone and give my attention back to the television when Eva walks into my room. "Hey, girl. Where were you tonight? You missed spin class," Eva says from my doorway. She's got a lavender workout outfit on against her gorgeous skin, with caramel undertones. Her toned arms are flexed as she rests them on her hips. "Why would I work out when I can watch Deadpool and eat my year's allotment of popcorn in one sitting?" She rolls her eyes at me. "Because you've been sitting on your ass at a desk job for the last few weeks. I want to make sure you keep that ass tight." I pause mid-bite of popcorn. "Are you saying I'm getting chubby?" "Is that movie-style popcorn?" she asks with a raised brow. "No," I lie. "Anyway, I was working late with my boss." "Getting cozy with Mr. Sexton?" She waggles her brows and sashays her body in a little dance. "No. He asked me to compile some research on a racing expose. Did you know they think James Dean wasn't actually driving the Porsche when he crashed?" "Uh-huh. Research." She holds up her hands in quotation marks. "Sure." I throw a pillow at her. "He doesn't want anyone in the newsroom working on it with me. It's..." How do I explain that I volunteered to work on a story about underground street racing proposed by my boss's wicked stepmother, just so I can protect the identity of his brother, who also happens to be the guy I kissed? Twice. In a janitor's closet and in his office. Oh, and the article is actually bullshit. But I have to work on it anyway, so the stepmother doesn't let someone else do it, who would let everyone know who Falcon really is. It's all quite confusing. Even I'm having a hard time keeping up. Eva laughs as she spins around. "Get your story straight, and then come find me. I'm going to take a shower." I would throw popcorn at her, but that would just be a perfectly good waste of a kernel. So I do the next best thing. I stick my tongue out at her. When she's gone, I turn on my movie and am swooning hard for Ryan Reynolds when my cell phone vibrates with a text message. "I'm picking you up at 8. Be ready." Hello to you too. And no, you didn't ask nicely.
I'm picking you up at 8. Be ready. Please.
I might have plans.
Do you have plans?
Well, no.
Well, now you do.
No.
It's our second date. You know what that means.
Fine. But make it 8:30.
See you at 8:15.
I toss my phone on the couch and do a mad scramble, getting ready. When I fling open my closet door, I look at the rows of jeans and plain-looking tops that make my usual weekend wardrobe. Rummaging through the hangers, I spy a pair of leather pants that I used to wear in college. I rip them off the hanger and try them on. To my surprise, my ass still fits in them. I put on a light pink tank top and slide on the boots that I caught him staring at a few weeks ago. The outfit is not my usual attire, but it's definitely something that would drive Falcon wild. While I would be berating myself for dressing for a man, I'd like to think this is me dressing sexy for me. And really, all the goodies are covered up, so it's not like I look like a whore. I run my fingers through my hair and give it a wild look. A thick line of eyeliner and some mascara have me feeling like Sandy from Grease after she gets a pink lady makeover. When a Jeep Grand Cherokee pulls down my block at 8:15 on the dot, I pause for a second, wondering if it's him. The way he pulls over and turns his lights off while keeping the engine running lets me know it is. I send him a text saying I'll be right down, and then wait in the vestibule to my building until 8:20, just to fuck with him.
Don't think I don't know what you're doing,
he says, after I open the door and sit in his car. Nice car. It's so domesticated. He smirks and starts the engine, speeding away.
There's nothing domesticated about a Jeep Grand Cherokee Trackhawk. Over 700 horsepower isn't exactly your grandpa's Jeep.
I take in his attire of torn jeans, a hat, and a zip-up hoodie. He's in semi-Falcon mode, not Austin, which makes me wonder just what kind of second date this is. Where are you taking me? I ask after a few miles.
We're going scouting.
I look down at my outfit and find that, for once, I'll actually be dressed appropriately for going to a race. You're not racing?
No. Tonight we watch. Find the best and invite them in. Unless you want me to take you for another wild ride.
He grins, and I smack his arm, which he pretends has been hurt. We pull up to a location that looks more legit than the first place I met Austin. There are cement barriers on either side of the track and floodlights at every turn. Austin parks the truck away from the crowd before slipping out.
Stay close and pretend like we're any other couple,
he says as he pulls his hat down low. People surround the area with individual muscle cars of every type and size. After rounding the truck, Austin walks up to me, placing his hand in mine. We walk the distance between the cars and the racetrack, checking out each one. Austin stops to talk to a few drivers, none of them seeming to notice who he is and treating him like every other person out here. He keeps his hood up, but openly discusses parts of the cars and carries on in conversations about the track and who's hot tonight. Apparently, there's a particular driver he has his sights on, and he's up next. It's amazing, the different feel this track has versus the one Greg sets up. There's something very official about the lights actually counting down the start of the race, and scoreboards flashing the time and winner. Now I understand why Austin risks his races. It's not only the high of going fast, it's also the secrecy and chances of getting caught that appeal to him. "That's him," he says, after the race goes down. We watch as the cars come to a halt. A supercharged Hellcat wins, and the driver gets out for his post-win celebration. "Okay, so do you just go talk to him?" He shakes his head. "No. Now, we figure out a way to get close to him and slip this into his car." He holds up a flip phone. "And then we finish our date." The way he says date, leaving it out in the air, unfinished and full of anticipation, makes my heart pound. But he grabs my hand, pulling me away from the crowd, around the track, and toward the gaggle of parked cars. We're a couple of yards away from the red Hellcat when Austin pulls me into him and whispers into my ear. "Go ask him a question. Flirt with him to distract him, so I can get access to his car." I'm fighting the chill his breath left on my skin as he nudges me toward the driver, who's standing inside his open car door. "You're joking, right?" I ask Austin, stepping back into him. "No. Come on. You look sexy as hell. It won't be hard. Get over there." While I like being told I look good, I wasn't expecting to be whored out because of it. I step back as I let out an exasperated breath and place my hands on my hips. This is a first. My date wants me to go flirt with someone else. He growls low under his breath as he pulls me back to him. His lips skim the skin under my ear as he says, "You just confirmed this is a date, which means that I'll be getting somewhere with you. Second base will be here real soon." That's right. We're tracking the curb. That also means I get another one of your secrets. I eye him. "A deal's a deal. Now, go flirt with that guy." He smacks my ass as he pushes me away from him. I'm not one to take orders from a man, so I walk forward with my own mission in mind. If Austin thinks he can use me as bait, I'm gonna show him just how desirable of a catch I really am. I mean, my ass does look spectacular in these pants. I bite my lower lip as I think about how to get this guy's attention. I've never been one to put myself out there like this, but knowing Austin is watching gives me a little bit of showmanship. The driver of the Hellcat is short, with dusty blonde hair and brown eyes. He's attractive with his strong build and denim jacket. If I were any other girl, I might think he was cute enough to date. Too bad I currently have a thing for blue-eyed bad boys in oversized sweatshirts. I catch the guy's attention as I walk up close to his car, daintily running my finger along the edge, swaying my hips as I curve around the front. I lean forward onto the hood with my breasts falling lightly out of my shirt and my ass perched high in the air. I look up to see if he's watching. He is. "Nice race," I say, straightening out my posture and playing with my hair like a teenager. "You watching me?" The guy responds, stepping away from his door toward me. "Maybe not as much as I was your car. Wanna show me what's under here?" I place my hands back on the hood of the car, plumping my breasts together to put them on display. His eyes go directly to my chest. He comes up closer to me, taking a stance behind me, and places his hand on my waist. My back stiffens as I realize this is probably not the best idea I've ever had, And I recently found myself roaming the streets of the ghetto while being stalked by a hooded stranger whose car I climbed into. His mouth rises up to meet my ear as he drawls. "Name's Keith. What's yours, pretty little bird?" "None of your damn business," Austin demands, pulling on my forearm and turning me to face him. The guy's eyes widen at the sight of Austin. He holds up his hands in surrender and moves away from us. "Hey, it's all good. I'm not wanting any trouble tonight. She came over here looking all sexy and asking about my car." "Asking about your fucking engine is not an invitation to fuck." Austin steps up to Keith, venom pouring off him as he glares down at the guy who looks like he's shell-shocked. "My bad, man." Keith steps back even further. "I won't disrespect your woman again." "Good answer." Austin spits. Then he says to me without even looking at me, "Let's go." I stand my ground. 2 seconds ago, I was pissed at the little man for putting his hands on me without my permission. Now, I'm pissed off at Austin for acting like a possessive asshole when he's the one who asked me to flirt with the guy in the first place. No. My eyes narrow as I place my hands on my hips and watch his back as he stalks away. He stops and turns slowly toward me, as if he can't believe I'm actually giving him back talk right now. "Excuse me?" Keith laughs from his spot near the Hellcat. "Ouch, bro. I'd say I'm not the problem you have on your hands tonight." "Back off." Austin bites back, pointing his finger to him. But his eyes that are cast in shadow from his hat are steady on mine. "Wow. Issues much?" I storm away, my heels teetering on the gravel as I head toward his truck. I can hear him right on my tail. So once we're out of earshot from Keith and the crowd, I turn and yell, "What the hell was that about?" "I should ask you the same thing." He tries to grab my hand, but I pull it away. "Don't touch me." "You were letting that prick put his hands all over you." "I was about to stop it. I didn't need you to swoop in and act like a bully." He walks faster than me, so he can stand in front of me, blocking my progression. "I didn't like what I saw, so I stopped it." "What you saw? You mean what you asked me to do?" "I said flirt with him. I didn't say get up on him." Anger and frustration run through my body, making me want to scream at him. I turn on my heel so fast, he trips and starts to fall to the side. When his hands reach for me to brace his fall, I push him away, which makes him hold on to me tighter, almost in a hug. With my fist pounding him in the chest, I declare, "I did not get up on him. I didn't even like the guy. I was following your instructions." His hold grows firmer. Not to hurt me, but to keep me from running, which I'm very well trying to do. "Look, I snapped. I didn't like seeing his hands on you." His voice says coolly, despite his firm grip. My head drops back in disbelief as I glance back to where mobs of people are in the distance. My voice is shaky, but I hope he hears me loud and clear when I say, "If you have issues, then we can stop this now. I don't need a meathead pig in my life." His lips brush up against the side of my head. I can feel his heavy breaths against my skin, and his heart is racing 1,000,000 miles a minute. "I do have issues," he whispers. "You don't know the half of it."
but this isn't one of them. I've never gotten jealous, I swear. But I saw him touch you, and something flipped a switch in me.
I turn my head toward his and look up into the shadows beneath his ball cap. Inside that darkness is the clearest blue that he tries to keep hidden. Even in the light of day, he hides so many pieces of him, it's hard to get close. The realization that I want his closeness frightens me. Just take me home, I say, stepping back from his grip. To my surprise, he releases me. We head toward the truck, where he opens my door, but stops me before I get in. His eyes soften when they meet mine. I fidget with the bottom of my tank top as a way to keep myself grounded and not get lost in the abyss that is his gaze. Because when he looks at me like this, with the crinkle in his brow and from under his dark lashes, I can't help but become completely numb to reality. And when his hand rests on my hip, he lets out a sigh, and I nearly melt into the simple touch.
I didn't mean for that to happen. I promise.
He sounds so sincere that it's hard to continue to be mad at him. But he's not getting off that easy. I've spent the last 22 years running away from a hot-tempered old man who thought he could tell me and my brother what to do. I won't let anyone speak to me that way again. He bites down on his jaw as his eyes narrow.
Did your father ever hurt you?
Physically? No. Emotionally? All the time. That's why I won't stand for it. Not from my own father, and most certainly not from a hothead like you. A slow smile spreads across his mouth, and it makes my stomach flutter. What? I ask.
Nothing.
He grins as his hand rises up, brushes my hair behind my ear, and massages the lobe.
We're just a hothead and a pain in the ass is all.
I raise my brow. Are we now?
Yes, we are.
He's looking at me like he wants to kiss me. And by God, I want to be kissed by him again. But only under one condition. I place a palm on his chest and feel the heat radiating off of him as I hold him back. I need one of your secrets. He bows his head and lets out a groan. Tracking the curve, remember? I remind him. His head pops up with widened eyes as his gaze goes right for my chest and the curves he so provocatively told me he'd be tracking on our second date. I laugh out loud, shocked at his audacity. Nope, not until I get one of your secrets. He rolls his head back and looks up into the sky. His eyes are still closed as he utters.
I was dead, and they brought me back to life.
You mean in the military? His eyes open, and he gives me a nod. We stand in silence for a few moments as I wait for him to say more. He doesn't. Periscope by Papa Roach plays on a speaker nearby. And as I listen to the lyrics, I watch his mouth open and close, as if he has so many things to say, but can't seem to form the right ones. Just like the song suggests, I feel like I'm getting pieces of him, and they're all jumbled, like I'm seeing him through a periscope. I can't figure out if he's creating a masterpiece or floating around, only to never be put together again. The thought saddens me. I know nothing about this man, and I'm starting to feel like no one else does either. I want to know who you are, I say, determined.
You know who I am.
No. I look into his eyes. I want to know who you really are. Why do I feel like you're not who you portray on the outside?
Because I'm not.
Why not be who you want to be?
I'm scared you're not going to like what you see.
I grab his hand, pulling it up to me and placing it on my chest, giving him the opportunity to leave it there or wrap it around my breast, inviting him to the curve that he craves. A deal's a deal, I whisper. Whatever hesitation he had a moment ago is now gone. What Austin might have difficulty expressing verbally, he has no problem doing physically. His palm splays warmly on my skin as he leans in, softly kissing me, while his hand slides down my body, lightly touching my breast before he makes his way to my hips, firmly pulling me against him. His mouth opens with a low growl escaping his lips as his kiss intensifies. Thank God for the race that is going on in the background, because I'm being owned by a man in public, and it's the most brazen thing I've ever done in my life. I grab the back of his hood and wrap my other arm around his powerful waist, pulling him in so that I feel every inch of him, greater than I did the first 2 times we kissed. And the way his hand is dancing around my breast, tugging at the nipple over my shirt, has me spinning on all axles at the sensation that is pooling right down at my very core. I'm still craving more of him as he pulls back and places his forehead against mine. Our chests heave in unison as we breathe in each other's air and catch our breaths.
I'm already looking forward to our 3rd date,
he teases, and then places a chaste kiss to my lips.
Thank you for going with me tonight.
Is this the end of our date? I ask, sounding far more disappointed than I planned. He smiles. It's big and bright and beautiful.
Never.
I climb into the passenger seat and watch as he walks around the front and into the driver's side. When he's in, he turns the ignition and we drive back onto the freeway. It's not even 5 minutes later when he places his hand on top of mine. I roll mine over, palm side up, and intertwine our fingers. We drive in the opposite direction from the city, past Lafayette and into the foothills of Mount Diablo. We listen to music and take in the views, even though it's way too dark to see most of them. I watch as his grip on the steering wheel loosens with every pass, and his shoulders ease into the seat. It also doesn't go unnoticed how his thumb runs small circles on the inside of my palm. When we reach Alamo, I tell him a story about when my mom took me and Beckett to see the waterfalls in Los Trampos. It's where I learned Beckett was afraid of salamanders. He squeals like a girl.
I'd love to see that.
What animals are you afraid of? I ask.
Baby, I ain't afraid of anything.
He smirks. I just look at him with an unconvinced glare. He shakes his head.
Snakes.
I lean across the center console and give him a kiss on the cheek. By the time we reach Castro Valley, Austin and I have told some embarrassing stories from grade school, which includes a trip back from the girls' restroom with my skirt tucked inside my underwear, and him having a love letter he wrote to his first girlfriend read in front of the entire class when a teacher caught him passing it in class. I would never have taken you as a romantic, I say, as we pull into a Sonic drive-thru.
Play your cards right, and you just might bring it out in me. Case in point, your dinner.
He dramatically waves a hand at the brightly lit restaurant. We place our orders in the call window. Cheeseburgers, fries, and chocolate shakes. And then we sit back and wait. So, you do eat like a normal person. This is our second meal, and it's our second cheeseburger, I say.
He laughs. Yes, I suppose this was poor planning on my part. And this one won't be as good. I mean, not every meal is a $30 cheeseburger.
That burger was $30? I say in shock.
You loved every bite, he declares, and I can't argue.
I did, but this is the last of the junk food for me. My roommate already told me I was getting a fat ass. He mock lifts me up, as if trying to get a good look at my backside.
That's a mighty fine ass if you ask me.
I swat him away, and then turn to face him more, bringing my knee up to my side. We can't keep this up, you know. I don't have enough time to work off these calories. His eyes light up like it's a challenge.
1, I will give you the best workout of your life once we cross the finish line. And 2, I just want to spend some alone time with you, and this is the only place where it makes sense to eat in the car.
Ignoring his first comment, I settle on the second. Do you spend alone time with a lot of women? I mean, do you date often?
Depends on what you consider dating. I've been out with women, but I haven't wanted to be with anyone like this.
What is this? I ask. He stills for a moment and looks down at our hands, which are conjoined again.
I don't know, but I like it.
I run my thumb over the top of his hand. I kinda like it too. When our food arrives, we eat and talk some more. On the drive back, we roll down the windows and listen to Kings of Leon. It's crazy late, and the world is asleep, except for us. We're two souls cruising in the night, trying to find the balance between secrets and realities, and a new kind of living. At my building, he parks at the curb in front of my apartment, and before he says anything, I ask, "Wanna walk me to my front door?"
"Stay right there," he says with a slight grin.
When he opens my door, I step out and take his hand, letting him walk me home like a real date would. "So, you're a gentleman now, but are you expecting me to invite you in?" I ask when we reach the entry to my building. He looks up at the window that's my bedroom.
"As much as I'd love to go upstairs with you, I want to take things slow."
I bite my lip. "Why, Austin Sexton? I thought you liked it fast."
"It seems like my tastes have been changing quite a bit lately."
He leans in and kisses me. It's a kiss so powerful that I feel it right down to my toes. A rush of cold air swooshes up my body as he pulls his warmth away. His hand stays intertwined with mine until his steps take him further down the sidewalk, making my hand drop by my side.
"Night, pile,"
he says, just before he turns around to walk toward his car. "Good night, Austin." He waits until I am inside my building, and I step into the vestibule. I try to remain as quiet as a mouse when I open my apartment door. To my surprise, the lights are on, and Eva is wide awake. Holy shit. Lucy, you got some splaining to do. She says the latter in her best Ricky Ricardo accent. What? I ask, not sure if I want to know what she's talking about. Huh. You know exactly what I mean. Who were you with tonight, Jeannine? She points to the window that overlooks the door Austin walked me to. Fine. I was with Austin, I say, defeated and admitting who I was with. I already knew that when you snuck out of here hours ago. I'm talking about the lunatic hat he was wearing just now. The one you described to me a few weeks ago. Oh, crap. Eva, he doesn't want anyone to know. I knew it. I knew there was something going on with you that was more than just a guy. You've been too secretive lately. Start from the beginning. Did you know him before he pulled you in the car? While I still feel awkward about spilling Austin's secrets, it finally feels okay to talk to Eva. No, I didn't know anything until I walked into Price's office the next day. Girl, she drawls out. You'd better watch it. I've heard stories about that guy. Who? Austin or Falcon? Both. And I can't believe they're the same person. I'm not sure if you're the luckiest girl alive for bagging the most eligible bachelor, or if I should be scared since you bagged the craziest. I freeze for a moment and let out a great big belly laugh. Both, I say. And just like that, I start telling Eva the entire saga of how I met Austin Sexton.
Chapter 13. Austin. I'm sitting at my desk when Stephanie buzzes through the intercom. Yes, honey bunch. I drawl into the speaker.
Bryce is here to see you.
I knock my head back against my chair. What the hell does he want? Good to see you too, brother, Bryce says as he opens my office door. Before he closes it, I see Stephanie's sorry shrug. I give her a salute to let her know it's okay. I'm about to make a sarcastic comment about his unwanted visit when I notice his attire. Jeans and a navy blue Lacoste t-shirt. Are you wearing sneakers? He scowls. If I have to answer that, then I'm going to seriously reconsider your placement behind that desk. How are your forearms tan? I haven't seen you show elbows since Oprah was on air. He looks down at his arms. What the fuck are you talking about? Oprah Winfrey? She had a talk show that was one of the most influential. I mean about my arms, Austin. I grin at his annoyance. While I like seeing this laid-back and casual version of Bryce Sexton, I have to say I'm surprised. You've worn a suit and tie every day since... I stall, my mind wandering back to the last time I saw my brother looking casual. I know he works out, but other than that, I can't recall another time I've seen Bryce looking relaxed. Since Mom died. His brows curve in contemplation as his hand fists tight around the canvas duffel bag he's carrying. The coal black of his eyes widens slightly, as if he's realizing something for the first time. And, for a moment, he looks almost remorseful. I give Bryce a lot of shit because that's the relationship we've developed over the years. Before we became kings, we were brothers, sons, and friends. It might seem crazy, but the look he has right now is reminiscent of the Bryce I once knew, the one he left behind. He clears his throat and looks up at me. I'm going to Tahoe. Tahoe? For a few days. I have to look at my calendar to see if I have the date correct. You're going to Tahoe during the work week? He seems annoyed. You're the last person who should be giving me shit on where I'm going and when. My hand rises up in defense. Not gonna hear a peep from me, just surprised you're actually going to play hooky. So who's the girl? There's no girl. His jaw hardens. My apologies, I say sincerely. Then I add, who's the guy? Jesus Christ, do you ever stop? He spits. I laugh. No judgments, man. Love is love. With a stern look on his face, he opens the door but stops, as if he's just remembered what he needed to say to me. The reception is pretty shitty at the house, so email if you need me. And don't forget, dinner's at 8. I'm still laughing at his obvious displeasure when those last words resonate in my head. Dinner? Yes, Missy's dinner party. It's at Cezanne. My seat swerves faster than a Mustang on a dirt road. If you're not going, why do I have to? His shoulders fall as his gaze rolls back to mine. I've spent the past 8 years going to every event that every other member of the Sexton family has been too busy to attend. For once, I just want my brother to pick up the slack and take one for the team. My blood immediately starts to boil at the notion that I do nothing for this company. It's the same battle cry I've been hearing about from him since I was 18 years old. Yet, there is a foreign look in his eyes and a drop in his tone of voice that makes that boil simmer down. I pause before going on my diatribe and listen to what he's asking. I don't know whom Bryce is going away with, but she must be pretty special because this is the first time he's ever done this. He's never skipped work. He's never bailed on our father, and he certainly has never referenced me as his teammate. I'll be there, I respond with a nod. His brows flinch in surprise. Thank you. Bryce, I call as he starts to make his way out the door. He stops and turns. She must be pretty special. Fuck off, he says as he walks out of the office. I love you too, brother, I shout as he storms through the reception area and down the hall toward his office. A few employees stop and stare at me, some in amusement. Stephanie doesn't seem to be surprised by my declaration as she's typing away at her computer like usual. Call Cezanne and tell them there's a reservation for Sexton. Make sure they know to use extra garlic in my father's meal and have them add some cloves in whatever Missy orders. She holds the phone up to her ear as she dials and asks me,
Cloves?
Yeah, they make her break out in a horrible rash.
How the hell do you know that?
That's what happens when your father marries someone you've known since high school, I answer, matter-of-factly. Stephanie holds the phone away from her ear as she asks emphatically,
I don't really want to know the answer to this, but I feel like I'm waist-deep in Sexton drama, so...
She pauses for a second before getting the balls to ask,
Didn't you lose your virginity to her?
I sway my head from side to side. Yeah, I try to forget that fact, but this happens to be the second time in a week it's been brought up. She holds the phone over the receiver as she whispers to me,
Probably because it's fascinating that a grown man has slept with his father's wife.
The person on the other end must have picked up, because she goes right into assistant mode as she cheerily says,
"Hi, I'm calling about a reservation for tonight under the name Sexton."
Knowing dinner is taken care of, I walk down the hallway to get myself a date. I'm whistling as I stroll with my hands in my pockets. When I round the corner, I stop and peek at the most beautiful girl to ever grace a reception desk. Her brown hair is tossed up into a messy bun that's sticking out in various directions. She's chewing on her pen cap as she reads through a stack of papers on her desk. A tiny crease forms in the bridge of her nose when she concentrates like that. She looks like she can use a little break, so I whip out my cell phone and send her a text. "Have you had your coffee yet, Pyle?" I sit and wait as her phone vibrates on her desk. She blindly reaches over for it and pulls it to her. When she looks down at the screen, a sweet smile graces her lips. Her pen falls on the desk as she types back.
"Are you ever going to stop calling me that?"
"When I can replace it with a term of endearment, maybe."
"Endearment? Please tell me, what could be more endearing than Pyle?"
"I have a few terms in mind, but I'd rather not say. You know, being your boss and all." She bites her bottom lip as that crinkle returns to her forehead.
"Yeah, can't forget that."
"Yes, actually I can. Very easily. Meet me in the break room. I'll buy you a cup of coffee."
"Coffee is free here."
"No. If you want to get technical, I pay for it and provide it for free to you." She leans forward and laughs out loud before covering her mouth to hide her grin. Her toe dances on the ground as she leans back and sways in her seat.
"I think my employer has rules against fraternizing with the boss."
"Too late for that, don't you think?"
"Have you ever followed the rules?"
"No, but my lawyers would like me to, and they can be really mean." She's biting her lip, and it's the death of me. I have to run a hand over my jaw to calm myself before I jump from behind this wall and take her right there on the desk. I try to bring it back down and remember that I'm at work and I'm her boss, but it's so freaking hard, especially when the glass top table shows those beautiful legs crossing and uncrossing as she fidgets, trying to decide what to type next. I watch the bubbles appear and disappear without another message for a minute. So, ... Coffee? She looks at her desk and the papers that she was working on. Her head falls to the back of her chair as she looks up and lets out a deep sigh. When she turns back to her phone, she types,
"Rain check. I'm swamped with work, and Bryce expects this expose to be completed before the end of the day."
If I didn't see with my own eyes what she was working on, I'd think she was blowing me off. There's something sexy about a woman who isn't willing to rush to a man's beck and call. It's been a long time since I've had a woman turn me down, and it's a goddamn turn on. I turn around and head back into my office to grab a gift I ordered. It's been sitting under my desk in a brown box for a few days. I take the mug out and then walk it into the break room where I clean it in the sink. Then I make Jalen a cup of coffee the way I've seen her make it before. When I get to her desk, her bright eyes widen as I walk over to her with the mug in my hands. Her eyes follow mine as I walk around her desk and take a seat on the edge, making her scoot back a bit in her chair.
"You know, there are chairs you can sit on."
She tilts her head to the two that sit against the wall. "Yeah, but I like this spot better." I grin as I hold the mug out to her. Since you're too busy to join me for coffee, I thought I'd join you. She raises a brow as she looks at the black mug and the large writing in big white font on the ceramic.
Gomer Pyle? Where does one find a mug that says Gomer Pyle?
Amazon. You'd be surprised at the things you can buy online these days, I answer sarcastically. She shakes her head as she accepts the proffered mug and takes a sip.
Does this mean you're finally going to tell me why you call me Pyle? And what's with the Gomer part?
That's classified information.
You know how I take my coffee, and you felt me up last night, so I'd say we're ready to declassify that one.
She winks, and I have to adjust my seated position for a brief moment. It's a Marines thing. That's what they call the person who keeps messing up or causes problems. Her smile falls.
How do I cause problems?
Do you remember how I met you in the first place? She puts the mug down on the desk as she narrows her eyes at me, and the little vein pops out in her forehead.
You're never going to let me live that down, are you? Fine, I'm a Pyle. I cross racetracks and create false starts.
You do. She lets out a groan.
That's the worst nickname ever. Are you going to tell me more about the Marines now?
Nope. This isn't our third date yet. I pull her chair in close and watch as she sucks in a breath. I weave a hand through her hair and pull her face in, close to mine. She pants lightly as I place my mouth on hers, gently sucking on her bottom lip. Her kiss is as sweet as biting into a summer peach. I release my hold just as fast and then push her back in case anyone decides to walk down this way. Her eyes flutter as her hands grab hold of the sides of her chair, bracing for support.
I've heard I should watch out for you.
By who?
My roommate.
Oh, yeah? I drum my fingers on the glass, spreading my legs to accommodate how heavy my cock feels in my pants after that kiss. What did she have to say?
She figured out it was you by your hat last night. She's been to your races, and she knows who you are, as Falcon and...
She licks her lips.
Austin.
So my little secret might be out now.
She won't say anything, but she warned me that you could be a little crazy.
I think you like crazy.
I'm not sure about that yet.
She whispers. Stop harassing my employee. Bryce's voice jolts us both to look up in his direction. I don't move, but act as if I'm sitting on his assistant's desk is the most natural thing in the world. Technically, she's our employee. He looks at me, and then at Jalen. His duffel bag is gone now, but he's still wearing his jeans. Back from Tahoe so soon? I kid. Disregarding the fact that I'm sitting on his assistant's desk, he walks into his office. I forgot something, he says, as he closes the door behind him. Forgive him. He needs to get laid, I say to Jalen. She giggles.
I think that's the whole point of his trip.
I nearly bolt up in surprise. You know who he's going away with? She profusely shakes her head.
I'm not telling you anything. Bryce is my boss and I respect his privacy. Seriously, Austin, you need to stop giving him so much shit. The man is a machine. He's here all hours of the night, posts edits every paper before it goes to print, scours financials, marketing, advertising.
Some call that obsessive.
It's called dedication. He doesn't tell people how to do their jobs. He just makes sure they're doing it to their best ability. Your mother raised two amazing men. You should be proud to be his brother.
Her words cause me to take a breath. I raise a hand to my chest and softly rub it. Well, you haven't met Tanner yet, I joke.
I'd love to someday,
she says seriously. I can't respond because Bryce comes walking out. His hands are empty, and his gaze is back to assessing Jalen and me still sitting here. I hold my hands up and step away from her desk. I know, back to work. I give him a nod toward the hallway leading outside. Go have fun in Tahoe, I'll hold down the fort. Bryce nods his head as he walks to exit the building. I turn back to Jalen. Come to dinner with me tonight. It's just my dad and Missy, so I can't promise it will be fun, but I'd like for you to be there.
Dinner with Missy?
She says the name like it's poison on her tongue. I promise we'll go for a drive after. Her interest is piqued.
Does that mean you'll let me take the wheel?
Let Jalen drive my car? I've never let anyone drive my car, let alone a girl I'm dating. But I shrug, thinking it might be fun. Only if you're good. I'm dressed for tonight's dinner in a slim-fit black suit and no tie. It makes me feel like I'm George Clooney preparing to rob a casino. I pull my Corvette ZR1 up to Jalen's building and adjust my cufflinks as I walk up to the entrance. It's a cool night with the sky slightly overcast, yet the moon begs to make its appearance despite the cover. Before I get to the intercom, my phone vibrates. I answer Jalen's call and look up toward her window. I was just about to buzz you.
I know, I see you. I can't come down right now,
she spits out. I look up to see her standing in the window. You know, I've never been stood up before. This is a first for me. She runs a hand over her forehead as she looks down at me.
I'm not standing you up. I just can't come down right now. Go sit in your car and stay there until I'm ready. And keep your headlights off.
She hangs up, and I feel like I need to pick my jaw up off the floor. No girl has ever been so blunt with me before. But you know what? I also don't take orders so easily, so Miss Jalen has met her match. If she doesn't want to come down, it's because she doesn't want me to come up. And I'm about to find out why. Not even bothering to go back to my car, I head up to the door and hit every other button on the intercom until someone lets me in. Thankfully, the tenant in 4A doesn't seem to care who they let into the building. That also reminds me to talk to Jalen about getting a new apartment with better neighbors, pronto. I take the elevator up to her apartment and knock on the door. When it flies open, I step back, taking in her skin-tight black dress that falls just above the knee. The dress is modest enough to take her out to meet my family, but it leaves all kinds of things up to the imagination. Like how her full breasts will look while heaving out the top of her dress, or what those spaghetti straps will look like when draped down her arms as I slowly pull the whole thing off her. I open my arms to her with a welcoming smile on my face that dies as soon as Beckett steps out behind her. "Who the fuck are you?" he growls. Jalen is giving me the "what the fuck is wrong with you, Austin" glare that I've come to know and love. The crease on her head is extra deep tonight. Considering Beckett doesn't seem to recognize me as my alter ego, I go for honesty when answering his question. I'm Austin Sexton, Jalen's date for tonight. He crosses his arms and stands tall, sizing me up, which is a game he will quickly lose.
Sexton? As in her boss?
Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that? He laughs in the base of his throat. Aren't there laws against that shit? If I were an eye roller, this would definitely be the time to let one loose. If you held down a decent job, you'd know the answer to that. His fist rises in the air in response, but I don't flinch.
Beckett!
Jalen leaps forward and grabs his arm mid-air.
Control yourself.
His mouth is practically foaming with fury as his nostrils flare. From the reddening of his cheeks and the way he's vibrating with anger, you'd think he'd just hit me already. But he didn't. Instead, he lets his little thing of a sister hold him back. As angry as Beckett might be in this moment, it's not his true nature. It's learned from the hands of his father. Beckett's mad, all right, but he's no fighter. He's just been bred to think he's one. I can see the difference in his eyes. They don't match the fury of his fists. Listen to your sister, man. She knows what's good for you. Beckett grinds his teeth as his steely gaze narrows in on me.
You look familiar. Do I know you from somewhere, pretty boy?
I roll my head from side to side with a shrug. I am pretty famous. The line makes Jalen look at me with admonishment. I raise my hands and make air quotes in her direction. She doesn't think that's funny either. Beckett is still staring at me with a sideways tilt. Sexton Media, San Francisco Standard, Los Angeles Post, Chicago Times. I tick off the subsidiaries that the company owns. Newsworthy.com, Avenue Intel Sharing. Ring a bell? I ask Beckett.
So you're a rich pretty boy,
he seethes as he searches my face, trying to put his memory to work on recalling where he knows me. What's the problem? I invade his space and show him I'm not intimidated in the least. Jalen flies in between us, holding out her hands to each of our chests like she's trying to part the Red Sea between us.
Guys, stop it right now. Beckett, go back inside. Austin, I told you to leave.
I give her a shit-eating grin. No, you told me you couldn't come downstairs. You didn't say to leave. She rolls her eyes and lightly pushes me away, but I know she's fighting back a laugh. I don't care if it is because she's annoyed with me. At least I got a reaction out of her.
Just go,
she tries to say without a smile as she pulls Beckett away from me. Nope, I told you, no can do. I need you tonight. I put my hands in my pockets, standing my ground and acting like I'm not going anywhere until she gets in my car.
And she told you she's not going anywhere with you. Leave her alone.
Beckett grunts. That's not what she was saying last night, I taunt. I know it's an asshole move, but the look on his face is so worth it. Jalen forcefully turns him while glaring at me.
Really, Austin?
Hey, I'm just a man trying to get my girl to go out with me. Is that too much to ask? My voice is flippant. Your girl? Beckett charges at me again, but Jalen holds him back. Yep, you heard me. My girl. I step up to him, begging for him to push me. Hit me. Do something. You'd really date this douchebag? He turns to her instead.
Yes, Beckett. I kinda like the douchebag.
She holds her shoulders back and her chin high. Beckett throws his hands in the air. Fine, just do what you want. He storms off, out the front door, finally leaving me alone with Jeannine. I smile brightly, holding my hand out to her. So, you ready? I ask as nonchalantly as possible, like none of that just went down. She shakes her head, rubbing her hands down her face, letting out a tiny scream.
You can be so infuriating sometimes, you know that?
Yep, sure do. But as you said, you like this douchebag. I step to the side to avoid her kick to my shin. Now that we've got that covered, let's go.
I need my purse,
she says as a way to stall. No, you don't. I have all the cash or things you'll ever need. And I hope you're not on your period anymore. I raise my eyebrows to her. So you don't need to bring anything. Now let's go. I head toward the door and chuckle at her sigh and tiny stomp in frustration. When I stop at the top of the stairwell, I wait, knowing she's right behind me. She doesn't say anything as she struts past me, so I grab her ass, hard, making sure she knows shit is going down and that I'm ready to play.
Chapter 14. Jeannine. Saison is one of the most sought-after restaurants in San Francisco. And just from the decor, I can see why. Broad redwood beams and trusses support a cathedral ceiling, while clusters of potted trees and frosted glass doors align the exterior. Austin escorts me into the restaurant and to a table in the center, overlooking the open kitchen. I'd think a family as powerful as the Sextons would want a corner spot, away from prying eyes. According to Austin, the table placement is by design. Missy loves to be the center of attention, he says, as he pushes my seat into the table. She also likes to be fashionably late, so everyone is watching when she walks into the room. Is that why you took the scenic route getting here? That, and I like the way your legs look, curled up in my passenger seat. My body ignites from the way he runs a smooth hand along my thigh. I'm fighting the chill of goose flesh when Missy and Edward Sexton appear at the entrance of the restaurant and walk toward us. There's no denying that Missy Sexton is a gorgeous woman. Bleached blonde hair that's ironed straight, and contoured makeup that would make a Kardashian jealous. Around the office, she wears provocative power suits. Tonight, she went for straight sexy in a skin-tight white dress, exposing cleavage. Lots and lots of cleavage. Austin, you brought a date? Missy says in a stunned tone as she approaches the table. How quaint. An older gentleman with salt and pepper hair and eyes as dark as Bryce's appears behind Missy. I recognize him from my internet research of Austin. The man before me is the great Edward Sexton. I'm surprised to see we have company, Edward says, as he takes the seat next to mine. Edward, Austin says curtly. I'm surprised to note he hasn't stood to greet Missy or shaken his father's hand. As the maitre d' pushes Missy's chair in, Edward's eyes slowly graze up and down the side of my body, right down to the straps of my heels. Austin's hand gently squeezes my leg and pulls me into him. Are you going to grace us with the name of your guest, or are you going to sit there in silence? Edward says. My hand finds Austin's, and we lock pinkies. I turn to him and offer him a small smile.
This is my girlfriend, Jeannine. Jeannine, this is my father, Edward.
A small gasp of surprise escapes my lips. Missy cocks her head in condescending amusement. It's nice to meet you, I cordially say to Edward. The waiter interrupts our introductions to take our drink orders.
Cranberry and club,
Austin tells the waiter.
You're not drinking?
Edward asks, baffled.
I'm driving,
Austin says with a sarcastic tone. Missy laughs. When has that ever stopped you? She says to Austin, and then turns to the waiter. Bring a bottle of Dom Perignon. It looks like we're celebrating.
Celebrating what?
Austin hisses. Your new relationship. Jeannine, you'll have a glass, won't you?
No,
Austin says. At the same time, I reply, yes. Austin turns to me with a raised brow and a tilt of his jaw.
I thought you didn't drink,
he whispers into my ear. I lean into his ear. I don't, but I have a feeling this dinner with your family is going to make me want to start. He gives me a light kiss on the cheek.
Bottoms up, baby. If it's okay with you, I'm gonna stick to the virgin variety.
My heart swells lightly at both the term of endearment and the fact that Austin is not drinking, which I'm starting to learn is a big deal. My cheek is still tender from the kiss when I look over and see Missy's narrowed eyes sending laser beams across the table at me. You two are cute, she says. But it actually feels like she's saying the complete opposite. So, tell us, Jeannine, what do you do for a living? I turn to Austin and pinch my brows together, wondering if Missy has no idea who I am or if she's just playing a game with me. I'm Bryce's assistant, I answer. Her eyes widen, and her injected lips create an oval as she places an elbow on the table and points a finger. You're writing me an exposé.
Shit.
Yes, I am.
What kind of exposé?
Edward asks, seeming aloof. It's fascinating, really. The world of underground street racing, she explains to Edward, who doesn't seem to have any idea what she's talking about. There have been so many accidents and a recent death in the area because of one. It's a shame no one has arrested any of the orchestrators. If convicted, that's 3 months in the county jail. Her focus roams from Edward to Austin and back to me. You're supposed to have an in with the races. I was surprised when you volunteered at the meeting, but now... She laughs a little and sits back in her seat, like she's just turned on a great show. I get the whole picture. Our drinks arrive, and Missy's eyes don't leave mine as the waiter pours our champagne. The clinking forks on dishes of patrons, waiters serving, busboys clearing, and chefs busying themselves in the kitchen provide an eventful backdrop around our otherwise motionless table. The waiter steps away from the table, and Missy raises her glass. To new friends. Edward follows suit, with his eyes roaming back down to my legs.
To new friends.
Austin grabs his glass of juice and soda and gives a silent salute when I grab the stem of my flute and repeat awkwardly. To new friends.
Now that we're here, are you going to alert me of the purpose of tonight's dinner?
Austin leans back and places his free hand on the table. The other is still holding on to mine. Edward responds,
I was hoping it would be with you and your brother. There's business to discuss, and while I'm sure your dinner companion has many assets, being privy to Sexton family dealings is not something she should be exposed to.
I blink at the backhanded compliment and try not to feel insulted.
Anything you have to discuss with me, you can discuss in front of Jeannine,
Austin states. Edward smirks.
There isn't much I plan to discuss with you without your brother present. That's right, the heir and the spare. Why speak to the pawn when the king holds all the cards?
Edward lets out a deep laugh and smiles.
Don't take it so personal, Austin. Business hasn't ever been your strong suit.
Austin isn't smiling back.
It may not be, but I'm better than you. You spent your career sitting behind a desk with a fancy nameplate while your real wife did all the legwork.
I can sense Edward reconsidering having his table in the center of a bustling restaurant. His face still bears that smile, but his eyes are beady.
I built this company just as much, if not more, than your mother did. Bullshit, Dad. I was a kid, but I wasn't an idiot.
You sure about that? Missy says, as she takes a sip of champagne and looks around the room, probably wondering if anyone has noticed her presence. Austin's hand is still holding mine, but the grip has loosened. He widens his legs and tilts his chin in defiance as he speaks toward Edward.
Let me tell you something about my dear old dad. He was the chief operating officer when he forgot to pay the printing press, so they gave away our reservation. And my mother wound up missing her best friend's wedding while she scrambled to edit a magazine because we could only get a printing date 3 days before we were supposed to go to print. The trials and tribulations of running a magazine. That was before we had our own printing unit, one I secured for us, by the way.
Edward states matter-of-factly.
With Mom's inheritance from Grandma and Grandpa. You bought that, and those hair plugs on your head.
Edward's smile drops.
You're getting funny, young man. We almost went bankrupt when he decided the magazine business wasn't fun enough. So he decided to buy a branch of tanning salons in the Bay Area.
Austin speaks directly at his father with a raging glare, like he's playing a game of chicken.
They were misvalued, he defends. It almost cost us our magazine. Lucky for you, Mom was just getting into digital. And the business exploded because I had her buy the Standard, Edward says. The business almost died because you were too busy fucking everything that walked through our office. How many women did you have to pay to keep quiet about your affairs? Watch it, Austin, Edward threatens. Austin doesn't seem to care. Did Mom know you were fucking Missy when she died?
Edward's cheeks rise to his eyes. It's not a smile. It's a face of indignation. He sees Austin racing toward him, and instead of veering to the side, he's going to drive straight at him. He leans forward and shows no mercy.
You want to give your little friend here a crash course in Sexton family knowledge? Why don't we talk about the fact
that you were at a party instead of helping your mom like you were supposed to that day. That's why she was speeding to her appointment. If you'd just done your part of the fact-checking, she'd still be here. But no, Austin does what Austin wants. Austin's hand falls from mine. It's still on my thigh, and as I look over at him, I see his clenching jaw protruding from the side of his face. Edward continues. While Bryce was doing his part around here, this one was in college, screwing every co-ed from here to Cabo San Lucas. Didn't see him for 4 years. When he graduated, he came home for my and Missy's engagement party, and the next day, he joined the fucking military. You want to talk about the heir and the spare, the king and the pawn? Bryce has taken his responsibility since the day your mother died. You have run away from your responsibility at every cost. Serves you right for getting hurt the way you did. You're no hero. The look in Edward's cold eyes is not one of a man who is merely defending himself. It's that of a ruthless elite who will stomp on anyone in his path, even if it's his own son. I have known Austin for only a few weeks, but one thing I can guarantee you is he is no liar. Now, I have no doubt that his father is all of those things Austin described, and more. How dare you? I say in a low tone to the man sitting beside me. I don't know you, Mr. Sexton, so with all due respect, forgive me when I say you are the most ignorant man I have ever met. And I was raised in a trailer by an alcoholic who liked to beat on children. So, yes, I have quite the experience. My gaze wanders up onto Edward's wrist and the Rolex resting comfortably in its obnoxious sapphire glory. Austin is the reason you can wear a $40,000 watch and buy your wife diamonds. I might not have worked at Sexton Media long, but in that time, I have yet to see or hear of Edward Sexton. What I have witnessed is the son you so easily dismissed as skirting from his responsibilities, work to the bone to close deals, and secure one of the most sought-after interviews in the country. A few hours in the office hardly counts as to the bone. Missy replies out of the side of her mouth. A simple-minded man would take a day to do what Austin could accomplish in an hour. A dense woman would have her assistant do it. I spit. Edward lets out a low laugh. That's not really a laugh. It's the most condescending sound I've ever heard. You must be keeping this one up nice. I don't need to be kept by a man. I only choose those who are worthy. I grab hold of Austin's hand and grip it tight into mine. A teenager who goes to college is hardly someone skirting from their responsibilities. A grown man who expects an 18-year-old to go to work to cover his slack is. Watch it. Edward seems to have forgotten his need to keep that fake smile running on his face for the sake of appearances. I don't stop. A man who enrolls in the military to fight for our country is heroic. A man who wants to sell his business because he has no idea how to run it is a coward. This gets Edward's attention. How do you know about the sale? Your wife likes to talk. Austin chimes in. I have every right to have you fired, Missy says to me with a downward mouth. Austin squeezes my hand as he stands up to his stepmother. "Try it, Missy." "You don't want to try me," she states coolly. But Austin doesn't seem to care. "If your threats were valid, you would have accomplished something already. And for your first course..." The waiter is back with a huge tray and starts setting plates before each of us. I think back, confused, only to realize we never ordered. The sextons must preset everything. Regardless, it doesn't matter. "We're not staying." I stand from my seat, and Austin rises with me. "You can't just get up from the table like that." Edward shifts as he looks over his shoulder. Austin places a hand on my back. "If there's one thing you need to know about Jeannine, it's that she doesn't take kindly to orders." "You tolerate that?" Edward sounds disgusted. To my surprise, Austin grins. "I don't just tolerate it. I fucking love it." He places his other hand on me and runs his fingers down my arm as he escorts me away from the table. "Come on, baby. Let's get out of here." "Where are we going?" "To a race."
Chapter 15. Austin. We drive to a warehouse where I keep my Camaro to switch cars and then drive to the race. When we pull up, it's the same magnetic hum, a simmering in the air that's stewing like a volcano ready to burst with excitement. The crowd turns in my direction, and I wonder if Jeannine can read their thoughts as easily as I can. The fuck me eyes of women and the fuck you glares of men. A strange sting hits me in the gut. Every girl here has tried to get with me, but I haven't wanted a single one. The women I've bedded have all been the results of cocktail parties and bar nights. One-night stands and short flings have been my style, and I'm not ashamed I've even had a few restroom quickies where most of our clothes were still on. I keep a change of clothes in my Camaro, so even though I was able to change after dinner tonight, Jeannine's still looking unbelievable in that tight black dress that's riding high on her thighs. It has me thinking about everything I want to do to her, how I want to savor every fucking inch of her. I walk over to her side of the car, but she throws the door open before my hand is on the handle and stands. I grip her waist and push my body into hers, and she falls against the car. My hard exterior molds right up against the soft curves of hers as I whisper into her ear, "Be good tonight, Pyle." Her breath is feathery as she responds,
"Don't call me that."
I let out a small chuckle as I brush hair away from her face. "Just make sure you don't do anything to warrant the name, and we'll be all good." She sticks out her bottom lip, and I have to restrain from biting it. Instead, I reach for her hand and peel her off the car and toward the crowd. I give Greg a fist pound with my other hand as we approach. "How's it looking tonight?" "Everything's set up. The new guy, Keith, is ready." He nods toward the Hellcat and the driver I got into a fight with a few nights ago over Jeannine's flirting. He's a damn good driver, so I'm glad he's here tonight. I just have to make sure he keeps his paws off my girl. "Fucker was adamant about racing you tonight. I told him that's a race that has to be earned." "We had words a few nights ago. The little shit's probably trying to show me his man card. Wonder what gave him the balls to do so tonight." "Me?" someone says from behind us. We turn to see Beckett standing next to Keith. I drop my head down with a loud huff. Really? You know this douchebag? I ask Keith.
Beckett, what are you doing here?
Jalen steps out of my grip and to her brother. You know this hottie? Keith slaps his hand against Beckett's chest with a crazy, excited expression. Beckett's face reddens as he pushes Keith's hand off his chest. She's my sister. You touch her and I'll beat you with a tire iron. Keith steps back with his arms up in the air.
Damn, girls got more guards than Alcatraz. Why are you here?
Jalen asks her brother again.
It's more like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Wait. Beckett's eyes get big as realization strikes. His fucking jaw drops as he looks at me and then back to Jalen.
Is that?
Jalen rushes to Beckett, gripping his bright red shirt and pulling him away in a firestorm of frustration.
Let's take a walk.
I know I should give them time to chat, but I'm not that kind of guy. I don't know what kind of dynamic these siblings have, and if he's anything like his father, I won't let him lay a hand on her. Before I can reach them, Beckett steps away from Jalen and comes right up to me, chest pushed out, trying to intimidate me. Fucker has no clue who he's dealing with. Back the fuck up, he yells as Jalen tries to pull him back. I grab him by the arm, the tension in my body radiating as I hold him in place and give it to him straight. Do not talk to my girl like that. He whips his head toward Jalen. Fucker stole my car and you're dating him. Last time we spoke, he only knew me as Austin, Jalen's boss. Now that he knows the truth, I can fully give him shit. It's about time someone started taking care of her. What kind of man lets his little sister bail him out all the time? I bet you didn't even thank her for getting your car back, you fucking prick. I release him with a little shove. My car back? He turns to Jalen, putting the last piece of the puzzle together. Are you serious right now? You have my car? Technically, I still do. She has the keys. I even gave her a good wax for you. Buffed her good. I add in with a wink. You better be talking about my car. He runs a hand through his shaggy brown hair. It fits snug in my nice, warm garage. I smile. I'm gonna fuck you up, Beckett challenges, pushing his way toward me. Jalen pulls him back.
Get a hold of yourself.
Fucker stole my car, he seethes. No. Correction. I hold up my hand while rocking back on my heels to make a point. I won your car, but your sister stood up for you and got your keys back. Beckett turns so fast I think his feet are going to slip right out from underneath him. Why didn't you tell me you had my car this entire time? She stands up a little straighter.
I was waiting until I knew you learned your lesson.
Learned my lesson? Jay, I've had to get up an hour early every day for work just to catch the bus. How could you?
How could I?
She yells, leaning her body back and placing her hands on her hips. Damn, I love how sexy she looks doing it.
You're the dumbass who raced for pink slips. I needed to make sure you weren't going to do something that stupid ever again. You are not Dad. You're better than him, and I will make damn sure of it every day.
Her shoulders fall, and I know she's hit a nerve with him. He stays silent as they stare at each other. Well, I say, breaking the tension. Now that that's solved and you know I'm not the asshole you've made me out to be, can I please have my girlfriend back so we can get these races started? I hold out my hand, waiting for Jalen to take it. Beckett, let's call it truce. Since you're her brother and I've already won your car and given it back, I'll let you stay. But this race has nothing to do with you. This is about Tyler and paying tribute. Don't forget that. Jalen turns to Beckett, placing her hands on his arms.
Please, Beckett, for me. Just let things be, okay? Let's get the race over with and I'll get your car back to you.
She smiles sweetly at him, and I can see their family dynamics at work. Beckett might be older, but Jalen calms him down, talking up to him in a way that makes him feel like he's in charge when, really, she's the one dictating the situation. It's a well-rehearsed dance. He bulldozes himself forward, and she gently sways him back. Beckett's shoulders relax as he lets out a sigh. She's his calming force, and it's evident he'd be lost without her. He doesn't even need to say anything. He just nods slightly, and Jalen wraps her arms around him, whispering something into his ear, a moment shared between just the two of them. When she releases him, he turns in my direction, but before we can leave, he calls out, "This ain't over, man. I'm doing this for my sister. If you think this means I like you now, you've got another thing coming. If you fuck with her..." I raise my hand, stopping his mild threat. I would expect those exact words to come out of your mouth right now, and honestly, I have a little more respect for you because of it. It's all good, man. She might just be my calming force, too. I wrap my arms around her shoulders and wait for his nod to let me know he understands what I'm talking about. When he does, it's a series of unspoken words. I won't fuck over his sister. He won't fuck me over. Before we announce the races, everyone gathers in a circle, each holding a candle. Slowly, the flames start to dance in the air as we light the wicks to remember a friend, a fellow racer, and pray we never lose anyone again. A somber feeling wraps around me, and I can't help but reach out to hold on to Jalen tightly. I bring her back to my front, lacing my right arm around the front of her shoulders. As soon as I do, my body warms with the feeling of comfort and home, making me not want to let go. Her peach scent stirs me in a way I've never imagined. I can't help myself when I lean down to kiss the back of her head, holding my lips there as I breathe her in once more. It's not until Greg yells to get my attention that I'm broken from the trance. When I look around, I notice everyone is watching my every move. She must notice too, because she starts to wiggle slightly to release her from my grip. "Dude," Greg says again. "Let's get started, time's a ticking." He holds up his watch to prove his point even more. I nod, taking a deep breath until dropping my arm from Jalen and turning to call the races. As soon as everything is settled, I place my arm around her again and pinch her ass, dragging her away from the scene and toward my car. She's quick to push me away.
"Don't treat me like I'm your pit whore."
I can't help the sharp laugh that escapes me. "I'm sorry, did you just say pit whore?" I pull up my fingers to make air quote gestures like I've seen her do. She groans while slapping me in the chest.
"Don't be an ass."
"Oh, baby, I'm not. I'm treating you like you should be treated." I bring her into me. "You're mine, Don't you know that by now? I tilt her chin up to meet my gaze, hoping she can see the sincerity in my eyes through the darkness that surrounds us. And this is our third date. You know what that means? I love the way she starts to chew on her bottom lip, trying to find the perfect comeback, but I don't let her. This is happening. The little push-pull thing we have going on is hot and all, but I'm not going anywhere. And you, I like you. So yes, I will get in these panties, and when I do, you'll be begging for it. I turn and leave her standing with a stunned expression covering her beautiful face. She glances in my direction, but doesn't move from her location. After I open the car door, I nod my head to the side. Besides, I promised that you could drive. Her entire body radiates in shock.
You're going to let me drive your car?
I dangle the keys in the air. Yep.
But it's a race.
It's a tribute race. The stakes are low, and for some reason, I don't really care about winning tonight. She raises a brow.
You don't?
Unless it's with you. In my bedroom, then no. Just drive straight and try not to crash into anything.
You're serious?
I can't help but laugh at how cute she looks when she's in shock. Yes, and I'm 2 seconds away from changing my mind, so are you in or are you out? A slow, mischievous smile builds on her face, and she jumps in the air, running toward me and taking the keys from my hand. You know how to drive a stick, right? I ask as she excitedly hops into the driver's seat. Jeannine! Beckett yells from the crowd. Jeannine, don't get in that car! Her eyes pass between Beckett and me for all of 2 seconds until she slams her door. Good girl gone bad all of a sudden, and Big Brother can't handle it? I taunt as I hop into the passenger seat.
Buckle up. This is gonna be a wild ride,
she states while reaching for her helmet. You love the thrill just as much as I do. Fuck, Pyle. This relationship might be better than I even imagined. Even though I'm not driving, I still say my prayer to my mom as I rub the angel before reaching for the stereo to pump James Dean by the Rex, and I blast the volume. Greg meets us at the starting line. Jalen inches up, and Greg tells her when to stop. I give my girl directions. Now you have the clutch in, right? She listens intently and nods, her eyes glued to the road ahead. When I glance down at her hand on the gear shift, I can't help but imagine that hand wrapped around my cock in the same way. She moves it to the right and then the left, slowly playing around with the feeling of it beneath her. She looks so fucking hot right now, behind the wheel of my car. I can hardly contain myself. I try to calm my excitement before I continue. Okay, so when he...
I got it. I know what to do.
She doesn't even flinch or move a muscle. Her focus is laser sharp, and her eyes turn to slits as she waits for Greg to nod our way for approval. Her engine is revving, and when she pushes on the gas, getting the car ready to take off, my hand briefly goes to hers, needing to feel the rush she's experiencing. When Greg raises the flashlight, shining it brightly, signaling the start, I shout, "Now!" The car cascades down the runway, a straight shot at 120 miles an hour. Everything around us is vibrating with power and shaking with adrenaline. She mishandles a small dip in the lane that makes the car slightly veer off course and my breath hitch, but she regains control and pulls it back into the lane, pushing the gears to full force. Our backs are plastered to the leather, and the car feels like it's flying in air. She crosses the finish line and starts screaming with excitement. It's a total girly, high-pitched squeal, and it's fucking adorable. I know she has no idea if she won or lost. Her focus was only forward, unaware of the competitor, and I couldn't be prouder. Jalen's been in the race enough times now to know that there's no time to commiserate or celebrate. Just keep driving and hightail it out of here. Her chest is heaving. There's a glistening on her skin, and it's pink from the blood racing through her veins. She's buzzing right now, just as she was the first night I had her in my car. The adrenaline causes every nerve ending to vibrate to the brink of being out of control. Except this time, it's magnified times 1,000 because she's behind the wheel. She's experiencing euphoria like never before. I can't keep my eyes off her. The way her plump lips are pursed with every quick breath, or how her breasts are full and lush, ready to fall out of her top. And that dress, that fucking dress that's riding so far up her thighs, I can see the sweet lace of her panties. I can't help myself as I lay a hand on her inner thigh. The gasp she lets out of those perfect pink lips makes my dick twitch. I trace my fingers up and down her leg, softly at first, and then a little firmer, grasping the tender muscles and climbing higher and higher up her leg. She widens her knees, and I skim my fingers over the black lace. "Do you know where you're going?" I ask, my fingers continuing their caress. All she can do is shake her head. "Just drive then. Don't worry about anything but keeping those pretty little eyes on the road. You got that?" She nods. My thumb finds the sweet spot of her clit, and I gently massage it. Her hips buck off the seat, giving me a better angle. I keep it simple. A light touch, learning what she likes. She's responding to me nicely, so I up the ante. With my 4 fingers, I run them over her clit, creating friction with the cloth.
"Austin,"
she moans. "You like that?" I ask, and she nods. I don't let up. I continue making vicious circles, fast and then slow, and then fast again. Her breathing escalates, and her nipples pebble through the fabric of her dress, while her hips try to get closer to my hand as much as she can while she's behind the wheel. It's intense, but it's not enough. I move the lace to the side and am rewarded with hot pussy dripping with need. "You're so fucking wet." I unhook my seatbelt to get closer to her, weaving my arm better under hers as she grips the gear shift like her life depends on it. Now that I have her exposed, I don't let up, sliding a finger right into her slickness. She's tight, so damn tight, and I'm now rock hard, just thinking about what it will feel like to be inside her. I've dreamed of touching you like this, dreamed of feeling your slick, wet pussy, drenched from how bad you want to be fucked. Dreamed about making you come. dreamed about hearing you scream my name.
Austin,
She whimpers as I slide a second finger inside her and massage her from the inside out.
don't stop.
I'm never stopping, Jalen. I pump my fingers. Her body tightens. This body is mine, and I plan to make you feel like this every day, just so I can hear those noises come out of these lips.
It's just so...
Her eyes flutter closed, but open quickly as she remembers she's driving. She turns onto a side street where her pace slows to a crawl.
Just like that. Faster, please.
Being that she asked so politely, I give Jalen what she wants. Circling her clit, massaging her cunt, and working her as she builds higher and higher. Her breathing is erratic, and her body is taut. As her back seems to get straighter, I drive on home by placing a third finger inside her, slightly hooking them to get just the right spot.
Austin!
She screams as her walls clench and contract around my fingers. A warmth pours down as she comes on my hand, and it's the sexiest thing I've ever seen or felt or heard. This woman, this beautiful woman with a foul mouth and an attitude I can't manage, has completely bewildered me with her response to my touch. She's flying high from the race and the orgasm. I can't imagine how hard it must be to drive right now. It's why I'm not surprised when she pulls over to the side of the road. It's a scenic area on top of a cliff that's covered by trees. The view is gorgeous, but I can't even bother looking at it. Not when the view to my left is so much better. If I don't watch it, I might become addicted to this girl.
Chapter 16. Jalen. My body is on fire. Never in my life have I felt the lust I feel right now. It's no surprise that I'm attracted to Austin. He's funny and thoughtful, spontaneous and smart. He's also the most gorgeous man I have ever seen in my life. That orgasm. Oh, dear God. I exploded from the inside out, leaving my body with a completely satisfied high. It also has me curious. If Austin can make me feel like that with his fingers, what can he do with his whole body? If you think you're bringing me up here to bang me in the car, it's not happening, he says mockingly. No banging. I make air quotes. Got it? I unbuckle my seatbelt and climb over to him. There isn't much room in the car, and he's so large, but I manage to straddle him perfectly. He looks surprised, but from the hard-as-steel erection pushing up from his sweatpants, I know he's game. His hands slide to my ass as he pushes my dress up and grips the flesh. Do you think this is the free parking space? Or should you be going straight to jail? I chuckle. I love when you talk Monopoly to me. My laugh quickly fades as I rub up against him and feel his length against me. Jalen, what are you doing? Finishing what you started. He places his hands on the sides of my head and holds my face in his hands. His blue eyes are as dark as midnight. It's only our third date. This is cooling down.
You're supposed to give the engine a break before pushing past the finish line.
I bite my lip and shake my head. There's no cooling down. We're just heating up. I kiss him. Gripping onto his shirt, I pull him into me. Or maybe I'm crashing into him. Whatever it is, I'm giving him every bit of passion in my body and letting him know just how hot I am for him. He kisses me back. We're hands and tongues and lips, inhaling each other's breaths. His hand rests on the pulse of my neck as I feel him through his shirt. I know we are both pounding wild with anticipation and want. Austin pulls back and swallows a breath.
Baby, are you sure?
I nod, my lips touching his. I need a secret. Something you're too scared to say out loud.
I'm falling for you.
Tears build behind my eyes at the confession. I pinch my brows together, trying to hold them back, but it's hard. Don't hurt me, I whisper. He nods against me, causing my head to move as well.
I can't make any promises, but I'll try not to fuck this up.
Fuck me, Austin, I beg.
Here.
If you don't, I might explode. My hands move down to his waist. I lift my hips off of him and give him the space he needs to lift himself off the seat slightly, so we can pull his sweatpants and boxers down. It isn't easy, but when they're down, we're rewarded with the intoxicating feeling of my skin against his as I sit down, and his shaft rubs against me. He kisses me again while reaching behind me, opening up the glove box where his wallet is located, and takes out a condom. Ripping the package with his teeth, he hands it to me, and I lean back. His cock is large and hard like granite as I slide the condom down his shaft and secure it to the base. I rise up and line him up outside my entrance. With my hands on his shoulders, I lower myself onto him and feel every inch as he sinks deeper and deeper into me.
I just died and went to heaven,
he says into my mouth before kissing me. With every thrust of his tongue, I buck my hips. With every caress of my face, back, and ass, I grind harder up against him. When he pulls my dress down in the front, my breasts fall out and I move faster. When he sucks on my nipple and then bites down, I ride him harder and faster and with more love in my body than I ever knew I had. My core tightens as he moves from kissing my breast to my mouth. We're hot and sticky, sweaty from two people caught in an act of passion. The windows are steamed up. I can't see anything, but who the hell cares? I have a half-naked Austin between my legs, and it's fucking glorious. I grip his hair as my orgasm grows. I chant his name, and he calls out mine as we chase our high, racing to the edge of the peak, climbing higher and higher, building and raging, revving and throbbing, until the climax, and I come so hard all over him that I scream louder than I did after the race. I ride it out to the end, and am rewarded doubly when his girth expands within me as he gives in to his own release. If I thought Austin was sexy before, I was mistaken. His euphoric face as it drops back against the seat is the only thing I want to see for the rest of my life. Austin was right. The third date was the cool down. This moment, the calming of the engine, is total bliss. Now it makes me wonder what the finish line will be like. He leans up and softly kisses me. What am I going to do with you? While there are many things that come to mind, only one feels right. Take me home.
Chapter 17. Austin. The air is black. Thick, ebony smoke billows against the clay walls. Get down, a voice echoes. My eyes are heavy, so heavy I could shut them again. It would be easy, so easy. Clear, it was clear. Bullets spit, footsteps pound. The vibration of the earth moves beneath my head. We gotta get you out of here. Someone is yelling. I lift my eyelids and see a man covered in soot in a green helmet blending in with his blemished face. He's pulling me by the arms. My weight is lead. Jimmy, I call out, but it comes out scratchy. My mouth is dry like parchment, so I repeat my plea to make sure he can understand what I'm saying. Upstairs. There's no time. He lifts me up, pulling me with a firm grip. A searing pain radiates up my spine. It burns. Jimmy! It goes unheard. Walking. My weight is falling, despite the tug of my hand. Smoke. More smoke. Flashing light. Burning. Sharp, shooting pain with every step. Loud. So loud. The guns. The men. The screams. The cries. The wails. Jimmy. Austin.
Austin. Austin.
She says soothingly, a hand on my head, gently rubbing it along the brow.
Wake up, you're having a bad dream.
My body jolts with the opening of my eyes as I get my bearings to see where I am. In Jalen's apartment, in bed with my girl. She places her hand over my shirt-covered chest, which is dramatically rising and falling. I blink my eyes and adjust to the dark and the faint light coming from the alarm clock that illuminates her face.
Breathe. Take one slow breath and relax.
I follow her instructions.
You're sweating. Are you okay?
I wipe my brow and then run my fingers through my hair. I will be.
Do you have nightmares often?
Yes. More as I've gotten older, ironically.
My mom used to say, nightmares are the heart's way of making you appreciate how beautiful daydreams are.
Your mom sounds like a wise woman, I say, as I follow her rhythm and relax my breathing. Jalen smiles. It's more beautiful than a daydream.
She was amazing,
she says, with a nod and a deep sigh.
I used to wake up a lot and she'd rub my head, just like this, and sing a song.
Will you sing for me?
Will you tell me what your nightmare was about?
She asks. I shake my head and swallow. No.
I wasn't going to sing for you anyway, so now we're even.
She shrugs and then curls up to my side.
You okay?
She asks groggily. She nestles into the crook of my arm, running her hand under my shirt to touch my chest, down my stomach, and then up again. It's comforting.
I've never known a man who sleeps in his undershirt,
she says. I suspiciously glance at her. Are you really talking to me right now about other men you've slept with? She lets out a little laugh.
No, I just thought, since you were sweating, it might be more comfortable to go without it.
Well, usually after a dream like that, I go for a run or a drive or look at porn.
That's charming.
I laugh, so she smacks me in the stomach. Pulling her in close, I kiss the side of her head and inhale her sweet peach scent. Talk to me then. Tell me about your mom. What was she like, other than nightmare reliever extraordinaire?
Sweet.
She wraps her arms around my waist.
Kind. Always there when we needed her. She never yelled, and she made the best brownies. Beckett makes them for me sometimes.
Beckett bakes?
Oh yeah, he's Susie Homemaker. He has so many great qualities that go unnoticed because he's such a hothead.
That I believe. She smacks me in the stomach again.
Says one hothead about the other. You two are a lot alike, you know.
I don't bake.
You run,
she says, and I still.
You race to run away from whatever is bothering you. That's what he does.
Rolling my head back, I look up to the ceiling. So your mom made brownies. I deflect. Her nose presses up against my side as she laughs.
She also liked to hike and birdwatch, took us to the movies all the time, and had us involved in everything going on around town. Beckett and I didn't realize until after she died that she was keeping us away from our father. He was an alcoholic and abusive.
I clench my jaw at the thought of anyone hurting Jeannine. But he never hit you.
No, it was only Beckett. He was always in trouble, and my dad unleashed on him to the point where it became expected. Beckett didn't leave the house until I went to Davis, and we haven't been back since.
Did you ever think that maybe he was protecting you? Her head pops up, and her hair falls in front of her face.
How so?
I brush the strands behind her ear. Maybe he got in trouble on purpose, so your dad would hit him and not you. Her mouth purses as she contemplates my words. She lies back down and curves her body right back against mine.
Eva says I protect Beckett too much. I stayed close to home instead of choosing an East Coast school. I followed him to San Francisco, paid off his gambling debt when he was betting on football games, called in sick from my job so I could drive to Reno to have him back in time for his job after he missed his ride from partying too late. I've held him back from numerous fights at bars, and once I spent an entire weekend convincing him that the life of a gigolo was not as appealing as it was in the movies.
Well, HBO had a pretty convincing show on that. Even had me thinking I could have a pretty glamorous life as a male escort.
Hung definitely tainted the minds of the impressionable.
She yawns.
I told you had a lot in common.
Wrapping my arms around her, I pull her tightly into me and kiss her forehead. Jeannine. She lets out a tiny yawn. What you said to my family tonight?
I'm sorry if I overstepped.
Thank you. I sigh into her hair and place a soft kiss on her temple. No one's ever stuck up for me like that.
I was just being honest.
I chuckle from deep within my chest. Well then, I'm glad you met my family on a day you were happy with me, and not when we met a few weeks ago. Your honesty might not have been as flattering. I hear a slight giggle escape her lips as she curls into me more. Go back to sleep, baby, you're tired. She arches her back with another yawn.
I'll stay up with you.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna close my eyes too, I say, and feel her body slowly lull to sleep. She snores. Of course, the girl who has worked her way into my heart has a respiratory problem. She has to be a pain in the ass, even in her sleep. After my nightmare last night, I had a hard time falling back asleep, so I lay with Jeannine resting on my chest as I brushed my fingers through her silky, dark hair. Her hand wrapped around my waist, while little vibrations echoed out her throat with each breath as she pulled deeper into her sleep. I should have been annoyed, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought it was the cutest sound I'd ever heard in my fucking life. We lay like that all night. She slept, and I sat in the dark. I couldn't help but notice the odd sense of calm. Being with Jeannine was the most content I've felt in years. The draw I feel toward her is primal. Either I'm fighting with her or fighting others so they stay away from her. Is it a douchebag move? Hell yeah. But she brings out the beast in me that needs to be tamed. And right now, it's happily hibernating in her bed, with her nestled into me, purring like a lion.
Austin.
She breathes against my chest. I look down to see her eyes are still closed and fluttering with a dream she's having. I smile to myself, knowing she's dreaming of me. It's been a while since I let someone in. Jeannine's seen the surface, and after last night, she's gotten a taste of what lies beneath. I never thought I'd be ready to share my life, but I want her to know me. The whole me. The thought of letting her in on my entire past has me raising a hand and running it down my face. I could use a shave and a shot of tequila. I'll have to settle for just the shave and a pot of coffee. I've gotten used to not sleeping and running my days on booze and adrenaline. If I keep it up, I'll have a heart attack by the time I'm 30. That will have to change if I want a future with Jeannine. The thought of my life with her is the only thing that makes me want to slow down. Maybe last night was the cool down. The ultimate slow your brakes if you want to do a victory lap with this girl. Jeannine's hand slowly falls as she lifts her head up. Her lips are swollen, and she's looking at me through lazy eyelids.
Morning, handsome. You didn't sleep well, did you?
I'm used to it. I kiss her nose and wipe the worry off her face. She rises on her elbow, and the sheet falls, exposing her breasts.
That's not good, Austin. You can't be up half the night like that. You'll burn out.
I run my thumb over her nipple and feel it harden with my touch. Having you next to me makes it more manageable. She lets out a moan, closing her lids in ecstasy.
That feels good.
While I'd love to spend the entire day in bed with you, we have to take a rain check because I have to be at work in a half hour and I'm taking you with me. Her eyes pop open.
I can't go to the office with you.
You're that worried about what people think?
Gee, Kettle, Black. Where's your hoodie, Falcon?
She playfully hits me and swings her legs around the side of the bed, taking all the sheets and blankets with her. I motion toward my erection peeking out of my boxers. I'm a little exposed here. Her eyes light up at the sight, and I watch as her tongue sneaks out of her mouth to skim her lip. Despite the obvious look of desire, she raises her chin and stands up.
Rain check,
She says, using air quotes.
we have to be at work.
God, I love it when she's a pain in the ass. You'll be happy to know we're not going to the office. We're headed to the Sir Francis Drake Hotel.
The Sergeant Miller interview is being conducted there today,
She says in realization.
You're going?
And so are you.
No, I don't want stories being told about me around the office. I like working there.
I'm sorry to break it to you, but they're gonna talk. I rise from the bed and walk over to her side where she's standing, clutching onto the sheets. Running my fingers up and down her arms, I look directly at her and declare, You and I are together. I won't hide that from anyone. She suspiciously eyes me.
Bryce said it's okay for me to leave for the day?
I nod with a Cheshire cat grin.
With you?
She asks curtly. I lean in to kiss her nose. He's still in Tahoe, and if he weren't, I demand he let me take you. I want you there with me.
Why?
Because you're the only one I'm willing to share my secrets with. Her chest stutters with a breath. She turns to grab her clothes faster than I thought possible. Note to self, if you want Jeannine to cooperate with you, promise her a piece of your past. Jeannine and I pull up in front of the landmark San Francisco Hotel. I don't usually go to these things, but this one is too personal. My stomach turns. I have to loosen the tie around my neck as we exit the car and walk through the entrance and up the elevator to the penthouse suite where Stephanie is waiting. The production crew knows this is going to be used on multiple platforms, I ask, eyeing up the set of 2 chairs facing each other with 3 cameras and lights positioned on each. There should be a 4th camera. I've been working with lawyers, marketing, advertising, and the executive producer we hired to make sure today happens and that we have enough fresh material.
The 4th camera will be a handheld. All bases are covered,
She says as the door behind us opens. A man with scars all over his face enters the room. His eyebrows are non-existent, as is the front of his hairline. He's gaunt, and he walks with a slight limp as he heads toward us, followed by a few people who are probably his family. Stephanie looks me in the eye.
You ready for this?
I nod, not saying a word. She knows. Actually, she's one of the only people who does, so there's nothing that needs to be said. I didn't want this meeting to make a spectacle of my past, but Bryce insisted every moment be captured, reminding me about how our mom used to capture even the smallest details. He's right, of course, but that doesn't change my nerves in the process. The handheld camera that was on the dresser is now in the hand of a member from the crew who has it focused on me as Sergeant Miller approaches. My gaze runs down to his pants that I know are covering a prosthetic leg and up to his missing left arm. A hand softly touches my back. I think it's Stephanie, but when I turn, I see it's Jeannine. There's no way she knows my truth, but there's also no doubt that she knows that I need her touch right now. While I'm currently spending my days and nights trying to keep my alternative life as Falcon under wraps, just a few years ago, I was Corporal Sexton, keeping my real life as separate as possible from the platoon. The guys were too busy cracking jokes at my name to bother with caring about who my family was. I told them I was from a small town in Ohio, and they had no reason not to believe me. I take a deep breath and walk towards Sergeant Miller, reaching out my hand while my chest tightens beyond belief. Corporal Sexton. My hand shakes as emotions race through my body. We stare at each other for a few breaths until I can't help myself, and I wrap my arms around the man who saved my life. "Okay, men, listen up," Sarge called out from the front of the line where we were huddled against the side of a building with our guns loaded and our fingers ready on the trigger. He pointed with 2 fingers toward the site and spoke in a grainy voice. "Once we get in this building, we'll set up our home base and hunker down for the night. It's been a long day and I know everyone's tired. We'll be staying here for a few days, so get comfortable, eat some food, and try to get some shut-eye to prepare for tomorrow. Supplies should be here shortly." We took our positions as we entered the abandoned building, one by one. "Clear," I called, keeping my scope up in case any enemy combatant was lurking in the shadows. Each room was checked, and after multiple rounds of hearing men yell, "Clear," we brought our guns down and took in our new home for the night. I removed my sack off my back and sat down on the dusty floor. My feet and back were killing me, and I wanted nothing more than to lie down and close my eyes. I needed to get a few bites of food in me first before I keeled over. "Hey, you got a can opener on you?" I asked Jimmy, who walked into the room as I rustled through my sack, looking for one. "I got you. I left my bag upstairs. I'll be right back." I nodded. "Thanks." Continuing to set up camp, I unfolded my sleeping pad and reached for my water. "Incoming!" is the last thing I heard before the entire room opened up into a ball of fire. Tears fall as I feel his arm wrap around my back. We stay like this for a few moments, everyone giving us our moment while I try to recoup. "I can never thank you enough," I whisper, before pulling back and wiping the tears away. "It's nice to finally meet you," he says, reaching up to straighten my tie. "You clean up nice. Much better than when I found you lying in that heap of rubble. I thought you were an illusion until I woke up at the base and they told me what had happened." He motions toward the seat. "Mind if we take a break? This bad boy hurts my hip after a while." He motions toward his prosthetic leg as he sits down. I stay close to make sure he doesn't need help. When he's settled into his chair, I take a seat in the other as the crew looks on at us. "I'm sorry I put this off for so long," he says. "I don't exactly clean up as well as you these days." "No need to apologize. I'm honored you chose to tell your story to us. You certainly had your pick." "It only seemed right." "Were you in the hospital long?" My hand instantly goes to my chest, knowing my scars are more hidden than his. "I've healed okay. Still have some pains here and there, but I'm alive, thanks to you." "You would have done the same thing, I have no doubt. I was just lucky enough to be on my way there to deliver supplies when the missile hit." "Ain't that the truth?" I try to laugh, but it also doesn't go anywhere. There's no laughter in this situation, and I look down at his leg, my reminder hitting me square in the face. Hey, he shakes his good leg, putting it on display for me. Look, I've still got a good one. It happened. I'm okay. You're okay. That's what's important. His light-hearted attitude is baffling. It's ironic that you're consoling me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Yes, he says, with a mock look of contemplation. Tell me all the amazing things you know about me. I like hearing those. I laugh out loud. Well, I woke up in that building to you hovering over me. It was like a mirage as you lifted me off the ground and carried me out of there. I pause as the memory swoops into my brain and overtakes my thoughts. The guys and I were settling in for the night, I continue. Everything was calm, quiet even, like the earth had stopped and was holding its breath. Then, one of my men called out just as the bomb was launched. It happened so fast. One moment the earth was still, and the next, it was raging. It was loud and bright, and my body was flying in the air. I don't know how far, but I must have passed out because the next thing I remember is seeing you. There was gunfire and more bombs going off around us. I could hear them and knew it was only a matter of time until another was launched our way. You could have run. Hell, you should have run. But you stayed and got my sorry ass out to safety. You saved my life, Sergeant Miller. I will forever be grateful. Now it's his turn to bear a misty expression on his face. No man left behind. He's right, and, just like him, I'd never walk away from a fallen soldier. No man left behind. You begged me to leave you there, he says. I blink back at him in confusion. You told me to leave you and get Jimmy. You were willing to risk your life for that of your friends. They give Medal of Honor to men who save lives, but they don't always recognize the true heroes. I wave him off. I should never be mentioned in the same category as you. Bullshit. You fought me in your damn half-conscious state. You kept telling me to go save your friend. You listened. If it hadn't been for me, you wouldn't have gone back into that building a second time and gotten hurt. You only went up there because I begged you to. And for that, I will always be sorry. I went up there because one of our men needed help. Jimmy is alive, and he wouldn't be if you didn't tell me exactly where he was. But look at you, I say, and instantly regret it. No, fuck that. I don't regret it. Sergeant Miller knows what he looks like. He knows he's missing an arm and a leg. He knows he has burns all over his face that look like angry red waves. He knows he has the stature of a 90-year-old man when he should be a robust man of 26. You shouldn't have suffered the way you did. I should have been the one to get the can opener. The what? I was about to eat, and I needed a can opener, so Jimmy was getting me one. Your meal, the ready-to-eat kit, was in a pouch. What the hell did you need a can opener for? I had a can of peaches I took from the base, I say, and then stop. The notion of peaches has me looking over at Jeannine, who is watching me, with her hands covering her mouth. Our eyes meet, and I see nothing but glassy beauty staring back at me. Sergeant Miller laughs. Not a coy chuckle. The man fucking laughs. Peaches? You've been beating yourself up over asking a buddy to get you a can opener so you can eat a can of peaches? I woke up 5 days later from a concussion with blown eardrums and multiple pieces of an IED lodged into my back, my vest being the only reason it hadn't killed me completely. I stayed in the hospital for a week before they sent me home, and months later, I was medically discharged. Sergeant Miller stayed for months and endured multiple surgeries, skin grafts, physical therapy, and more. He went into virtual hiding as news of his heroism splashed across the country. Now, that same man is staring at me with an expression of absolute humor. As a matter of fact, yes. Knowing that you had to save a man who was where he was because I'd snuck a can of peaches off base is literally what's kept me up for the last 2 years. His face turns serious. He slightly leans in and holds eye contact as he explains. Austin, no one who has ever had something bad happen to them was at the right place at the right time. I wasn't supposed to be there that night. The man on duty came down with a stomach virus. He's not beating himself up. Why are you? I've always felt responsible for what happened to you and Jimmy. Jimmy and I were in the same burn unit for a few months. I actually stay in touch with him, and he told me to tell you hello. He said you guys were close. Guilt floods my soul. He was the 12th guy rescued. He would have been with me, being the 4th guy and only suffering from non-life-threatening injuries if I hadn't asked him to go get me a can opener. Yes, I've tried to stay in touch with him as well. I look down, rubbing my eyes. He told me to tell you to stop. My head tilts up to stare at him. He said to stop beating yourself up. It's not your fault that he got more injured than you. I sit back in my chair, looking up to the ceiling to stop more tears from falling. He told you that, huh? He did. We were all doing our job. Some got more injured than others, but you know what? We all survived. I pinch the bridge of my nose to control my emotions. My chest is pounding, and my legs are shaking. A quivering exhale pours through my lips as I look at Sergeant Miller. This is not how this was supposed to go, you know? He laughs. Consider it your payback for putting me under the lights. You're a good man, Sergeant Miller. Sick sense of humor, too. I wish I'd had you on my platoon. You would have loved our crew. They were a bunch of ball-busters. With a name like Sexton, I'm sure you got plenty of hell. I grin. You have no idea. Stephanie steps in, placing a hand on his shoulder.
Thank you for coming all the way here, Sergeant Miller. We're all set, so we should get started with the official interview.
There's more? He asks jokingly. Get used to the lights. You're gonna be here all day, I kid, as I give him a hug, a tight one, and thank him again for his service. He smiles and sits up straight before a makeup artist walks over with a brush to wipe the shine that's developed on his head from sweating under the lights. I turn around, and the sad expression laced over Jalen's face doesn't make me feel like a hero either. She looks like she feels sorry for me. This is why I've kept my truth a secret. No one outside my immediate family knows I was one of the injured soldiers there that night. I didn't want who I was to overshadow my squad or Sergeant Miller's heroism, so I asked the military not to release my identity. Having this meeting was both for me and for him. I want to make this the end to my own story as well, so I can close the book on that part of my life. This is the exact closure I needed.
Chapter 18. Jalen. All day, I've been trying to fight back tears after sitting and listening to Sergeant Miller tell the story of when he'd saved 12 men's lives, including a certain man that I find myself falling for more every day. I was in shock as I started putting things together. When our eyes met, every question I'd had was answered. One expression of sorrow begged me to both understand what he'd been through and not change the way I looked at him, all in a matter of 3 seconds. I'm emotionally drained, and all I did was sit and listen. I can't imagine what's going through Austin's head. When everyone said their goodbyes, Austin briefly glanced up to me, making sure I knew to come with him. Though he hasn't said a word since we got in the car 3 minutes ago. I've done all I can to fill the time, and when I finally turn to see him, his head is back against the rest. His eyes are closed. I watch as he slowly takes deep breaths in and out. I reach my hand to cover his, and when I do, I see his eyes clench tighter for a brief second before he opens them to meet mine. Nothing is said, but I've never felt so at peace, sitting with someone in such close quarters. His lips tilt up in a small smile as he reaches his other hand around the nape of my neck, bringing me to him and kissing me with a sense of urgency and relief, all wrapped into one. My body melts in my seat as I let him explore my lips, my tongue, and my soul. I'd give him my world right now. All he'd have to do was ask. He slows our kiss by closing his mouth, but he leaves his upper lip wrapped around my top. Taking a shaky inhale, he kisses me like this a few more times, tasting the difference between my top lip and my bottom. A man's mouth has never felt so sensual, pressed against mine. When he pulls away, he presses his forehead to mine, taking a deep breath in, like he's trying to gain his strength from me. I'm more than willing to give it to him, to give him anything he needs. In this moment, I want to be his strength. I want to take all the pain he's experienced away. "Come home with me," he whispers, keeping his eyes closed, like he's scared for my response. I wrap my hands through his hair, slightly pulling back so that he can see me. I want him to understand the switch I felt coming, but now know for sure. I won't fight him anymore. Once he lifts his long lashes, I nod before saying, "Okay." Relief washes off of him as he leans in to kiss me again, before starting the car and backing out of the parking spot. He holds my hand the entire drive back to his place. It doesn't matter one bit that he's completely silent. The way his thumb rubs over my fingers says everything he needs to say. I'm surprised when Austin drives down Market Street, heading away from the Embarcadero and the financial district. I assumed he either lived in a high-rise apartment downtown or in the marina with all the other wealthy people. Instead, he drives past the Tenderloin, Van Ness, and even Castro. I glance out the window, surprised when such a major street as Market suddenly turns into a residential area as we start to climb a hill. We come to a stop sign, and he makes an extreme, sharp right, almost turning around completely before ascending an even steeper hill. The way he works the clutch in his Corvette is flawless as he maneuvers through the narrow street. We turn onto Panorama Drive and go even higher up the hill until we're on Mountain View Court. Both street names are spot-on descriptions for the landscape of San Francisco, from its burnt orange hills in the foreground to the pinkish sky of the West Coast sunset, providing a view that is seemingly on top of the world. At the end of the court is a small house that looks like it was built on the side of the cliff. He drives up to the garage door and parks in the driveway. As he puts the car in park, I admire the Art Deco facade that was once popular in the 1950s, yet looks quaint today. While I assumed Austin lived in an expensive bachelor pad in the center of the city, now that I'm here and looking at the brown and white stucco, I find it's actually quite perfect. To my surprise, the inside is not extravagant at all, with a low ceiling and wall-to-wall wood flooring. There's a standard kitchen with espresso-colored cabinets and stainless steel appliances. The front room has family photos on the wall. Many of them are him with his two brothers. I easily recognize Bryce, and the other man, with shoulder-length blonde hair in one photo that's pulled back into a man bun in another, must be his younger brother, Tanner. Edward is in a few of the photos, along with a woman with light blonde hair and blue eyes, who I can only assume is his mother. I stop and look at her kind smile while she hugs all three boys, and they beam from their mother's embrace. I step away and walk around, further inspecting his place. There are soft chenille couches and angular furniture with knickknacks and mementos from vacations, award ceremonies, and various life experiences that he brought back with him, including a vial of sand that sits on his end table with a piece of duct tape on the outside and the word Fallujah written on it. This is a home that anyone would have. Not at all what I would expect from a multi-millionaire bachelor living in a city like San Francisco. While everything about the home seems to be understated, one thing that is not is the back wall, which is lined completely in windows that overlook the entire city. Austin walks past me, and he takes his suit jacket off, laying it on the back of the couch before removing his cufflinks. He heads straight into his bedroom, but leaves the door open. I'm not entirely sure what he needs from me right now. I sit on the edge of the couch and wait for him to come back. The bottle of sand is sitting on the table, so I pick it up and tilt it, watching each grain roll to one side and then back to the other. I've never understood why people kept sand as a token. The best part of sand is the feel of it, yet I bet no one ever pours it into their hands for fear they'll lose a precious grain. To look at sand in a jar is like looking at a picture. You see the place you've been, but you can't see or smell or feel. The details get faded, sometimes for the worst. Sand needs to be free. You should crush it into your palm and remember the warmth of the sun as you slid your feet into the heated sand and breathed in the fresh air. I place the bottle back on the table and look over to Austin's open bedroom door. I pad over to peek in, but he's not there. The sound of running water has me looking toward the master bathroom. When I glance in the room, he's sitting on the side of the bathtub, his hands covering his face and his body shaking. After softly closing the door behind me, I walk to him, wrap my hands around his head, and bring his face into my stomach, praying to God I can give him the strength he needs right now. After he takes a few breaths, his arms work their way up my legs, and he tightly holds on to me as he sobs into my body, Tears run down my cheeks for this man, who must have been through so much and seems to have kept it all in this entire time. Once he's able to calm down, I lean over and plug the bath, hoping if we get him inside, it will help relieve the tension of today. I adjust the water temperature and watch as the steam rises. Austin keeps his vision straight forward, staring into my shirt, as I loosen his tie and unbutton his shirt. He tilts his head up, and when his red-rimmed eyes meet mine, I have to take a deep breath to keep my composure. He looks so scared, so tired, but mainly broken. I've had my fair share of dealing with broken men, but never before have I been in love with one. Falling for someone is an exhilarating ride. Not knowing whether you'll crash at the bottom or be caught in a forever kind of love is absolutely petrifying. Right now, I'm not entirely sure how I'll land. After removing his shirt completely, I put my hands under my arms and motion lifting him to get him to stand. His eyes meet mine as I unbuckle his pants and drop them to his ankles. The hunger, sadness, and fear I see reflecting back at me gives me the strength I need to be here for him. I've known him only a short time, but what I do know is he has no one he can truly lean on, and I want to be that person. I reach down, taking off each shoe. Then I slip his pants and boxers off completely before guiding him into the bathtub. As he turns to climb in, I see his beautiful back, which is scarred with dark red marks going all the way down his spine. He drops to his knees, facing me, and places his arms on the side of the tub with his head down. The tub has a shower wand attached to it, so I lift it up, running water down his back. He lifts his head, placing his hands on the sides of my arms, and pulls me into him so his forehead is lying on my chest. The grip he has on my arms and the slight shudder of his shoulders almost break me. I close my eyes and pray I can be everything he needs. I grab a loofah and dip it into the hot water. Then I raise it to his back and squeeze the water onto one of his scars. "How badly were you injured?" I say, barely above a whisper. I can't see his face, but I can feel his back rising and then freezing. "Shrapnel from the IED lodged into my back. I had the best doctors in the world, making sure I was okay." I watch the water trickle down the next scar. It's jagged and raised, and a badge of courage on my wounded veteran. Now, I know why he wore his shirt to bed. I didn't see these last night, but I wish I had. They're beautiful. His breath hitches, and I lean forward to lay a kiss on his shoulder. "Missy came with my father to see me in the hospital. She told me she had the best plastic surgeon in New York who could make my back smooth again." My knees press into the tiled floor as I lean further, and I squeeze more water on his lower back. "She's an idiot." I told her no. They're my scars, my penance. "Why don't you want people to know you were one of the men Sergeant Miller saved?" He takes a deep breath and shrugs. "I just needed to process everything on my own. I didn't want all the attention or people looking at me differently. I didn't want to drive attention back to him when he's been in hiding all this time." "How do you feel now?" I run the loofah over another scar. Deep breaths come and go from his lungs until he finally says, "Tired." His entire body deflates. "I'm so fucking tired." I grip his shoulders and lay my cheek against his skin. From what? Running. I've been running for so long. When my mom died, I ran away to college. I stayed away from my family just so I wouldn't have to be reminded of what had happened. Tanner was only 14 years old, and I left him to deal with it himself while I drank and screwed my way through school. When I graduated, I moved back home, and my father announced that he was marrying Missy. The day after the wedding, I enrolled myself in the Marines. I was enlisted for 2 years before I got hurt. When I was discharged, I went straight to work and found myself at the one place with the exact people I'd been avoiding for years. That's when I started racing. I needed an escape, something dangerous, something I could control. It gave me an outlet for all this anger I had in me. I don't want to be angry anymore. I'm tired of it, and I'm ready to just be. This man, this beautiful man who wears so many masks, can be anything. If only he knew what I wished he could be to me. He lifts his head to look at me. In his eyes, I see him, Austin Sexton, son of Marina and Edward Sexton, race car driver, Marine, and the man of my fucking dreams. Who do you want to be? I ask with a shaky breath. A guy who is crazy about a girl who smells like peaches. The expression he's giving me makes butterflies go wild in my belly. I lick my lips and try to tame my racing heart. If you're ready to stop running, then I'm willing to sit with you. Those gorgeous blue eyes smolder, simmering in the heat of the tub, lighting my skin on fire. He slowly lowers his hands to grip the hem of my shirt. Without thinking twice, I allow him to remove it completely and then stand to unzip my skirt. The high heels follow my clothes into a pile on the floor. His gaze slowly rises from my toes, working its way up my legs to my chest, and finally to meet my eyes. There's nothing sexual about what's happening between us. It's pure appreciation. Appreciation for being here, for giving him strength, and for my love. I see it all clearly written across his face. And when I remove my bra and panties, his mouth parts with desire for all of me. I crawl into the bathtub and lower myself on top of him. He leans back, sighing my name, giving me a place to curl up into him and hold him until he's put back together again. And I do. With every kiss, I let him know it's okay to mourn the loss of his mother. With every roll of my hips, I take away his fears of losing everything he holds dearly. With every tug of his hair, I give him the release to be angry with his memories. With every call of his name, I let him know that I am his forever.
Chapter 19. Austin. Everything about last night was perfect. The late-night enchilada dinner in bed while debating movies and music was amazing. The sex, when we'd had enough of talking, was absolutely mind-blowing. Jalen has gone from being the biggest pain in the ass to the first thing I want to see when I wake up, and my last kiss before I go to sleep. I feel like a giddy teenage girl who wants to skip and whistle through the halls as I make my way to my office. Scratch that. I feel like a high school virgin who just got laid for the first time, and it feels fucking good. Meeting Sergeant Miller was a huge weight lifted off my chest, and having Jalen there to help me pick up the pieces was a surprising comfort I hadn't known I needed. I didn't want her to leave, but with Bryce still in Tahoe, I had to be in early this morning. When my cell phone rings with an incoming call, I'm grinning as I see Jalen's name flashing on my screen. "Hey, baby," I answer as I swing my chair out and take a seat at my desk.
You sound chipper for being at work much earlier than any normal person should be after only 3 hours of sleep.
Since you're the reason my smile is plastered on today, you should know exactly why I feel this way. I pray every touch, every lick, every emotion that ripped through both of us last night just flashed through her mind, and she's as turned on as I am. The silent laugh I hear escape her lips makes me sit back in my seat and sigh. I haven't felt this happy in years.
Beckett's on his way to see you,
she says. Well, I could have done without that this morning. I groan loudly. And to what do I owe this pleasure?
I'm finally giving him back his keys this morning. He's going to my apartment to grab them from Eva, and then heading to Sexton Media to get his car. I can call an Uber and meet you there.
No, I command. You promised me you'd stay in my bed all day. When I get back, I want you exactly how I left you. Naked, in bed, enchiladas optional. She groans.
I hate playing hooky.
It's called taking a sick day. You should try it. Besides, I kept you up late 2 nights in a row. You're going to crash if you keep it up.
You're a bad influence on me, Mr. Sexton.
You are a devilishly good influence on me, Miss Smith. I have to adjust myself at just how good she's been on me. Okay, enough dirty talk. Some of us are responsible and have work to do. Tell Beckett to meet me at the loading dock. I have a meeting in 15 minutes and then a few calls to make. Then I'll be down there.
Will do. What time should I expect you home for dinner?
I grip my chest at the way she used the word home. That depends. What are we having?
Chocolate Godiva sundaes,
she says with a giggle. I lean back in my chair and bite my pen just the way she does. I'm all about dessert for dinner, but not what I was expecting. Where will I be eating this Sunday?
Off my naked body while I'm sprawled out on the dining room table.
Her voice is thickly provocative. I love seeing this side of Jalen. Loosening my tie, I declare, "Scratch my afternoon meetings. I'm coming home now."
Get to work. I'm going to take a nice, long shower in that spaceship you call a bathroom. There are jets everywhere.
I let out a deep moan. Not making your case for me not coming home any easier.
Is it getting harder?
She moans sweetly. I'm about to send out a company memo that my girlfriend, Jalen Smith, has a filthy mouth and that everyone gets to go home early so I can lick chocolate syrup off her inner thighs.
You wouldn't.
Keep giving me blue balls and watch me, I say, tapping my fingers on the keyboard, making sure she can hear me hitting every key.
Oh God, you would do something like that,
she says with a huff. She's right, I would, but I won't because I care about her too much. Jeannine.
Yeah?
I'd like a cherry on top. Pretty please. I know she just smiled big by the slight rush of air that pushes into the phone. I laugh. Goodbye, Pile. She might say she hates it when I call her that, but I think, deep down, she loves it.
Bye, Austin,
is all she replies before hanging up the phone. When I turned the loading dock into my private garage, I had to keep access to the main building's garage as part of the fire code. I like having my cars housed in the Sexton building because I can hop into the old freight elevator and be in my auto showroom in minutes. Just as I'm about to walk into the elevator car, my phone goes off. I hope it's Jeannine, but my smile fades when I see it's Bryce. I was wondering when you were going to check up on me, I say playfully as I hit the button for level G. Bryce's deep voice shouts through the phone. She said to give you space, and I did for 2 fucking days. As soon as I turn on my phone, it's to find out that you can't follow one simple direction. Wait, who is she, and what the hell are you mad about? Don't give me that shit. His voice is curt. His rapid, angry breaths can be felt through the receiver. I can't believe you brought my assistant to dinner the other night. I don't owe you any explanation for who I want to have dinner with. I keep an even tone, despite my desire to hurl a fist through the steel wall. I don't hear from the guy in 48 hours, and this is the call I get? The walls of the elevator feel awfully claustrophobic. I unbutton the top button of my shirt and take a stifled breath. It doesn't help. You damn well know I have every right to know if you're dating my assistant. And you can bet your ass you owe me an explanation about why you walked out on Dad and Missy before food was even served. We're supposed to be keeping the peace, trying to keep Missy happy, not making things worse. You know she has proof you race and is trying to get you arrested. The door to the garage level opens, and I step out onto the polished concrete floor, hoping for relief, but the air in here feels just as heavy as it did in the elevator. Missy can kiss my ass. Missy can... He stutters in aggravation. Why are you so thick-headed? I'd have to be convicted of a crime, and I've done nothing that would warrant anything more than a speeding ticket. This is so typical Austin, he shouts, sounding like he's pacing. Ever since we were kids, you've been acting like the world isn't watching when you go off the rails. You just do what you want to do at everyone else's expense. Watch it. You're starting to sound like Dad. Maybe he and I actually agree on something for a change, he says. His words have me clenching my jaw. You were supposed to be at that dinner, if not to make Missy happy, then to get Dad to come to his senses. I've tried. I've been trying, and I thought maybe for once in your fucking life, you would actually do what you were told and come through. Heat flushes through my body. Why the hell would Dad listen to me? Because you were his favorite. Despite my anger, I spit laugh at that one. In what lifetime was that? The one before you became an asshole teenager. He did everything with you. He'd take you to the racetrack and bring you to meet the winners. Every summer you'd entered the soapbox derby, he'd help you build the car. Hell, you even like the same shitty old movies he does. Dad might have been brainwashed by Missy, but there's still the same Edward in there somewhere. I've been trying to get to him, but I'm out of my fucking mind with babysitting you while you're willing to risk Mom's memory, everything she built on being an arrogant asshole. I'm so sick of this shit. I kick the wall, feeling the impact in my toes. Why are you always busting my ass? I'm here, covering for you if you've forgotten. Please tell me you'll at least get your dick sucked while you're gone. Maybe then you'll have your brain back and truly see what's going on around here. Have you even heard a fucking thing I just said, Austin? Yeah, the part where you think I don't try every day to keep Mom's memory alive. Maybe if you went to visit her grave every once in a while, instead of kissing Dad's ass, you'd remember why this company was worth fighting for. The line goes silent. When I glance down to my phone, I see he hung up, and I have to restrain myself from punching the wall next to me. Thank God I know it is concrete, or my hand would be in serious pain right now. I have to close my eyes, count to 10, and focus on not losing my shit altogether. What the hell just happened? I rest my head against the cold wall and let it cool down my ever-increasing anger. It's not working. No matter how hard I work or how hard I try, my brother will never see it. He always finds the one negative and harps on it. And what was that shit about being Edward's favorite? What the hell kind of brainwashing is he trying to do to me? Our father might have acted one way toward me 20 years ago, but those memories are lost in the depths of hell. My pulse is still racing as I walk into the showroom and hear a banging on the closed garage door. It's a constant pounding that makes my adrenaline surge with each rap. I lift the garage door to see Beckett standing on the San Francisco street corner. His hand is still up in the air, as if he's ready to continue pounding. He looks down at his watch and then up at me like a sullen teenager. You said you'd be down here 2 hours ago. I got caught up in a meeting, I say, as I walk toward his Mustang. Oh, that's right. Playing paperboy or some shit like that. Must be nice when you inherit Daddy's money. He stalks into the garage, wearing jeans and a black leather jacket. He wants a fight, but I'm not in the mood to give it to him. Listen, man, I've been here for hours already, so if you don't mind, just get your car and get out of here so I can go home. We eye each other for a moment before I head forward to open his car door, hoping he'll take the hint to get in and get out. He walks over, and instead of getting in, he places his hand on the door and slams it shut before I have a chance to stop it. Don't think you're all high and mighty. I could take you down in a second, he says, his tone obviously annoyed. I turn to him, my 6'2" frame slightly above his. I'm sorry, do you have a problem with me? Do you need a reminder of what's actually going on here? No, let me remind you of what's really going on here. He pulls a business card out of his back pocket and holds it up in the air. It's white, with bold black lettering. What's that? I ask calmly, even though my gut is telling me bad news is about to come. He puffs out his chest and raises his chin to me. I was at a race last night, and some guy was walking around asking questions, wanted to know if anyone had heard of Falcon. He hands me the card. It's a Sexton Media business card, and the name on it is none other than Marcus Gallivry, Missy's assistant. What did you say? I said maybe. He was offering a few $100 to anyone who had a lead on who had put together the race Tyler died at. I told him I raced Falcon that night and might have his number, but the phone was untraceable. He went to leave, but I called him back, told him I might have a name and could testify who had orchestrated the race if I really wanted to. I grind my teeth. You're bluffing. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. He looks at me with an evil glare. Maybe he put me on the phone with a woman named Missy Sexton. Damn, she sounds just as hot on the phone as she looks in pictures. I looked her up after we hung up and... He bites his knuckle. You have one hot stepmama. He lifts his chin and smirks at me, making me want to hurl at the notion of Missy being hot. Anyway, she told me a real nice story about how Falcon is really a very well-known playboy whose inheritance could be in jeopardy if he got arrested and was looking for someone with a vendetta against him to rat him out. How much did she offer you? $100,000. Can you believe that shit? I was digging anywhere I could to find out who you really were before I put two and two together with my sister. And this chick is gonna spend bank to do what I did for free. She must be pretty desperate to pin this shit on you. I'll pay you the same to keep your mouth shut. He smiles a closed-mouth smile, sauntering over to my Porsche, and runs his hand along the sleek, meteor-gray metallic hood. Don't worry, Falcon. I'm not planning to sell you out. I mean, it is pretty interesting when your stepmom's assistant comes lurking around, trying to get dirt on her stepson. I don't know what kind of fucked up shit goes on around here, but I don't want to be part of it. My shoulders relax at his words, but I'm still not fully relieved. What do you want then? A race, he states, with a slight tilt to his head. You and me, one more time. No, I answer quickly. Beckett's head flinches at my comment like it's the last thing he wanted to hear. What the hell do you mean no? I don't re-race people after I win, and I know Jalen would have my ass if I agreed to this. She's already got you by the balls like that? I glare at him, daring him to say more about my relationship with his sister. Hey, I said I'm not planning on selling you out. I didn't say I wouldn't. He spits. My eyes nearly bulge out of my head. Are you threatening me? Am I supposed to be scared? He steps up. You should be. How would you feel if you lost all of this? The fancy cars, the money, the power. He motions outward with his hands, as if encompassing all things sexed in media. They can have it. I get even closer, right in his face. You think I want to be here? I want this life? I don't. You know what I do want? To keep my mom's memory alive. My mother, Marina Sexton, built this business from nothing but a piece of paper and a dream. Now, my stepmom is trying to tear it apart. Is that what you want to see happen? You want to help her kill my mother's memory? He pauses as we stare into each other's eyes, neither one of us willing to back down. I've heard all about how their mom died. It was cancer, the brutal kind that comes and whips through your body in 6 months. They didn't even have a chance to prepare for her loss before she was ripped away from them. He knows exactly what's going on through my head, and if he says one more word, he deserves for me to keep his fucking car. After a few seconds, I spit out. That's what I thought. I turn around in an attempt to end this conversation when he yells, I need another race. Stopping, I turn to him. I said no. I'll keep your secret. I'll tell Missy to piss off, race me, one last time. I appraise his stature. He waited outside my garage door for 2 hours for his car and is saying he turned down $100,000 in exchange for a race. Is this a trap? His hands shake at his sides like a junkie needing a fix. I swear on my mother's grave. I swear on my sister's life. This is just you and me. One more run on the straightaway. For Pinks again? If he honestly agrees to this, then he's more of a racing addict than I held him out to be, and I really should turn him down. He slowly shakes his head, stuffing his hands deep in his pockets. You know I can't do that again. He pauses, raising his head as a thought comes to him. We race for pride. Pride? I ask, shaking my head. Well, duh. When I win again, I'll be brimming with pride. I mean pride in your abilities, not your cars. My palms itch with the thrill of being challenged. How do you plan on kicking my ass when I beat you so bad not once, but twice? A race is only as good as the driver. If you're really the badass you think you are, then you should be able to win in my car just as easily. My interest halts at his insinuation. I point toward the Mustang. You want me to drive that piece of shit? I might not be able to race you for Pinks, but pride's something no one can take away. No matter how much money you dump into a car, if you don't have the skill, you won't win. With a shake of my head, I run a hand across the back of my neck, now beading with sweat. If I race Beckett, it will mean more than just pride. It'll cost me another fight with my girl. Jalen will be pissed. Does she wear the pants, or you? His eyes are wide like wildfire, a man on the edge of getting the fix he needs. Fuck me. I know he didn't truly mean that. He's desperate, though. I might have met Beckett only a handful of times, but I know one thing's for sure. He took a beating by his father every day for 10 years. The man might not need $100,000, but he's thirsty for something more. Ravenous to be told he's good enough. Hungry for a chance to be a winner. For some reason, he's obsessed with beating me as the ultimate payout. If I deny him this chance, he'll go find someone else to get him the fix he needs. Someone who might want to race for Pinks or something worse. And he'll take that bet without thinking twice. Jalen will be livid. She'll scream at him. She'll beg me not to race him. She can't be the one to always save her brother. I have to be the person to save him this time. And for Jalen, I will. I look Beckett square in the eyes and pronounce our fate. We race tonight.
Chapter 20. Jalen. I hate him. I hate him so much, I can't even think of enough expletives to express how much I hate him right now. And in case you're wondering, the him in question bounces back and forth between Austin and Beckett, because I also can't decide who I'm angrier with. Austin didn't even bother coming home to tell me he was racing my brother again. He called because he knew I'd be fuming. Good thing, because he missed a swift kick in the balls that I was planning on giving him as soon as the words, "I'm racing Beckett tonight, and I don't want you there," poured out of his mouth. Just reciting it in my head has me kicking the dashboard in front of me. "Watch the dash, girl," Eva says beside me as we pull up to the secluded part of South San Francisco, where Greg set up the race between Beckett and Austin. Eva had to make some calls to find out where the race was, and thank God she did. I see Beckett, already waiting and leaning on his Mustang. "Jalen, why are you here?" he yells as soon as we exit Eva's car. "Because when my brother and boyfriend decide to go behind my back and race each other, you can damn well be sure I'm gonna be here." I push him in the chest, and he falls against his car. I pound my fists into his leather jacket and show him just how angry I am. What are you racing for tonight, Beckett? You finally got your car back, so you're wagering it again? He grabs my wrist and holds me still, keeping me from hitting him anymore. Stop it, Jay. You don't know what you're talking about. I try to twist out of his grip, but he's holding me strong. I know something's up, and one of you'd better tell me, or else I'm going to start screaming so loud that everyone within a 10-mile radius will hear me. I have this under control, I promise. Just calm down and get on the sidelines, Jalen. Not until you tell me what the hell is going on, Beckett. Let her go. Austin's authoritative tone echoes from the crowd behind us. Beckett's eyes lift and widen as he gently releases me, and I fall back on my heels before turning swiftly to Austin. He's wearing his oversized sweatshirt, the same one he wore the night we met, along with his lunatic hat peeking through underneath it. I can't see his eyes, but his lips are set in a thin line. I don't know if he's unhappy with the way Beckett was handling me or the fact that I'm here. Whatever the reason, I don't care. I lift my chin and hold my ground as he walks up to me, leaving the crowd behind him. I feel the pull, the one that I've felt from the moment I stepped into his car and he took me on the ride of a lifetime. My eyes are stern and my jaw is set, yet inside, I want to melt right into that ugly-ass sweatshirt. I'm tethered to this man, and there's no way I'll ever be able to walk away. I told you to stay home. He places a hand on my elbow and draws me near. I don't take lightly to being told what to do. I pull my arm away from him and square my shoulders back. He lets out a low grunt from inside his throat. You're really earning that nickname right now. I grit my teeth. I am not being a Gomer Pyle. Now tell me what is going on, because I'm ready to cause such a scene that your race will never start, and your 30-minute window will be up. Fine. Beckett steps up and loudly whispers in my ear. I threatened Austin with telling everyone he's Falcon. You what? I scream. Austin places a hand over my lips, pulling me into him and away from Beckett and the crowd. I'm twisting and turning as he pulls me away from the people and the lights until we're out of earshot. Will you calm the fuck down so I can explain? He says as he lets me go. I start to march right back toward Beckett. I have to talk to my brother. If he thinks, you'll do no such thing. He yanks me back into him. I pull my arms away and wave them around as I try to explain. He'll listen to me. Beckett always listens to me. He can't just threaten you every time he doesn't get his way. He can't use my boyfriend as leverage just to race. And what about you? What happened to not wanting to run anymore? This is running, Austin. This is running away from us. Jalen, look at me, he shouts, bringing my attention, which has been scattered around everything from the cars to the exhaust smoke to the music and boisterous crowd, back to him and into the deep blue that holds my soul. My heart is beating wildly, but it's a steadier strum as I fall into his stare. There's my girl. He lays his hands on the sides of my face and runs circles with his thumbs along my cheeks. This is why I didn't want you to come. You overreact. I don't. His kiss breaks my thoughts. You can't just kiss me when you want me to shut up.
I can, and I just did, he teases. I try to escape his embrace, but he wraps his arms around me. So, what? If you win, he won't tell everyone you're Falcon? And what does he get if he wins? I ask. We already solved all that. He's not going to say anything. This race is for pride only. I stop, struggling at his words. For what? I didn't want you here because I know you'll talk him out of it. You'll beg him to walk away for you. But that won't change this feeling he has deep inside of him. I'm doing this for Beckett. My breath halts. I lean back and stare into his eyes, searching for an understanding as to what's going on. My brows furrow as I read the answer to my question. You're going to throw the race. He slowly nods. My jaw drops as I look down and turn around as I try to process this. What am I missing? Austin's hands lower to my arms as he steps behind me and pulls me in. His breath whispers into my ear. You want to stop him from racing, but he's here for something greater than me and you. He's on this track, running away from the memory of your father. As long as I have the win over him, he'll always remember that we aren't equal, that I won. Beckett needs the upper hand. He needs to claim victory. And tonight, for the sake of you and for the kid who got his ass whipped every day to protect my girl, I'm going to give him what he wants. I spin around and look back at him. It's hard, though, because my tears are welling up inside my eyes. Austin, is all I can say, as the roar of an engine makes all of us turn our attention toward the Ford truck headed our way. Greg parks and hops out. We ready to race? Austin walks over to the crowd, leaving me to wipe my tears on my sleeve. Eva is standing near Beckett. When I walk over to her, the rules have just been explained. Eva looks at me with an expression of concern. I let out a shaky breath and give her a smile. Looking over at the Camaro, I admire the sleek lines of the car and remember the rush of driving it just a few days ago. But then the sight of Beckett climbing in makes me jolt to the side. They're switching cars, Eva explains. Austin's in the Mustang. My head turns fast to see Austin opening up Beckett's driver's side door. Before he's even in his driver's seat, I'm at the passenger door, pulling it open. What are you doing here? He asks, looking annoyed, yet relieved. I hold up the helmet that's sitting on the passenger seat. You were right. I like the rush just as much as you. I slam my car door shut and lean across the center console to kiss him with heat and passion and every ounce of love I have for the man who is going to throw a race despite his enormous ego. When I lean back, I bite my lip and sit back in my seat. That wasn't very nice, you know, he says, helping secure the helmet over my head. You shouldn't rile a man up like that, especially before a race. I know, I shrug. But it sure is fun. He laughs and revs the engine. It's not until his hand lowers to below the gear shift that we both realize he must have left his mother's angel charm in the other car. I'll go get it, I offer with my hand on the door handle. It's okay. I got my other good luck charm with me. His tone doesn't sound as sure as his words. But I settle back in my seat and hold his hand as he closes his eyes,
and says a small prayer to himself. Once we're both set, I look at Beckett, who's to my right, looking disappointed at seeing me with Austin. I don't have a sister, but I can only imagine the level of protectiveness he must feel over you, Austin says, bringing my attention back to him. You don't need his protection anymore. That's my job now. He kisses the top of my hand and releases it as he prepares for the race. Giving his attention back to Greg, he nudges the car forward to line up correctly. Austin's fingers grind on the steering wheel, anticipation rippling through his body. You ready? He asks me. I grip the door and the seat between us. Let's do this. His foot hovers over the pedal, waiting for Greg to raise the light. One nod to both cars signal the race is about to begin as Greg runs back, stops, and holds the flashlight low at his side. Engines reverberate against the pavement. The car is shaking with excitement. My heart palpitates as the flashlight rises and the game is on. Austin drops the clutch, slamming on the gas, only slightly squealing the tires as the G-force pushes us both against the backs of our seats. I grip the door handle harder and feel the rattle of the car. Speed builds. We're flying in the darkness. Austin's hands seem to grip firmer than when he's in his Camaro, desperately trying to keep the Mustang in line. I glance to my right for just a second, seeing where Beckett is. And when I look back, something gives. A loud bang, a sharp squeal. My shoulder collides with the right window as the car spins out of control. Austin's hands are fast on the steering wheel, and then his right arm flies across my chest, holding me tight to the seat. I grab onto Austin's arm and scream his name as we slam into something and ricochet back. My head hits the door and then the dashboard as I'm thrown around like a rag doll. The car stills. All I hear is the silence of night and the hiss of the engine. It's still running, and the dashboard is lit up brightly. When I turn to Austin, all I see is a gash across his head as he falls forward in his seat and lies limp over the steering wheel. Chapter 21. Jalen. Austin! I shout his name, even though he's just inches from me. I'm reaching out with shaky hands, grabbing onto his back and shaking him to wake him up. He's not moving. My jaw trembles as I unlatch my seatbelt and toss the helmet into the back seat. I'm on my knees in rapid time, running my hands all over Austin, his shoulders, his arms, his thighs, checking for more injuries. When I reach for his face, it's with delicate fingers, despite the fact that I can't keep my hands still. Baby? I lightly pat him on the cheek. Wake up. We were in an accident. Please. I cry out. Please wake up, Austin. Everything around me is crushed. There's glass all around, and the nitrous tanks are jammed forward, partially blocking me from him. My lips quiver as tears pour down my cheeks and fall into my mouth when I gasp. I swallow with short, staggered breaths and pat him again, desperate to stir him awake. Open those beautiful eyes for me, Austin. Please. I beg between cries. I need you to wake up. I need you. You can't leave me. I love you. I lightly pull his shoulders back, praying he doesn't have another injury that I'm hurting in the process. When his head falls back against the seat, he lets out a low groan That sounds like heaven to my ears. A high-pitched squeak escapes my mouth, followed by a sharp inhale. You're okay. Listen to my voice. You're gonna be okay. The faint sound of police sirens rings in the distance. I look at Austin's watch and see it's too early. We should have 10 more minutes. But the sirens are most definitely headed this way. Austin might not be in his Camaro, but he is at the race, and I can't let him get caught here. There are too many people trying to pin him to these races, and I'll be damned if he gets caught on my watch. Austin's door looks bent in, so there's probably no way I'll get it open. I swing mine open, unhook his belt, and reach in to try to pull him toward me. Austin's eyes close again. Stay up. I need you to help me get you into the passenger seat. I yank on his torso, but he's not budging. His weight is too heavy. I pull him again and pray to God that I'm not hurting his back, which I know is already damaged from the war. I need you to help me. Wake up for just 1 minute. I have to get you out of here. Jalen! I hear someone yelling. Jalen! Beckett pulls me out of the car. Help me get Austin, I yell as I try to get to him again. I hear Greg as he runs up to Austin's side of the car. I can't get the door open, he grunts as he tries again. Beckett quickly examines me, but I assure him I'm fine. I was trying to get him in the passenger seat. It has to look like I was driving. He can't get caught behind the wheel. His attention rises from being fixed on a bruise on my arm to my face, which he's now looking at, astonished. You're going to take the fall for him? I lean my head forward and open my arms. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I? The disturbed look on his face morphs into something softer. It's as if Beckett is finally seeing me for the first time in my life, like he can read every thought in my head and hear the exact syllable in every word. I'm the one person he's probably spoken to every day of his life, yet tonight is the first time he's actually listening to me. Is he okay? I yell toward Greg in desperation. He's breathing, but he has a huge cut on his head, Greg says as he rounds to my side of the car. Beckett, come help me pull him out. My brother runs to Greg's side and helps him pull Austin out. The whirl of sirens grows closer. The crowd has dispersed, including Eva, and the only cars here are Beckett's Mustang, Greg's truck, and Austin's Camaro. The two men are digging Austin out as I stand, frozen. I can't believe this. Austin wasn't wearing a helmet. I was. How could we have been so stupid? Why would Austin have me wear the helmet and not himself? Why was I okay with it? Why was he okay with that? Fear of throwing up has me doubled over. Beckett grips my arms, making me stand straight to look at him. You need to get out of here. He needs a hospital. You have to get yourself together and drive him. I don't see the fear I feel reflecting back at me. No, I see Beckett being the strong one for both of us, and it's the exact push I need to get my shit together. Take Greg's truck. He needs to get the Camaro out of here, and you need to get Austin to the hospital, Beckett explains. I'll call Bryce. He'll know what to do. Greg yells to me as he climbs into the Camaro and closes the door. What about you? I emphatically ask Beckett. Don't worry about me. You need to get out of here, now. He pushes me into the driver's side of Greg's truck and closes the door behind me, Austin is lying in the back seat. Tears start to roll down my face as I put the truck in drive and take off, just as the sight of red and blue lights blink on the nearby trees, signaling they're too close. I pray for dear life that Austin will be okay. I pray Beckett won't find himself in a world of trouble. I pull up to the emergency room doors, where doctors and nurses are waiting with a stretcher, like Greg said they would be when he called, telling me to take him to UCSF instead of San Francisco General. They open the back door and are quick to remove Austin. I hop out and run around the front of the truck, just as they are wheeling Austin through the double doors. I rush to follow him in when someone holds me back.
"Miss, you can't go in there. You need to move your truck," a nurse says.
I slam my hand against my forehead and heave as Austin disappears from my sight. I'm forced backward toward the parking lot, only to start walking forward again toward the double doors. The nurse pulls me back again.
"Let them work. He's going to be okay."
"How can you say that?" I scream back at him. "Did you see him? The gash on his head?" I look down at my hands and the blood from his wound that lines the crevices of my palms. Everything is a blur. Time stands still, yet everything around me races out of control. I crookedly park Greg's truck in between two spaces and somehow get back into the hospital. Greg and his girlfriend, Julie, show up within an hour. I've never met her before, but she's quick to ask if I need anything and offers me a flask, which I decline. Greg takes a seat next to me, and I watch as his knee bounces with worry.
"Bryce is on his way,"
Greg says.
"He's a donor for the hospital. The Sextons have a children's wing named after them. They'll make sure Austin's presence here stays private."
"That's good," I say, because I need something to be good. Right now, everything just feels wrong. After a few minutes, a nurse walks into the waiting room and approaches us. "Are you with the gentleman they brought in on the stretcher?" she asks.
"Yes, we are,"
Greg responds, standing quickly.
"Is he okay?"
"They had to take him into surgery for some internal brain bleeding, so we're not sure what's happening yet." I cover my face with my hands as every ounce of calm I started to feel, knowing he was in the hands of doctors, disappears, and panic slaps me in the face again. "How did the patient sustain his injuries?" she asks. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out.
"He fell down a flight of stairs,"
Greg states calmly.
"He hit his head on the wrought iron railing."
I'm amazed that he can be so calm while he tells such lies. The nurse glances at me and notices a cut on my arm. "Ma'am, are you okay? That cut looks fresh." My eyes open wide as I remember feeling the scrape against my arm as I was thrust into the car door. I place my hand over one, wincing at the pain it causes.
"They were carrying a glass table down the stairs. She must have hurt herself during the chaos of it all,"
Greg says. I gulp. I guess I didn't even notice that I'd gotten cut too, I say fearfully. "I'll get you a bandage for that," the nurse says. "You can go up to the 4th floor waiting room. A nurse will come get you when he's out of surgery." I look back at Greg, who motions for me to follow the nurse. She gives me a large, rectangular bandage and a packet of Neosporin. When I come back, Greg, Julie, and I head upstairs. The floor is quiet as we walk into the empty waiting room. I don't know if they put us here because this is where Austin is, or if it's to keep the Sexton family away from prying eyes. I'm pretty sure it's the latter. Time dreadfully ticks by. Eva arrives, dressed in the jeans and silk top she wore to the race. I wrap my arms around her, holding her so tightly, trying to steal any strength she has. "It's okay. I'm here," she whispers. "Is he okay?" "We don't know." I sob into her shoulder. "I'm so glad you're here. I don't know what to do. He's been in there for almost 2 hours. They've said nothing. Nothing, Eva. What if—" I sob harder, covering my face as she holds me against her. "I fell. You told me not to fall, and I fell so damn hard. Now I'm afraid he won't be here to catch me." She pulls me down to a couch. "Don't think like that. You have to think positively. He's going to be okay. We have to believe." I didn't even get a chance to tell him that I'm in love with him. She pats my head as I curl up against her shoulder. "He knows, sweetie. He knows." My entire body starts to shake from both exhaustion and adrenaline. What feels like hours starts to take its toll. Nausea runs through my body, and chills constantly make me shake. How can it take this long? Why aren't they saying anything to us? It's not until the door opens and Edward and Missy Sexton enter that I feel the whole universe has shifted. I glance at Greg, whose eyes are as big as mine. Edward sees us and struts right up. "You can write a $5 million check, but God forbid someone actually tells you what's going on with your son in this damn hospital." I'm taken aback when I see his demeanor. His thick head of salt and pepper hair looks like his hands have been running through it, and his bent shirt collar looks like it was tugged on in a rush. He's worried, scared almost. It's not the same man I met a few nights ago. Greg's expression proves he's thinking the same thing I am. "He's in surgery for an internal brain bleed. We don't know anything else yet." Greg addresses Edward from his seat. "How did you know he was here?" "The Public Relations Department. Thankfully, someone was smart enough to think to call his—" He turns to Missy, narrowing his eyes at her. "Father. Has anyone called Bryce or Tanner?" "Greg called Bryce. He's the one who said to come here." My voice turns sheepish as Missy lays her eyes on me. "What happened?" Edward asks. "I can tell you exactly what happened." Missy steps forward, rolling her head like she knows all the facts. "He was racing and crashed." Her tone makes me want to rip her eyes out and yank her hair to the ground. Greg feels my tension rise and places his hand over mine, gripping it. "He fell down a flight of stairs." "Where's the car?" Missy asks loudly. "In his garage, without a scratch on it." He grits through his teeth. "But obviously, this has to do with racing. Edward, don't you see? This is it. If we can prove he was at the race tonight—" "That's enough," Edward demands, making us all jump slightly. "My son is in surgery. We don't know if he's alive or dead, and you want to talk about a race? Sit down and keep your mouth shut. All that matters right now is Austin." He turns back to Greg and me, both of us stunned to silence. My mind is spinning faster than the gravitron at a carnival. So many things are running through my head, from Edward's words to that look he gave Missy and Austin's crash. It's all too much. Edward reaches for his phone from his coat pocket and steps away from us. The silence around us is killing me. Missy looks more annoyed than anything as she loudly flips the pages of a magazine, shaking her leg and snapping her gum.
Thanks for listening. Before we move ahead, take this peaceful moment to simply be. This free audiobook continues shortly.
Greg's been texting on his phone with so many people. I can't keep anything straight. All I know is I'm losing my mind with each second that ticks off the clock, which sounds like a metal drum rather than a silent click, taunting me with every movement. I inhale a deep breath, trying to calm the queasiness from my stomach and tightness in my chest. Dropping my head back, I fight the tears that come, even though I thought I had no more to cry. A girl's voice in the nurse's station startles me, and when I open my eyes, I see Edward arguing with the attendant.
This is ridiculous. Why haven't we heard anything yet?
Sir, I'm sorry. The doctors will come out as soon as they have an update. Another hour goes by before a doctor enters the room and approaches Edward. After all the awful things I've heard Austin say about his father, right now, none of that matters. In this moment, all of their history, their fights, their stubbornness, flies out the window. Standing in front of me is a dad who is scared shitless to hear the fate of his middle son.
Mr. Sexton,
the doctor says, reaching out his hand to him.
How is he?
Edward chokes out.
He has some brain swelling, but we were able to stop the bleed. He's not completely out of the woods, but I suspect he's going to be just fine.
Edward covers his mouth and takes a deep breath.
He's coming out of surgery now. He'll be in recovery, and then we'll move him to a private suite. He's going to be out of it for a while, so we need to keep things calm around him and not get him too excited. I'll come get you when he's ready.
Thank you, Edward says.
It's my pleasure,
the doctor replies, before turning and leaving us alone again. When the door closes, Edward continues to stand there for a few beats more. His eyes are like glass as he stares at the door the doctor just left through.
Let's go,
he says, not turning to face any of us. Missy rises, clutching her long trench coat and glaring at me in the process. I look up at them, confused. Where are you going?
We're leaving,
he states. I rise. What about all that talk about being concerned whether your son is dead or alive? He's gonna make it. Aren't you happy? Edward stops, angles his head, and looks down at me. He blinks a few times before speaking.
Austin never brought a woman to dinner before. I was surprised until you made your little speech, and it all made sense. You remind me of his mother. I mean that as a compliment.
I glance at him. I'm sure I look awful, red-faced, with makeup everywhere and tears staining my face. Still, I know my face of worry is better than the face he is making right now. The face of indignation.
That's why I'm telling you this, only once. This is Austin's last chance. One more screw-up, and I won't hesitate to take every share away from him and do what I feel like doing with that company. He'd better not do as little as jaywalk, or I will make his life a living hell.
He points a finger toward my face.
You got that?
Greg pops up behind me.
She heard you.
I hold a hand up to Greg. It's okay, Greg. I got this. Greg backs off a little as I step closer to Edward and speak quietly. I'll tell him, Mr. Sexton. I'll let Austin know you were here. I'll also let him know his father was sick with worry. You're so busy trying to take from him that you almost forgot how much he has to give. Maybe, the next time you think about screwing over your son, you should remember how scared you were of losing him. Missy places her hand on Edward's shoulders and guides him forward. Let's go home, darling. Our night has been disrupted enough. And you. She speaks toward me. Fraternizing with your boss is against company policy. I smile. Technically, he's my boss's brother. Her nostrils flare, and she walks out of the waiting room with Edward in tow. When they're gone, I fall back to my seat and feel the relief of having them gone and knowing that Austin is out of surgery. I lay my head on Eva's lap, close my eyes, and fall asleep.
Chapter 22. Austin. There's an interesting thing that happens when you wake up from just having crashed your girlfriend's brother's car while driving 100 miles per hour. Your head hurts like a motherfucker. Ugh, I groan as I try to lift my head, which feels like it weighs 1,000,000 pounds. When it hits the pillow, my eyes immediately close. The effort to move my head just wiped me of every ounce of energy in my body. When I open my eyes again, it's to the last thing I ever thought I'd open my eyes to. Beckett Smith sitting at my bedside. "What the hell are you doing here?" I asked with a parched mouth. He gives a wary smile. "Jalen's sleeping in the waiting room, and no one has the heart to wake her. I thought I'd sneak in here and say thank you. I know the nurse in recovery gave me some strong painkillers, but I'm thinking they might have been hallucinogens." "For what?" "Being a man my sister finds worthy of saving." I smile, and it hurts my face a little. Maybe that explains why I'm here in a hospital and not in county lockup. I vaguely remember Jalen trying to pull me out. Beckett rolls his eyes. "The pipsqueak thought she was going to get you out alone. Greg and I barely got your ass out of there." Hey, I'm 190 pounds of solid muscle," I correct, and the guy actually laughs. "Did you get in a lot of trouble?" His brows raise. "Remember that too, huh? I stayed with the car and the cops arrested me for street racing. Greg missed the security camera on the south side of the warehouse when he was scouting. It recorded part of the race, but don't worry. It was just enough for them to identify my car and not the driver. Since I stayed there, I'm taking the heat. Imagine how shocked I was when a fancy-pants lawyer came rolling into the station and declared himself my attorney. Greg called Bryce, I guess, which makes sense, considering why I'm in this particular hospital. You're in good hands. And the car? Totaled. So I guess you won the race." He shrugs in agreement. "I did. Though, to be fair, the tire blew. There was nothing you could do. If you weren't as good of a driver, you know what could have happened? All right, now I'm really starting to think those nurses doubled my doses. Did you just pay me a fucking compliment? You tell anyone and I'll kill you," he says seriously, and I believe him. My eyes close again, but I try to keep them open. "I guess I have to be nice to you. You have my secret." He leans forward and rests his elbows on his knees, shaking his head. "I ain't gonna get involved with any of that. The Falcon's secret is safe with me." I look at him through one eye. "Why? Yesterday you were ready to seek revenge and race me to death. Let's just say, seeing Jalen try to pull you out of that car let me know that you mean far more to her than I ever thought. Just be good to her, okay? She's special. She won't let you know when she's having a bad day, or a good one for that matter. Jalen's the type to always mirror her actions based on what yours are. You have to watch out for that." I smile, knowing that I've uncovered some of her little secrets. From times as simple as treating her to lunch when she was having a bad day, to giving her the adrenaline rush she needed, to holding her while she shared stories of her past and trying to give her brother the prideful victory he needed. There's still so much more I want to uncover about Jeannine, and I'm confident I'll get to know her better than she knows herself. Is this the part of the "if you hurt her, I'll throw you over the Bay Bridge" speech, I ask? He nods. Absolutely. Then, I should also take the time to say thanks to you. What are you thanking me for? Saving my life. You're a real hero, man. Beckett bows his head. He knows what he did tonight was more than just putting me in a getaway car. I stay silent, staring at his dark head as he looks down at the linoleum floor. I give him the space he needs to work through whatever it is he has going on through his mind. Then, my eyes grow heavy, and I fall back to sleep. Back from Tahoe so soon? I say, when I open my eyes again to see Bryce standing next to the chair where Beckett was sitting in what feels like only a minute ago. Please tell me you got some before you came rushing back here. You wake up from brain surgery and that's the first thing out of your mouth? Bryce asks. I try to laugh, but end up coughing instead, which causes me to close my eyes and roll my head back at the splitting pain that radiates through my skull. That's what you get for talking shit about my sex life, he says. Good to see you haven't lost your sense of humor. Still as charming as ever, I smile. Bryce drops his head to his chest and pushes his hands deep into his pockets. You had me worried there, Bryce sighs, looking up to the ceiling. I know you can't live without me, but no need to cry, big bro. Bryce chuckles to himself while shaking his head. No, I can't. This is now 2 for 2 conversations I didn't think I'd have. Maybe I should crash my car more often. Bryce takes a seat and pulls the chair close to the bed. He's dressed in slacks and a button-down, more uptight than when he left for Tahoe. His eyes look red with worry and lack of sleep, which has me wondering if he's upset for more than my accident. He runs his hands through his hair and then leans his elbows on the bed. You have to stop scaring the shit out of me. I've had to come see you in the hospital too many times now. I purse my lips at the realization. I guess I have given you my fair share of scares. Though, in my defense, the first one was a bomb. I had nothing to do with that shit. No more daredevil shit, you hear me? Tanner and I need a brother. He pauses. That reminds me. He reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a book. Tanner asked me to give you this. I glance at the worn copy of Pride and Prejudice and remember the last conversation I had with him. He thought I needed a lesson on romance. Turns out, he was right. Looks like someone's been reading this, I say, eyeing up the creases on the spine. It was Mom's. I questioningly turn to him. You are just like her, willing to read everything and anything. His eyes crinkle at the compliment. Tanner has me reading The Great Gatsby. When he moves back home, he'll have to cool it with the life lessons through literature. He can't get here soon enough, right? It will be great to have both my brothers working alongside me. If I weren't staring, I'd miss the look of pride that forms on his face. He can't get a flight out of New York until tomorrow. Tell him to stay home, I'm fine. He graduates soon enough and will be home full time. He needs to enjoy his final months before the real world kicks in. Yeah, I don't have to worry about him joining the military and leaving us like you did. But you do have to worry about him painting peace murals on the sides of buildings. Bryce runs his hand down his face. Missy's going to eat him alive. He's a good guy. He knows whose side to be on. He was so young when Mom died. I don't even know if he remembers her anymore. Tanner knows us. He knows we're brothers, and that tops everything. Sexton brothers. The war with Missy isn't over, so stop getting yourself hurt, okay? He tries to give me a stern look, and I laugh to myself. Fine, Dad. I'll play safely from now on. Jalen needs you too. I take a deep breath. The last time I spoke to my brother, he was screaming at me because of Jalen. She says I need to stop being so hard on you. He laughs to himself. Funny, she says the same thing to me about you. What the hell does she see in you? I smirk. Have you seen this face? I could be the next James Bond. Not with the black eyes you're sporting. You'd make a better Rocky. Nice, I drawl. When we get out of here, we're telling everyone I got into a bar brawl. You have to use the typical punchline. You should see the other guy. He finishes my joke. We'll work on your alibi. I'm thinking you should take a few weeks off and recuperate. And not go into the office? Bryce, you've been riding my ass for 18 months about not working hard enough, and now you're kicking me out? About that. He raises a dark brow. I've been looking over your financials and productivity reports and... He pauses, as if the sentence he is about to say is the most painful thing ever. You're doing a really great job. Wow. A compliment from the great and powerful Bryce Sexton? I never thought I'd see the day. I'm grinning despite the splitting headache that is forming in between my eyes. My head might be killing me, but Bryce's heart looks like it's aching worse. I know he's worried about me, but for a guy who went to Tahoe for a romantic getaway, he doesn't look like he's riding on a blissful high. So, in all seriousness, are you going to tell me about the girl? I ask tentatively. His chest rises as he shakes his head. Didn't go so well, I assume. His brows crease into a deep V as he looks at the white sheets of my bed and stares off into space. I fucked it up. Bryce and I never talk about relationships. He had one long-term girlfriend in college, and since they broke up, I've only known him to be with a few assistants, although I've always assumed there were other women. I just happened to enjoy harping on the assistants. But to have him take someone away with him the way he did, and now sit here like he fears he lost her, this is new. Do you love her? He quickly looks up at my question. He doesn't answer, but from his sudden jerk, I know it's a yes. Run to her, bro. If there's a girl out there who is worthy of making you want to change your life for the good, then go to her. Get her back. Stand outside her door for days until she answers. Fall to your knees and beg for forgiveness. Life's too short to let love pass you by. Don't let your fears hold you back from having it all. That's not what Mom would have wanted for you. He opens his mouth as if to say something and then closes it. It's complicated. So is running a billion-dollar business. He laughs and then sits back in the chair as my eyes start to grow heavy again. Damn, I can't seem to stay awake longer than 10 minutes at a time. You don't mind if I sit here with you for a while? He asks. Of course. Just make sure when I open my eyes again, It's to a hot female, preferably of the hazel-eyed, peach-smelling variety.
Chapter 23. Jalen. I slept for 3 hours and woke up in a panic. Eva was quick to pat my back and tell me Austin was okay. He was moved to a private room, and his brother just left. When I berated her for letting me sleep, she assured me that I looked like a mad woman in need of a nap, and everyone, including Greg, who was sitting next to us, agreed. "Have you seen him?" I asked Greg.
No, I passed out too. Do you mind if I go in with you?
Not at all. We rise, and Eva stands too, opening a package of makeup-removing wipes from her purse and fixing the makeup that is smeared all over my eyes. I pull my hair up in a scrunchie and follow Greg through the hallways. When we get to Austin's room, 423A, I see the patient sign on the door. It's for A. Powers. Austin Powers. Clever. We enter the room, and my knees buckle at the sight of him. The white bandage covering most of his face and head takes away my breath and makes my stomach flip upside down. I walk to the bed and lean over him. "I'm here, baby," I whisper. "I won't leave your side." I rest my head on his arm, closing my eyes, wishing I could say the words, dying to come out. But my mind and brain aren't communicating properly. Greg stands at the end of the bed, staring at his friend, his expression completely blank. We sit in silence, praying for Austin to move, talk, anything. Time seems to stand still, with the only sound around us being the beep of his machine. Oh, that damn beep. I keep imagining it changing, speeding up or slowing down. If it flatlined, I might just die right along with it. My nerves are completely shot, and I'm having trouble with just breathing. I lean in to kiss his lips. "Wake up for me, baby. I need to see your eyes. I need you." His eyes flutter open and look into mine. Relief floods my body as more tears flow. "Can you hear me?" I ask. He takes a deep breath, opening and closing his eyes before nodding slightly.
I can get used to this. Maybe, when we get home, you can wear a naughty nurse outfit, and I'll play patient.
I playfully hit him in the hip. Greg laughs loudly.
Damn it, you're alive. I was really hoping I'd get your car collection. You changed your will like I asked, didn't you?
Austin's lips form a small smile.
You know I left everything to Julie. I couldn't trust to leave everything to your lazy ass. You'll have to marry her if you want any piece of it. Has she said yes yet?
Greg stands on the opposite side of the bed than me.
She keeps throwing shoes at me every time I ask her. You have a better chance of getting hitched than I do. Looks like it, Austin says. Oh, wow. I never thought I'd hear those words come out of your mouth.
Greg scratches his head. He glances in my direction with a smile and tugs on my hand.
Blame it on her. She's got me thinking differently lately.
I lean in to kiss him, and when I feel his lips move with mine, I choke through my cries as I pull back. Greg walks closer to him.
I just wanted to see for myself that you were all right, and give you this.
He hands Austin a small bronze charm. Marina Sexton's Christmas angel.
Thanks, man. This means a lot.
Austin clenches the charm in his hand and looks up to the sky.
I'll be back tomorrow, Greg says. I need a smoke, a shower, and my bed. Text if you need me to bring anything up.
Austin glances at Greg with a nod and then looks back at me.
I got everything I need right here.
I take a deep breath, squeeze his hand, and love the feeling when he squeezes back.
Greg?
Austin calls to his best friend as he's heading toward the door.
Thanks for coming back for me tonight. You could have bailed with the rest of the crowd. I really appreciate it, man. That's what best friends do.
Greg blushes as he clears his throat and gestures toward the hospital tray to the side of the bed.
Doing some light reading?
I look over and see a copy of Pride and Prejudice, and then eye Austin. That's not exactly the type of book I thought I'd see him with.
It was my mom's. I'm named after Jane Austen,
he says proudly.
Bryce brought it. I think he's been reading it.
Maybe he's a closet romantic, I suggest. Austin looks surprised by my comment. I merely shrug. It's possible.
On that note, I'm out.
Greg walks out the door.
Love you, man.
Greg waves a hand in dismissal at him as he disappears from sight. I didn't see Julie in the waiting room when I woke up, so hopefully she went home to get some sleep. Looking around the room, I take in the sterile white walls, the machines all around us that are constantly beeping, and the blood pressure cuff that is currently going off on Austin's arm.
Don't look so sad,
he whispers in a ragged breath as he pulls me into him, forcing my body to curl up around his. And I'm careful not to hurt his injured head.
How's my girl? Are you hurt at all?
Don't worry about me, I say, as I tear up at the thought that he's going to be okay. It's my fault you're in here. I'm such a pile. I shouldn't have been in that car. I shouldn't have had your helmet on.
No.
He coughs and winces at the pain it causes. Straining his face, he says,
Don't ever say that. I crashed, not you. Beckett was here and confirmed it.
I lift my head to look at him. Beckett was here? Damn, how long was I sleeping?
I feel the same way,
he says with a light laugh.
You were right. Beckett and I do have a lot in common. I think we might actually be friends.
He drops his head back, closing his eyes. The pain radiating off his face is unfathomable. It breaks my heart even more.
Thank you for being here,
he whispers. Austin, of course I'm here. I couldn't leave you. I'd never leave you. Greg and Beckett were amazing, and Bryce helped by telling us where to go. Eva and Julie lent support. Everyone was worried sick, including your father.
My father was here?
He was upset. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. And guess what? I ask, trying to lighten the mood. Lord knows we both need it. I watched him put Missy in her place when she tried to cause a scene about racing. His eyes widen.
He did?
I nod. He cares about you, Austin. I saw it tonight,
I don't know about that. You might have just caught him in a momentary loss of faculties. Edward and I lost our father-son relationship a long time ago. Bryce, on the other hand, now there's a relationship I think I can salvage. He seems to think everyone cares about me.
He's right, you know, I say, bringing his attention back to me.
About what?
He whispers. About all of us caring for you. His eyes melt into mine.
You do?
Me most of all. I sigh as I stare into his red-rimmed eyes. The intensity of his stare takes my breath away. Tell me a secret. His hand rises to touch my face.
My little secret keeper, always eager for more. I have a secret for you. I was in and out of consciousness in the car.
I raise a brow. You were?
I was,
he states.
I can't believe you waited until I was on the brink of death to tell me how you really feel about me.
You heard that, huh?
I did. And I don't need you hunched over a wheel for me to tell you. I love you, Jeannine. I've been in love with you since you fought me on that Oakland street with those wild eyes and damn khaki pants. You lured me in with that quick tongue and stole my heart with a kiss in a janitor's closet.
You had me at Godiva, I tease, and am rewarded with a pinch on my side, which tickles. I fell in love with you on the roof. I fell even deeper with each of your secrets. I love you so much, Austin Sexton. I don't know how to breathe without you.
That's good, because I am never spending a day without you by my side.
I drop my head with a slight giggle, remembering the moment I met him and every moment in between. When I open my eyes and meet his, I smile. And, for the record, I said it first.
I love you? No way. It doesn't count if you say it when the guy is half in the bag.
Does too. You heard it, so it totally counts. I said it first.
You are such a pain in the ass.
Stop being such a hothead.
Jeannine, he drawls.
Yes?
I love you.
To the moon and back. I sigh, nuzzling into the crook of his arm.
To the moon and back, baby. To the moon and back.
Chapter 24. Jeannine. I stopped by the office before heading to the hospital today. Bryce gave me time off so I could be by Austin's side, but I had to pick up something before heading to see Austin. On my first day of work with Sexton Media, I stupidly volunteered to write a story that I knew nothing about. For some reason, I felt the need to protect the man sitting next to me, who caused such a stir in my life and body. Bryce and I put it off for as long as we could, telling Missy we were almost finished with it, but it's finally here. I know it's nothing like what Missy had in mind, but I'm proud of the anonymous exposé we published in today's paper. Missy wanted to dig into the bad things of racing, the supposed fights, gambling, and drugs happening on the track. But after Tyler's tribute, I knew exactly what the article should be about. The exposé is my personal story. Starting from the first night I created a false start and wound up in the car of San Francisco's most wanted street racer. Me, a girl who shies away from the wild side, found a love for the adrenaline rush of a car being pushed to the max. That night, the stranger opened the door for me to understand the amazing community of racing. These races are so much more than fast cars. They're about the love of speed, and that's not a bad thing. In a city like San Francisco that's riddled with heroin, where safety injection sites are being opened so addicts can get their release, the races have become an outlet for those who can't find a way to express their feelings. These men and women don't turn to needles. Speed is their drug of choice. It's a safer choice. I tell the story of a Marine who not only has his own battle scars, but lives with the heavy heart of being a survivor. Where society couldn't give him an outlet for his hurt, racing gave him a way to breathe again. He orchestrates the events, finds the safest tracks, and makes sure only the best drivers partake in the races. There are strict rules, and if you break the rules, you're out. My exposé was about the good in racing. The good in people who come out and interact with one another, rather than hiding behind devices and television screens. It's a community of misfits. Although, who's to say they're the outcasts? Maybe we have it wrong. Maybe we're the ones missing out. I wrote about a young man who gave up on a college career to work so his mother could pay her mortgage. Tyler raced at night for fun and freedom from his day-to-day responsibilities. 3 weeks ago, this young man died, not while street racing, but from speeding away from the cops. I was able to tell the story of the community who created a beautiful memorial for him, paid for his funeral, and paid off his mother's mortgage. Austin doesn't know I knew what he did for Tyler's family. It's just one more reason I've fallen for him. He did it because he felt it was the right thing to do. Nothing more. I also touched on a third man who lost his confidence at the hands of his father. When he felt he had no control, the track gave it back to him. Don't get me wrong. Street racing is dangerous and illegal. I included statistics on people who have been injured in street races versus those in everyday accidents. I included every danger these events impose. I interviewed the mayor, and all of his concerns are valid. These races disrupt the city and endanger the people when conducted poorly. That's why he has agreed to look into a way to allow these races to form in certain areas of the city. I don't know what the future holds, but I hope the people reading the article can see the beauty in the community and not demonize them to prison for their vice. Sometimes things happen out of our control, and we have to deal with them as they come. For now, I'm just thankful Austin is okay, and this assignment is off my plate while providing something I can be proud of. I just hope Austin feels the same way. I open the door to his hospital room and see him staring down at his phone. "Hey, doctor said no working," I yell playfully. "My favorite girl," he says as his face lights up. It's the most gratifying thing, seeing the love you have for someone reflecting back at you with it written all over their expression. "I have something for you." I hand him today's paper. He eyes me. "I thought you said no work." "This is different. Just look." I sit down next to him, nervously tapping my foot on the ground as he reads. His eyebrows crease when he sees what the article is about, but as he reads, his face softens, and the more he makes his way into the article, the happier his expression gets. "I love it. You nailed every aspect of why we do this. Missy's going to hate it," he laughs. I shrug. Bryce has been helping me. I had some help from an editor, too.
You're brilliant. Don't let anyone else take the credit when you are a star.
He reaches his hand out to me, and I stand up, taking it in mine before leaning down to kiss his lips.
Thank you. Thank you for stepping up and offering to do this. Thank you for being by my side and saving me the other night. But most of all, thank you for being you. It's important that you don't get it wet for a few days. Let the stitches heal and come see me in 2 days.
The doctor says as he rewraps Austin's head in a bandage. They've kept him in the hospital for 2 days to monitor the swelling, and he finally gets to leave today.
You need to have someone with you at all times, the doctor says.
Austin looks at me.
I guess you're stuck by my side. Doctor's orders.
He teases. With your money, you can hire someone. I have better things to do, I say, laughing and lightly slapping his arm.
That's true. I could get a hot little thing to come and give me a sponge bath.
He waggles his brows, and I give him a death glare. Then I guess I can return the cute little nurse costume I bought for your recovery. He gulps.
You didn't.
I raise a shoulder. You'll never know now. He swiftly grabs my hand and pulls it up to his lips, softly kissing the back of it before placing it on his lap and not letting go.
Yours are the only hands I ever want touching me for the rest of my damn life.
Good save. Maybe, if you're good, we'll have those chocolate sundaes I promised you for dinner tonight.
With a cherry on top?
He asks, and I nod, my teeth skimming my bottom lip.
God, I love you.
After the doctor finishes his exam and signs the release, we head toward the exit, ready to finally go home. I wheel him down to the lobby, fighting him to stay seated the entire way. The man might like a private sponge bath, but trying to push him in a wheelchair, and he moans like a baby. It's not until we're at the lobby doors that he bolts from the chair and declares his freedom. I roll my eyes and guide him through the parking lot to where Greg brought his Jeep Grand Cherokee after taking the Camaro to storage. When Austin sees it parked, he starts to laugh.
You sure you can drive that thing?
I glare at him, confused. I raced your Camaro. I can handle a simple drive home.
Yeah, down a straight road for a quarter mile. We have to drive the streets of San Francisco, and this thing is a beast.
It's a Jeep, I deadpan.
It's a track hawk.
I stop mid-stride, putting my hands on my hips. Do you really think I can't do it? He shrugs with a shit-eating grin on his face.
I don't know.
He sings songs. I huff, ready to prove him wrong and put on a clinic about driving this beast, as he calls it. His laughter grinds on my nerves, and I'm even more amped up to set the record straight. I hurry my step, and he reaches out to me.
How about we place a bet on it?
He says, and I turn to see him. I want to be irritated with him, but his cheesy grin melts my heart. Is everything a game to you? I ask, crossing my arms over my chest.
I think you already know the answer to that.
He steps up to me, placing his hands on the sides of my arms. So what? You go from racing to betting? Is this a problem I need to know about?
Don't get me wrong. I'd love to race you instead of bet you. But I figured, due to recent events, you might not like that idea.
You think? I say sarcastically.
So, what do you say? Is it a bet?
I eye him, trying to figure out what's going on in that head of his. Why am I scared to ask the terms of this bet? He smiles from ear to ear.
Because you know me too well.
I step back, needing space from him so that I won't agree without thinking it through. I narrow my eyes. Lay it out. What do you have in mind? He reaches for me again, and I retreat again, tilting my finger back and forth in front of him. Keep your distance. I don't need you trying to unfairly sway things your way. He puts his hand on his chest.
Unfairly? Me?
Huh. Yes, you. Come on, give it to me.
Okay. If you make it home without...
He holds up his hand, getting ready to count the terms off on his fingers.
Squealing the tires, hitting anything, or getting a scratch on the truck, then I'll hire someone to stay with me while I recover, so you'll be off the hook.
I purse my lips, thinking something is off. Would he actually hire someone? I don't want him to. I'm kind of looking forward to taking care of him. But honestly, I know I can make it home without any of those things happening. I mean, it's a Jeep, not a Ferrari. Then what happens if I lose? He pulls me into him.
You move in with me.
I jerk my head back. You're not serious, right?
Why wouldn't I be serious?
Because that's kind of fast, don't you think?
Haven't you already figured out that I like things kind of fast?
He holds up his fingers to make air quotes. I chuckle, hitting his chest.
Come on, take the bet. Show me what you've got.
My heart's beating fast. Does he really want me to move in with him? I bite the inside of my lip, contemplating the idea. I honestly think I can make it home without breaking his terms. So, is this just his way of mentioning the idea? Rolling the dice to see how I'll react, knowing I'll win the bet? He leans his head down to look me in the eye, raising his brows up and down.
What do you say? Do we have a bet, or are you scared?
Did you really just ask if I was scared? I deadpan.
Sure did. What you got?
He steps back, holding his hands out to his sides in a challenge. Fine. I slightly tilt my head. I'll take your bet. Get ready to have some fat nurse with moles on her face that have hair sticking out of them and smells like Ben Gay taking care of you.
Why does she have to be fat?
Because if I'm not taking care of you, you damn well won't have someone hot doing the job.
What? You don't trust me?
He says as we approach the truck. It's not you I don't trust. It's the nurse. Bitches be crazy when they know a rich man needs to be taken care of. He lets out a hard laugh, and I can't hide the smile plastering itself on my face as I open the Jeep's door.
Buckle up, sweetheart,
Austin says as he reaches for his own seatbelt. I crank the engine and put it in gear, gliding out of the parking spot with ease. We pull up to exit the hospital parking lot, getting ready to drive onto the busy San Francisco street. I glance in his direction, and he's sitting back, giving a nonchalant whistle, making it hard for me not to laugh. An opening in traffic comes, and I press the gas, taking my chance, only to squeal the tires, sliding the Jeep from side to side before it grips and propels forward. A yelp escapes my lips as I grip the steering wheel harder, taking a deep breath in once I have control of the car and am able to drive down the street with ease. Narrowing my eyes, I chance a look at Austin, who's grinning from ear to ear. Leaning over, he kisses me on the cheek, and, with a devilish grin, he declares, "I win." Epilogue. Jalen. "Miss Smith, your presence is requested on the roof in 20 minutes," Austin says after I answer the office line. He's been dying to get me up there for some outdoor fun ever since he came back to work a week ago. I keep telling him no, but he hasn't stopped trying. "I'm busy, Austin. You know, with your brother, the workaholic." Don't lie. I know he already left for the day. He just called me saying so. I let out a hard laugh. That doesn't mean my work has stopped. I still have his long list of things to complete, and I'd like to leave here while it's still light out. Give me 15 minutes, and I'll have Stephanie help you. You know you won't be finished in 15 minutes. Now it's his turn to laugh. So, you're saying there's a chance? He sings into the line. You're definitely meeting me now. I'll make a scene in the office again. I drop my head to my chest, knowing he means it. He had 10 dozen roses delivered to my desk my first day back after his accident. On his first day back, he hired a barbershop quartet to serenade me merely for the joy of watching me squirm with embarrassment. Any person who had questioned about our relationship didn't after that day. Fine, 15 minutes. I hang up and push my chair away from my desk. When I turn the corner leading to the stairwell, I see Austin standing against the door with a shit-eating grin on his face. No matter how many times I've seen him, my heart still thumps like this is my first. I wonder if he'll ever stop affecting me this way. Just as I reach him, a little boy with curly red hair and a Superman t-shirt runs by us. I've never seen a child at Sexton Media, so I turn to Austin to question. Do we know who he's with? Austin shrugs, like it's not a big deal that a 5-year-old boy is running through the halls of a media conglomerate. I think I heard that Rosie's son was getting dropped off. Her office is right over there. Come on, I only have 14 minutes left. He leans in, kissing my neck, sending shivers down my spine, before pulling my hand through the doorway and up the stairs. After we climb the ladder, Austin leaves the roof latch propped open, and we head toward the lounge area. I barely make it halfway there when his arms wrap around me, pulling my back to his front, before he spins me around and places his lips to mine. My head leans back as his hands press the small of my back forward. Placing my fingers on his chest, I push him away. I told you, not here. I laugh and turn toward the sofas, only to see a table dressed in white silk, set with dinner for 2. There are battery-operated candles scattered about, and an electric candelabra sitting in the middle of the table, alongside a floral centerpiece and a bottle of wine. I cover my mouth in surprise as I glance back at him.
"How about dinner instead?"
he asks, stepping up so that his body is covering mine. How in the world did you get all of this up here?
"Didn't we already have this conversation?"
he questions.
"I'm a sexton, remember?"
I shake my head. I can't. Bryce asked me to. He silences me with a kiss. A deep, passionate, toe-curling kiss.
"I called him to ask if I can romance my girl."
I lift a brow. And he said okay? Austin's lips trace tiny kisses along my cheek, my jaw, and settling on my neck.
"I think you were right. Maybe he is a romantic."
He escorts me to the table, and my mouth waters as the aroma of American Wagyu steak and garlic mashed potatoes fill my senses. When I take my seat, Austin dramatically lifts the napkin in the air before laying it in my lap.
"For you, madam,"
he says in a fancy voice. I chuckle to myself before picking up my fork as Austin pours some wine. What's the occasion? I ask before taking a bite.
"One, we don't need an occasion to be up here or to have dinner together. And two, it's Friday. Why wouldn't we have dinner delivered by helicopter to celebrate the weekend?"
As only a sexton would say. I shake my head.
"And as you'll say one day, too."
I roll my eyes. I don't care how rich I might be if I stay with Austin. I would never even think of having my food brought in by helicopter. The idea of marrying him someday has definitely been crossing my mind lately, though. We're halfway into our meal when Austin's phone rings, and he reaches for it from his coat pocket. When his eyes meet mine in irritation, he sighs.
"Ugh, it's Bryce."
Why do you always act that way when he calls?
"Because he's constantly riding my ass."
He's not that bad of a guy. You two just need to get over whatever tiff you have going on and move on as brothers. I thought you squashed everything after the hospital.
"So did I. He gave me a few days to recover and then started right back again."
Just answer. I'm sure it's fine. He swipes his phone, holding it up to his ear.
"What can I do for you, sweetheart?"
I wait, and Austin's eyebrows pinch together.
Whoa, calm down. What boy?"
His voice is shouting, making me instantly wonder what's going on. I can hear Bryce's frantic voice on the other end, but can't make out what he's saying.
Wait, yes, we did see a little boy. He ran by us in the hall about 10 minutes ago,"
Austin says to Bryce. What's going on? I whisper, leaning into Austin.
"He's what?"
Austin asks into the phone, shaking his head.
"Who is this kid?"
Austin falls back into his chair. It looks like he's trying to hold back a laugh and look concerned at the same time, leaving me even more confused. I put my hand on his, and he takes the napkin off his lap, placing it on the table.
"Don't worry, we'll come help you look. He couldn't have gone far."
He hangs up the phone, finally turning his attention back to me.
"You're never going to believe this."
This concludes Austin by Jeannine, Colette, and Lauren Renaud. Narrated by Alex Kidd and Amelie Griffin. Copyright 2018 by Jeannine, Colette, and Lauren Renaud. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Lauren Renaud and Jeannine Colette, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.